It's almost always so eerily quiet. Anyways, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Hyrule History Edition. We are doing our second playthrough of this game in preparation for Tears of the Kingdom, and I am really excited. The week is here. The week is here where Tears of the Kingdom releases. I wonder if it's also going to have a completely silent menu screen. Either way, let's get into this. Hello and welcome. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Let's get this show on the road. Let's continue. We left off. Where did we leave off? God, this giant gamepad. Well, we managed to get all the way to Rito Village, and now should be preparing for entering the Divine Beast. Vamedo, I think it is. The one that's flying around here, flying around the Rito Village, terrorizing the inhabitants, apparently because they can fly, right? They're birds. But the beast in the sky means that they have to be very careful not to fly too close to it, or I guess they're getting shot at, something like that. I don't think they were incredibly specific on what exactly happens, just that they cannot really get too close to it. Either way, we still need to do something, I think, before we can actually enter it. This is where we left off. With the shrine here in the village. So last time we pretty much made our way from, well, it wasn't really the Great Plateau. I think I started at the stables, went all the way to Rito Village, which did take some time, admittedly, a little bit longer than I thought. But now we're finally here, and we can once again listen to the beautiful music in the village. As I said last time, I think this is probably my favorite village theme in Breath of the Wild. It is such a beautiful rendition of Dragon Roost Island's song. I also honestly think that they're kind of my favorite people. Although they were... So the Rito... Weren't they different in Ocarina of Time? I remember that there's some arguably weirdness going on with how they... So apparently in Wind Waker, they're descendants of people from Ocarina of Time, and they grew wings because that allowed them to escape the rising waters, I think. That's sort of the explanation they came up with, which is a bit weird, all things considered. Either way, what do we need to do? Did I actually already get the quest? I don't think so, right? So, for Divine Beasts, Vamedo. Let's see, who do I need to talk to in order to get some information on this thing? Probably not you, huh? Hello? What are you doing here? You adventurers are crazy. What? What do you mean, what? You see Divine Beast Vamedo flying around up there? The village is in disarray thanks to that thing. If I were a properly trained soldier, I'd go straight at the beast and bring it down. Right. Well, we're about to do that, but as I mentioned, I need to... I think there was somebody to talk to here. Oh, that's one of their bows. Do I just take that? Oh yeah, I have a slot. Might as well, huh? Swallow bow. Oh, it's not a very good one, huh? This bow is a favorite among Rito warriors. The bowstring has been specially engineered for aerial combat, which allows it to be drawn faster than a normal bow. Okay, it doesn't sound too bad. Hey, I'm sorry. Take it. Not like I can use it in my condition. What the hell happened to you? Welcome. Oh. What's the matter? No offense, but this is not your concern. Cursed monster. Are you alright? Not really. If this is what we are up against, we should have put more stock in the Elder's words. And you are? I am Hearth, the bow craftsman. But I cannot raise my arm right now, so business is not exactly booming. Oh. Oh, there is a sign here. Rivali's Landing. So this is where they normally, I guess, take off and land. Which is somewhat funny to think about, that birds would, I guess, build a landing platform like this. I mean, it makes sense to a degree. I guess, you know, if you were a bird tribe and you... Well, everybody can theoretically just come in and go whenever and however they please. Maybe something like this kind of makes sense, right? Just to organize things a little bit. I mean, in a sense, it's like our normal walkways, right? I mean, in theory, we humans can also walk just across dirt or grass, but we typically do choose to use the pathways that have been built for us, right? At the side of streets and, you know, your normal... I don't know, crosswalks and stuff, so you can probably think of it like that, where they probably not always use it, right? Sometimes they're probably cheeky and just fly off from wherever they want, but for the most part, they, I'd assume, use this as their starting platform, maybe. Also, it's way high up, so it might give them an advantage in terms of not having to use as much energy, maybe, to gain height. I don't know. Hello. Say, traveler, I take it you've seen Divine Beast Varmedo. Everyone is at a loss at what to do. I can't help but sigh every time I look skyward. When will we be able to go back to living a relaxed life here? Don't you worry. Link is here to save the day. I think... How much further does this go? I actually didn't remember this being as high as it seems to be. Saki, can I help you? What's wrong? Never mind, forget it. Okay. Let's go talk to the Elder then. What are you doing here? I'm scared of the bird monster. I hope it doesn't eat me. Did the village elder tell you about it? Are you scared of it too? Bird monster? Link completely oblivious. I mean, we don't really know what we're... Nah, I'm not scared at all. Wow, really? Are you a champion or something? Hey. Oh, a visitor. Welcome to... Why is he so much bigger than everybody else? Like, why does being an elder of the Rito mean that you have a magnificent beard and are in general more owl-looking, whereas the others are all like really, really sleek and more like hawks? Oh, that object on your hip. Could it be? Forgive me, where are my manners? I am Kaneli, elder of Rito Village. Now then, is that not a Sheikah slate dangling from your hip? That's right. Oh my! With his ears, so it's true. That means you must be a champion like Master Rivali, one of the few able to board Divine Beast Varmedo. No, what am I thinking? The champions have all been dead for 100 years. This boy must be a mere descendant, an inheritor of the Sheikah slate. Ah, forgive me. Champion descendant. If you would listen to this old man's request, you would have my eternal gratitude. Honestly, I think I might have talked about this in the past already, but imagine this guy, right? So he's more or less been sitting here for 100 years apparently, right? And okay, so this beast, I guess, wasn't really concerned up until very recently, pretty much when Link awakened and we activated the first tower. I guess that's when the beasts reawoke too. But, like, I'm just trying to imagine how it would be or what it would feel like to be an elder of the village and suddenly a person comes up to you with this Sheikah slate that you know has been lost for 100 years, right? And was connected to a great champion of Hyrule. It's honestly, the surprised reaction that he did isn't nearly enough, I want to say, for that occasion, is it? Well, anyways, let's listen to his tale. Thank you, truly. I love that. I don't know if I've ever noticed that detail. The entire platform shook when he was laughing. That's neat. Now that I know you have the blood of a champion, there is something I must ask of you. How shall I put this? I would like you to deal with the Divine Beast Varmedo, the giant beast circling above us. Only a chosen one, a champion, can stop a divine beast. You must enter the beast and bend it to your will. I tried explaining this to the more headstrong Ritu warriors, but they wouldn't listen to reason. Teba and Hearth tried to confront Medo, but it did not go well, and Hearth was injured. Teba escaped unscathed, but I fear he now plans to face Medo alone. As a descendant of the champions, perhaps you can help us. Please, find Teba. If you work together, you may be able to stop Divine Beast Varmedo. Sure, let's do that. Oh, it gives you a completely separate quest, which is pretty cool, honestly. Means you can pretty much take all the 4 separate quests that are assigned to the Divine Beasts, right? Kaneli, Elder of Rito Village, wants you to help a local soldier named Teba. You offered your assistance, but first you must find the soldier. Teba's wife Saki may know where he is. Ask around Rito Village to gather more information. We shall do that. I think that's her, right? It is. Forgive my intrusion, but I overheard you speaking with the Elder. It sounds like you intend to help my husband Teba in the fight against Medo. But to tell the truth, there is not much I can do for you right now beyond telling you where my husband went. Well, that's precisely why I came to you, so that's perfect. So where is he? Well, my husband headed to a place called the Flight Range. It's in Dronox Pass at the base of the Hebra Mountains. It's a place where Rito warriors prepare for aerial combat. I imagine he's gone there to gather weapons for another run at Medo. As it happens, he made his way to the Flight Range on foot this time. Oh, to not be attacked by it, I guess. If you take off from Rivali's Landing, it's a straight shot down to the Flight Range. Rivali's Landing is a memorial for the Rito champion Rivali. Wait, does she know that we have a paraglider? Why would she say it like that? Sounds weird. Either way. So named in the hope that none might forget the events of that horrible day. Are we already getting another memory? I guess so. I thought you got these after you dealt with the Divine Beasts. Huh, I guess it's before. Man, I know I said it a billion times already, but I love these cutscenes. I really, really wish there would have been more of these. I can imagine if the interaction just now with the Elder had been an actual cutscene with voice acting instead of just...
Impressive, I know. Very few can achieve a mastery of the sky.
Lava Panda,
Yet
hi.
I have made an art of creating an updraft that allows me to soar. It's considered to be quite the masterpiece of aerial techniques, even among the Rito. With proper utilization of my superior skills, I see no reason why we couldn't easily dispense with Ganon. Now then, my ability to explore the firmament is certainly of note. But let's not, pardon me for being so blunt, let's not forget the fact that I am the most skilled archer of all the Rito. Yet despite these truths, it seems that I've been tapped to merely assist you. All because you happen to have that little darkness-sealing sword on your back. I mean, it's just asinine. Unless you think you can prove me wrong, maybe we should just settle this one-on-one.
Maybe he just wants to test Link a little bit.
Oh, I know. How about up there? Oh, you must pardon me. I forgot you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own.
Okay, stop it. We know you have wings.
Good luck sealing the darkness!
Yeah, he's really, he really wants to let you know that he can fly, doesn't he? Who's my favorite champion? Honestly, that's a good question. That is a very good question. Honestly, I'm not too sure I really remember what their characters were like. I mean, it's been a while since my first playthrough, so I want to say I think the Goron was pretty cool. It's just, I really wish we would get more interactions with them, right? I mean, I do realize, obviously, that they're essentially, well, not really dead, but they haven't really been around for 100 years. Descendant, are you alright? My apologies. I fear I have said far too much. If there's anything you do not understand, please do not hesitate to ask. Has Link just been standing here lost in memories and she's just been talking to us and we haven't even listened to one word of what she said? Well, either way, we know what's up now. I do remember finding the Zora, but that's not the champion, right? The guy that you initially meet. And he's quite funny. But he's just helping you out, right? He's the, I guess the current descendant of the champion? Are they really descendants, or are they just, like, champions now? Oh, was that a shrine? It is. I probably need my trusty clothing. I think it's fairly cold down there. But it's not all the way up in the mountains, right? Wait, where the hell is that shrine? Kind of close to where we need to go to anyways, right? Oh yeah, it's right in front of it. Never mind. Might as well just do that before I continue with the tasks. There we go. Actually, do I have enough height to even get over there? Let's take this mountain real quick here. Or this pillar thing. There's a new jumping off point. But that is the one thing I really, really hope they're going to do with Tears of the Kingdom is just, you know, when those quests start, when we're doing the main quest, just have a whole bunch of cutscenes in there. It gives the characters, well, just a lot more character, right? It's so much cooler seeing them actually interact with Link and, well, have a proper way of speaking and character around you, around them. Instead of just being, oh hey, by the way, you know, instead of just, oh no. It's far colder here than I thought. Wait, why is it, you went down. How the hell is it so cold here? Okay, well, hopefully this doesn't take too long. Although I do need to do the shrine too. Let's see. Does this work without... No. Okay. So I would need both. Well, thankfully, we don't really have to go back here, I think, unless I want to explore the mountains. Ooh. Those guys don't look particularly nice. We'll try to do a flurry rush, but that's fairly difficult to do against the ones that have the spears. Oh yeah, thanks. Dragon Ball Moblin Spear. Fan favorite among Moblins. Well, I can see why. The range is pretty good. Spear is made from fossilized bones adorned with spikes, which greatly increase its stabbing power. From here. Oh, of course. Okay, it's him gone. Is it worth taking this with me? I don't want to drop the hammer, though. Oh yeah, I don't need that. How the hell do I still have a Boku Club with me? Let's switch back to the other one for now. Luna Waffles, welcome back. Definitely gearing up. Definitely. I'm really, really excited for Tears of the Kingdom. Well, I do hope that they're addressing some of the, minor issues that Breath of the Wild had, but also coming back to this game, it really made me realize just how incredible this game world was. Okay. Do you wanna... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, how long do you just want to stand over there, jumping around? Oh boy. Didn't realize he was gonna be able to hit me mid-air like that. Oh boy. Sometimes it's really funny how the ragdoll effects work. Thankfully, I have some really, really good range. Okay, well that explains why he was able to one-shot me. Although my armor is also really, really bad. Bone of an Ancient Beast. Okay, why do you guys already carry around such strong weapons all the time? Icy Lizalfos Tail. Didn't remember they had different elemental stuff for that. Okay, well... Might as well keep on using the spears for now. They were very busy on the game engine. Yeah, it's... I mean, coming back to the game, it's incredible how they put the game well together. That's why I always feel bad criticizing Breath of the Wild, is because it already has... The world is insane, I think, in terms of level design and what they were able to pull off with it. Not only from a technical perspective, but just the world in and of itself is so incredible that you can't really blame the game for lacking content in other areas, I want to say. But, I mean, that's why I'm so excited for the sequel, right? Because that's the chance to... I mean... The world is already, at least in parts, established. I know that, obviously, Tears of the Kingdom adds, like, the Sky Islands and stuff, although I have no idea how much that will really be and how much they will also change up the world, right? Because I'd imagine that a lot of the world itself will also be changed to some degree, so, we'll see, I guess. I very much like their approach, though, right? When you say, like, do more good Zelda games, I actually wish they would have done that more often. Because I really, really love, like, from back in the day, the approach that they took with Majora's Mask in reutilizing a bunch of stuff from Ocarina of Time, but coming up with a completely new and unique concept of how the game worked, right? I think that was pretty incredible, and at least for me, I don't really need new assets or, you know, enemies or something like that constantly. I think it's completely fine to reuse some stuff or even reuse this world. I mean, this world and how it was designed is so insanely good. Why not just put a couple of games in here, right? I feel like we've... Well, that's another one of those things. I feel that Breath of the Wild doesn't even fully explore the world and what it has to offer and what it could tell us and all the different, I guess, potential implications that we could have gotten from it and all the history that would have been there from the Sheikah and everything. So that's why I'm really, really looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom as well. Just to have another second chance, or I guess now a third chance to walk through the world and discover new secrets. Oh, come on. There we go. Do I need to activate something here? I don't think I ever quite noticed, at least consciously noticed, how this is an actual elevator shaft. I mean, it's more of a teleport. I guess it's transporting your energy from the surface down to the shrine, right? But it looks pretty much like an elevator shaft, if you will. I'm still wondering if these are even actual physical places, right? Or if it's some sort of other Sheikah technology that makes it so these rooms kind of exist in their own spatial dimension. So they wouldn't necessarily have to build the entire room underground, but could just, I guess, use some technology to maybe shrink you down. Or maybe it's even somewhat simulated to a degree. See, that is something I hope the sequel also will go into a bit more. I don't think we necessarily need too much on the Sheikah themselves, because I feel like having a little bit of mystery still left there, especially considering how old this technology is in theory. I feel like if you're over-explaining it, that might feel a bit too, I don't know if that would work. Or do I need to... Is there like a platform that I can go to? Oh, there we go. Right. Oh, really? They intended it to be a cyber city setting? Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I think... Well, they're not really super exploring it with most of the other Zeldas. It's a bit more... obscure in the others, but especially with Breath of the Wild, they definitely fully went into this whole idea of, okay, it was ancient technology, and Sheikah had... Well, they were pretty much either on our real-life technological level or even above it, which is really, really interesting. I still need to play Skyward Sword. That's the one that I'm really, really missing, because it's kind of the origin story of a lot of it, right? So I'm not entirely sure how much they went into the whole technology bit of it in that. Although I want to say, now that I'm thinking back on Twilight Princess, that game also had a couple of, at least, references to that, right? I find that really, really interesting. That it was also their original plan, and then they decided, okay, that's not going to work from a technical perspective, so let's just say that was in the past, and we're now just exploring the remains of it. That's pretty awesome too. Definitely a very, very cool spin. Although the one thing that I'm still not on board with is that it's apparently 10,000 years ago. I think that's too long. But at the same time, I also don't know or don't necessarily think that it's completely true, right? It might just be roughly a long time ago. Because then, unless there was some other really big event that meant that it got lost or something. The ancient magic that looks like tech. I mean, it's super apparent with the Sheikah Slate, because that is really just a smartphone or a tablet, right? It's just that. It even has a camera, like a selfie option camera and stuff. So it is somewhat funny how that works, or how they've implemented that. But I also think that they pulled it off. And that's, well, yeah, that's why I think, sadly, Breath of the Wild, it does so much stuff so incredibly well. But in terms of the story, it's really lacking a bit. I find the cutscene, or the memory cutscenes, pretty well done too. And it's super, super interesting, the sort of topics that they explore in those, especially with how Zelda and Hyrule, like the king and the people around it, sort of rediscovered this technology and were at least partially able to use it. I really, really wish, though, that they would have gone a little bit more into detail with that, right? How were they able to understand how it works, and able to utilize it, yet at the same time weren't really so technologically advanced that they could really like build that stuff themselves, right? Although Ganon might have something to do with that. I mean, maybe he also supported that to a degree so that he would then be able to take them over again, right? Because whatever Calamity Ganon really is, or I guess also depending on how much consciousness he really still has left in himself, he could have manipulated them too, right? And, well, I'm just really excited to see what Tears of the Kingdom does with that, and if they're, because I do think that at least they will dive into the whole idea of, well, what is this energy? What is calamity? What does it all mean? And how did these things actually get taken over? Yeah, the repeating cycle was roughly every 10,000 years. It's very ambiguous. It's really not clear at all what the timeline looks like, which is super, super interesting, right? Which is why I think it's how does that really work? Have the other Zeldas sort of taken place in between that, or is it just a loop? Is there, what exactly is going on, and how does it even work, right? And what you're saying with the character, well, that is why I think, at least for me, who also always loves a really, really good story in video games, I like the memory cutscenes they're such a tease in that regard, right? They're so cool, especially compared to cutscenes from older Zelda games where they never really had that. I just wish there had been way more of them. Alright, hopefully I can do that before all my cold resistance stuff runs out here. I also need to talk to them. I don't even know if the time continues while I'm talking. Well, I do still have a couple other food pieces that'll allow me to craft. Oh, I could also just craft some more here, I guess. Didn't remember there was this cooking pot here. That's neat.
Yeah?
Hello, Taba.
I don't know you. And I'm actually pretty busy here. You should probably go.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere. You and I were gonna go up on that divine beast. But you need something. I'm busy here. I can help you. Help me? With what exactly? Well, let me get this straight. Some random Hylian wants to help me bring down Divine Beast Varmedo. I'm not buying it. See? He has a much more natural reaction to this whole thing than the Elder. Albeit, you know, the Elder has lived those 100 years, so he knows a bit about the Sheikah Slate and whatnot, but this is what I feel like most people should probably react to Link this way. Simply because he just kind of shows up everywhere. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm gonna help you. You know, I'm the champion. Technically, I've been supposedly dead for 100 years, but here I am. So, very, very understandable. You just escort or play as Zelda for a change? I don't know. It's... she could really be a super interesting character to follow around, right? And you see that in the interactions in the cutscenes with her and Link. And maybe this game also needs that from time to time, as fun and cool as it is to explore the world on your own. Just have a couple more, well, certainly not escort quests, but a couple more bits and pieces where you actually interact with other characters. Because the Divine Beast quests are pretty cool in that regard, but they're also, when you look at the entire game, they really only make up a tiny portion of it, right? So it's... and I feel like in most Zelda games, unfortunately, we never really get to see Zelda all that much, right? She's always this... well, character that either she's like hidden away or imprisoned or something else. That I thought that Wind Waker to a degree was kind of cool with that, because in that Zelda was, I mean, the pirate lady, right, which you do get to interact a bit more with, especially at the start of the game. But then once it turns out that she is Princess Zelda, at that point, she's also removed. She just stays at the underground, or not underground, underwater Temple of Time from that point, right? For the most part, anyways. Yeah, I really wish they're just doing more with that. Although, I'd imagine that Tears of the Kingdom will definitely keep in line with what Breath of the Wild established in terms of world exploration, so they're probably not gonna give you too many options to interact with other characters. Unless they're really going to do a super deep dive into all the lore behind it, and maybe have some huge story sections with Link and Zelda together. I don't know. Either way, I'm really looking forward to it. What's your name, stranger? I'm Link. Link, huh? Well, Link. I'm Tabor, but you already knew that. I'm guessing the Elder asked you to come here and talk some sense into me, am I right? Well, not really. We're supposed to help you, not, you know, try to dissuade you from your plan. Just like the Elder to trust any fool wandering into town. Look, you seem like an alright guy, but let's make one thing clear. I'm not going anywhere. as a Rito warrior, I can't rest until my people are safe. There's only one way I'm going back to Rito village. And that is... once Divine Beast Varmedo falls from the sky. If I have to kill Medo, so be it. Only then will I return to the village. Okay. Well, let's do it then. Guy is serious. Well, far be it from me to talk you off the ledge. But it's as the Elder said, the only way to stop Divine Beast Varmedo... Why do they always refer to it with its whole name? Is to get inside it. Fat chance of that happening. There's no way we can set foot in Medo. Oh, there we go. So, not only are you wingless, you're brainless too. Let me fill you in. The only people able to enter the Divine Beasts are the 5 champions of old. And unfortunately for us and the rest of Hyrule, they all died 100 years ago. If it hadn't been for Ganon. Never mind. Let's focus on bringing down Medo, one step at a time. If we approach Medo recklessly, its cannons will blast us out of the sky before we even get close. So I'm going to need to test you before I take you with me. We Rito warriors use the updraft in this ravine to hone our aerial archery skills. The updrafts are so strong here that a person could just open up a cloth over their head and float up easily. Well, good thing we have one of those, huh? Now let's see what you're capable of. You'll have to maneuver through the air and destroy 5 of the targets set up in this valley in 3 minutes. Any pointers? Using a bow in mid-air is just like using a bow on the ground, but you'll probably want a bow suited for long-range engagement. Use your arrows to destroy 5 targets in 3 minutes. If you can't do that, you don't stand a chance against Medo. Should probably use the bow they're giving you here, right? Because it has the faster draw time. Complete stranger showed up of nowhere, want to help us with this impossible to solve problem. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Elder does recognize the Sheikah Slate, but I'm still... I wish there was some potential there to have some really funny interactions too, because it's still... Really imagine just somebody you thought was dead coming up to you, clearly holding the Sheikah Slate, which should be a pretty unique thing or piece of technology, right? So you kind of know or suspect that they have to be them, but it's still such a crazy thought after 100 years that they would just come back and, oh yeah, by the way, here I am. So yeah, I feel his reaction makes a lot more sense. Who are you? Get lost. Alright, let's do this. And go destroy 5 targets with your arrows. Let's see if it's still... Did it pause the timer for my elixir? Oh, it's just starting us out right away. Well, great. Oh yeah, it did pause the time. Let's see. I want this one. I think this wasn't super difficult, right? Nah, it really isn't. I just need to find... Oh. Wait, do we really just... Well, they're also giving you unlimited stamina for this, so... Guess it's fine. Oh, right, wasn't there... I think there's an additional challenge you can do here, right? That's why there were so many targets. I completely forgot about that. Because I remember this being quite challenging, but that must have been the second challenge you can do afterwards. Although, I guess it would only really be available once you deal with Medo, right? You're a skilled archer. It was as if time stopped with every arrow you let fly. Weird how that happens, right? Almost as if we had some time slowdown ability. I've got to tell you, Link. When you first showed up, I thought someone was pulling a prank on me. But after seeing you handle that bow, I can tell you're the real deal. You must have seen a battle or two. I've seen a few. Don't be modest. I can tell just looking at you. Oh, all of a sudden you can, huh? Link. I feel I've heard the name somewhere before. Well, if you really want to help me bring down Medo, it's now or never. I'll get you into position so you can give its cannons all you've got. Inside that treasure chest is a bow I've modified. Take it, and let me know when you're ready. Wait, Was this here all the time? Where did you... Oh. Falcon Bow. A highly refined Rito-made bow created by a master Rito craftsman. Rito warriors favor it for its superior rate of fire, which helps them excel even further at aerial combat. And of course, my inventory is full. Always great when somebody gives you like a super mighty crafted bow. I really, really hope that at least, since I think we do know they have the weapon break stuff again in the sequel, which I'm not against. I thought it was a pretty cool idea. I just hope that they're doing more with it. But please, for the love of God, give me the option, if I open a chest and my inventory is full, give me the option to swap out one of my items that I already hold, so that I don't have to do this and drop the item and then go open the chest again. Just this one quality of life change would be really, really awesome. Yeah, I don't... That's a good point. Did the Elder actually ever meet Link? I guess he would have still known about him, though. But, I mean, in theory, he would have, right? If he's been around for 100 years, he would have probably seen Link interact with the Rito champion back when they were actually setting up the Divine Beasts to deal with Ganon, right? He might not have talked to him, depending on who he was back then, because he probably wasn't the Elder at that point. But he might have seen him or heard about him. I don't know. While I'm here, the one thing that I don't remember is if you actually need anti-cold stuff while being up on the Divine Beast. I don't think so. But since I've used 2 of the elixirs, might as well do some more stuff, right? Let's just throw a bunch of these together. Spicy sauteed peppers. 10 minutes. Ooh, nice. Wait, that was 4. How much does 5 give me then? Was it really that there weren't that enough not trash weapons nearby? I don't know. I feel like, to me, that was the most... or that's when I had the most fun with the system, which is also why I like it so much. Replaying this game and kind of, you know, not exploring everything in the world that I see, but rather at least trying to go to the quest objectives directly means that you're always... you don't have the best or optimal stuff available constantly. And I want to say that makes the system way more interesting and way more like they intended it to be. At least for me, as somebody who the first time through this game pretty much explored everything there was, right? Went to every shrine I could see, and tried to pretty much almost 100%, even though I know I didn't, but at least trying to find everything there was to be found in any given area before proceeding to the next one. I ended up having way too many good weapons, like way too many constantly, right? Because you get like, what, 15, 18 slots or even more towards the end. And I was running around with so many good weapons that I always had trouble. Like, I was annoyed at the game giving me, like, constantly giving me new good weapons because I never knew which one to drop for the new one that I got. Well, for me, what was lacking was just the ability to do anything with it. Because after a certain point, after you get to that point of having too many weapons, it's really just this awkward system of deciding which ones you want to take and which ones you don't want to take with you, without having the ability to gain or to get the ones you were actually interested in back. So I really wish that at that point they had introduced some sort of system to either be able to combine different weapons with each other to make them even stronger or to make them more durable, or at least do something with it, right? Have some additional crafting system that came in. But it never really went anywhere. Sort of halfway through the game, it really just constantly throws really good weapons at you without you even having the ability to get rid of them. Especially since the enemy variety also isn't that great, so there isn't really any use for them unless you purposefully want to engage with enemies for no real reason. So it turns out to be a bit of an awkward system. I think it works the best by far when you're in a situation. That's why Eventide Island, is it called Eventide? Eventide? Something like that. The island where all the gear is taken away from you. That's why that works so well, is because, well, suddenly you do have to think about, okay, what am I using? What options do I even have? And I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what they're really doing with that in the sequel and what they come up with. And knowing personally is very different. I don't know, but maybe in terms of the Elder, maybe that's why he does trust Link kind of right away, because he didn't really know him personally, but just heard, oh yeah, he's really, really important. So as soon as he recognizes, oh, that's that guy, he just says, all right, I know you're good. Like, go do what you need to do. I don't think that I'm particularly good at the combat. I don't know. It's just... I think it's less so being good at the combat and more really the... I think the game... Well, it's one of those weird contradicting points where the world is so large and vast. I feel like they don't really want you to explore everything in one go. And that's sort of how the system is set up. And it gets a little bit unbalanced if suddenly somebody comes in and really wants to do everything there is before moving on. Because, like, it just throws resources at you at that point. I don't know. I think it's more so the length that you... or not really the length, but the amount of time you take to go through it. Versus if you're doing it more quickly, you're also just not getting that amount of stuff, potentially, because you're also maybe not engaged. It's more about the number of enemies you engage, not really how you engage them, I think. Well, the flurries are also... I mean, well, I've seen one or two videos that really go in depth as to how they work, and from a technical perspective, they're very, very flawed, unfortunately. Like, the way they're set up is not really how you would want to set up a proper counter system, right? If you, I don't know, if you're trying to compare it to, for example, how the parry system in Dark Souls works, or in Sekiro, I mean, that's a much tighter and better system, arguably, than the one in the Dark Souls series. But yeah, the flurry system in comparison is really, really flawed. And the game has trouble really properly recognizing hitboxes. And so even if you're good at triggering it, it's still kind of a flawed system in a lot of ways. But, well, the thing is, where you get most weapons from is just engaging with the normal enemies. I mean, just like now with the lizard, it's just, oh, here you go. It's a 45 strength weapon, dragon bone thingy. Even though I'm not even 20 hours into the game, I haven't even done the first Divine Beast, and I get a weapon that's 1.5 times as good as the Master Sword in its, like, non-strong state. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I really wish they would have made that not happen as quickly. Because the game then runs out, the best weapons sort of have, I think the best one is like 72 strength, maybe 80 that you get from a Lionel later on. Might be different, slightly different in Master Mode, but yeah. I don't know. There's in terms of balance, the game has some trouble deciding on what it wants to do. Okay, it's time to face Divine Beast Valmedo. Normal arrows won't put a dent in those cannons. You'll need to hit them with bomb arrows. These are a precious commodity, so don't expect me to do this again, but take these bomb arrows. Oh, well, thanks. Well, 20 will hopefully be more than enough. It'll be cold up there. Oh. You want to prepare a warm meal and bring some warm clothes. Is it going to be 2 times cold or 1 times cold, though? Do you know what that means? It'll be fine. I'm ready. Alright, but let me ask you something. Why are you doing this? Why risk your life to bring down Mado? Well, yeah, why are we doing this? Technically, to rescue Zelda, I guess. To defeat Ganon would probably be the more accurate description. Can we not say, like, all at once? Let's say Zelda. But that's the name of the princess Rivali served 100 years ago at Hyrule Castle. I don't know what she has to do with Divine Beast Valmedo, but whatever. Okay, and that is like a tiny thing that also doesn't work too well in the story. Aren't these guys seeing the huge, dangerous clouds and everything that are surrounding Hyrule Castle? Do they just expect that to never be a problem ever again? Or shouldn't they know that like, clearly something is still going on there? I don't know. As long as you're helping me bring down Mado, motivation is fine by me. Which is another point that I'm really excited to see in Tears of the Kingdom. What is that castle gonna look like? Is it just gonna be a normal place to explore? Is there gonna be... I mean, clearly Ganon sort of returns again, but how's it gonna look like in terms of the actual world and in terms of exploration? Are they really gonna allow you to go to the castle right away again? Or is there something else going on? It's gonna be really, really interesting to see. Right. Get on. There we go. Okay, so hopefully my elixir is gonna be at least enough to get through the sort of mini game here at the start. I think we need... Do we need to take down the cannons? Something like that, right? Alright. It's showtime. Man, even I feel like I'm going to freeze up here. Ah, right, he had that, it has its barrier up again. What a pain. What's wrong, Link? Too scared to talk? Let's go over the plan. You see those cannons? I'll draw their fire. While I'm doing that, use your bomb arrows to destroy the cannons. Got it so far? If you need to withdraw for a bit, just spread your cloth and float straight up in the updraft for a while. I'll take that as a sign that we need to regroup. Don't bother aiming for anything covered by Mado's barrier. It's impenetrable. And whatever you do, don't get close enough to touch it. And finally, I know I've said this a few times already, but don't forget your cold protection. Let's do this. You can move whenever you're ready. Let's go. Alright. Now go blow up those cannons.
It's up to you. We're in hot.
Oh, right. I also forgot that they actually shoot at you. Okay, I need to hit all of them twice.
That's it.
I really, really love that though. The whole, you know, the laser beams always just narrowly missing you. Whenever you're doing this on a paraglider.
Out of the way.
Okay. That should be close enough. Might as well just do it twice.
That's the way.
Okay. It just takes a while to actually get to the other ones, huh? Honestly, I remember this being a little bit more difficult the first time I did it. maybe I just wasn't as comfortable with the whole aerial combat thing. Okay.
One more.
And another wish, although I don't know how realistic that is just bring in more voice acting, period.
Watch out.
Because it's pretty cool, like him just, you know, even having those voice lines. Whoa. Okay, there we go. That should be it.
We did it.
There we go. Nice. I didn't remember the cannons being connected to its barrier. That's not a very clever system, right? Because wouldn't any attacker pretty much go for the cannons first?
That thing is history.
Okay, there we go.
I think I need to get back to the flight range. I just hope that I can make it back. You head down to Meadow. Good luck. It's all you.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of actual voice lines and text lines, I never understood that either. That is probably the thing that's bothering me the most about Eastern RPGs, and I don't understand why that's a thing. I don't understand why that's so weird and different, right? Especially since it's such an incredibly stark contrast between, you know, those games where they have sometimes only a few voice lines, like in Breath of the Wild, and then a bunch of text. And then you have games like Skyrim or, well, a lot of other
I've seen that face before.
Western RPGs that just have what feels like thousands and thousands of voiced lines. Sometimes to the point where you feel like they could have been reduced a little bit, or where the writing should have been a bit more concise and not as long and sort of windy as they sometimes, you know, where they constantly go on and on about the same topic.
I had a feeling you would show up eventually, but making me wait 100 years is a bit indulgent.
Okay, so you were aware that it's been 100 years and you're kind of trapped here in spirit form inside this monster?
You're
Sounds
here
pretty
to wrest control of Meadow
terrible.
away from Ganon, correct?
I am.
If so, then the first thing you'll want to do is find yourself a map.
Right, shouldn't be too difficult to do.
That guidance stone has the information for the layout of this divine beast. Can you make it there?
Will do. Okay, how cold is it here? Very cold. So I do need the double cold protection. Ew. That might be... well, it should be fine. I mean, this is a pretty long duration, all things considered. It might have something to do with file space, but even then, it's still... I don't know. I mean, being a big fan of Final Fantasy XIV, that game also has some scenes where it's really unclear as to why they're not voiced. Like, there's some really, really awkward stuff sometimes where sometimes scenes are voiced that could have just been sort of a dialogue box, and then other stuff is not voiced that seems incredibly important, and it's quite unclear why. I mean, that's an MMO, right? They don't have to care about file size, or, well, they don't really need to, either way. It's an odd decision. It might be a bit different, obviously, for the Switch or games on the Switch or other more mobile-oriented RPGs. But yeah, it's the same problem with I guess, quote-unquote, normal ones too. So it's a bit of a weird one. I would understand not voicing, you know, your very standard, like, lines when you're entering a shop or something, right? And the shopkeeper says the same welcoming line every single time. I honestly actually prefer those not being voiced instead of hearing the same line over and over and over again. But yeah, in terms of other stuff, it's a very, very odd decision that I never quite understood. The mental fortitude. Well, maybe they needed to have that. I guess they were already sort of mentally connected to the beasts anyways, right? So they sort of needed to have that either way. And well, then again, we also don't really know how Ganon's corruption works, I guess, on a technical level. Maybe they were sort of frozen in time to a degree as well. But just aware of how long it was, maybe? Would that even work? Yeah, I mean, obviously it saves a lot of money if you don't have to voice everything. But it's so weird, right? Because like Western RPGs then on the other hand feels like they sometimes may even spend a bit too much money on that without any real, like, instead of making the you know, the writing good first and then voicing it, they kind of just write down a lot of stuff where it would go, okay, you know, maybe this should be edited a bit more before it actually goes to the voice actors. I don't know, it's bit of weird stuff from time to time. Wait, was that bit? Didn't he just show me where the map was? Oh, it's just back there. Okay, never mind. Hello. Ooh. That wasn't exactly a lot of damage. Ah, you can hear the cool slime mass doing its thing again. Do I want to pick this up? Oh man, I still wish the accent stuff would have a different inventory to the normal weapon one. I mean, the spear's not exactly good, right? If it's worse than this one... Yeah, it's not a good idea to have voice lines that are crap. I do agree with... Maybe that's also... I mean, partially it might be a little bit of a good thing because, well, Eastern RPGs also tend to over-explain stuff a lot, so sometimes it gets a bit tedious, you know, if they're explaining the same thing for the third time and it's voiced, but you know, at least I'm personally, I don't like skipping voiced lines. It always just kind of feels bad because I do want to also experience how the actor sort of interprets the character. But yeah, it can get a bit tedious in certain tutorial sections. Yeah, Bethesda is... I don't know what they're doing. Although it's not only Bethesda, it's that thing with hiring... I feel like it's gone away slightly now. Maybe it's because video games in general have become a bit more sophisticated. Although I don't know if I would really agree with that word. But, well, at least now we have, you know, a bunch of people, especially voice actors, that are really well known in video games and that also are just really good actors. And so maybe they don't feel the need as much to go for these, you know, high level, I don't know, Hollywood actors anymore. Because, you know, if you're saying that you have, I don't know, Troy Baker or Matt Mercer voicing somebody in your video game, that's, I want to say for most sort of fans of video games, even more of an important thing than having, I don't know, Patrick Stewart. But it's been an odd thing for a while. I want to say that Bungie, for example, in Destiny did that as well, where they had some really, really like big actors voice certain characters, and then after a certain point they sort of, or at least it looked like, because okay, so Destiny's story has been a clusterfuck from the very beginning, right? They had no idea what they wanted that story to be, or where they wanted it to go. Like, they had absolutely no clue what they were writing there. But for some reason still decided, oh, hey, let's just pay millions of dollars to some really, well-known Hollywood actors. That's a good idea, right? And then it really feels like at a certain point they recognized, oh, wait, well, that's a bunch of money that we could just save if we kill off that character. So, and then they even, went back in and completely re-recorded all the lines that Peter Dinklage said. Because, well, that would have probably been way too expensive to keep him around as a, I don't know, it's a very weird thing. And Bethesda has done that as well. And it feels especially odd if you have a character with such a recognizable voice too, and then it's just, oh, he's here for a bit, and oh, now we're back to our normal, I don't know where we got them from, voice actors, and we only have 10 anyways, and so within the same town, you might even meet 2 people that have the exact same voice actor, and it's not weird at all. I don't know. It's like they never really... Maybe the marketing team came in and said, hey guys, we need, how do we promote this game? I know, let's just buy a really, really expensive voice actor and just print that in big letters on the box or something. We got Patrick Stewart. Well, what are we doing about the other voice lines? I don't care. Just get anyone. It's weird. I don't know. It really feels like when they're making those decisions that they're thinking for 5 seconds and then not any further.
The terminals that will activate Leno are marked by those glowing points.
And see, why is this voiced? Why is this voiced, but my earlier interaction with the Elder wasn't? Maybe they already had this voice actor around, and so they might as well insert some other lines, but...
You'll need to activate all of the terminals to take back control.
Well, yeah, thanks for the tutorial.
You're up to it?
Of course I am. I do remember being somewhat disappointed when, on my first playthrough, I went into one of these Divine Beasts, and it was kind of over before it even really begun. Ooh, can I target you? No, not like this. Maybe from here? Do I want to jump down right away? So I can tilt it now, right? Might as well grab that chest first. Oh wait, never mind. It's behind the slime, right? There we go. Yeah, it's so odd with the writing, but then again, a lot of Hollywood movies do that too, where I feel like they're putting millions and millions into that. And I want to say, theoretically, wouldn't they have the time? I mean, if Marvel knows their timeline, 10 years in advance of the movies they want to release, I feel like writing a script and then having a bunch of editors and other people look over it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Like, I would invest way more money into making sure that the script was actually airtight before even starting to do any production on any movie. But it always feels like they're kind of just starting production and then going, oh, well, I guess the script doesn't really work out. Let's completely rewrite it while we're shooting the movie, and it just turns out to be, to suck. It's an odd way of doing things, but alright. I mean, I guess they're making their money in the end, so they probably just don't really care about it. With video games, at least video games have somewhat of a good excuse, right, with the writing, because video game development can be really, really messy. And even if you have, like, even if you go in and say, okay, I'm writing a script and it's a really good one, and, you know, you go over with your editors and you think, oh, this is an awesome story, let's do it. And then you develop actual gameplay and actual levels for that story, and you suddenly realize, well, this isn't fun, this sucks. And so, you know, in a video game, there isn't any point to having a really good story if the gameplay is crap, right? And, well, it's really difficult. I thought it was super interesting. It might have been the making of video in Uncharted 3 or something, and you can see that in Uncharted 3 as well, where it really feels like they wanted to have a way more intricate story, but just weren't really able to pull it off. And you know, to a large degree, it was just because they need to do stuff at the same time. So they need to develop levels, right? They need to develop a bunch of stuff without even really knowing if they can properly utilize it for gameplay sections, right? And then the other way around, they might already have some levels that are done and ready to, and are really, really fun, might have some really cool idea, but obviously it also needs to fit into the story, right? And navigating that and actually being able to write that in a way where it makes sense in game development, that's really difficult. Whereas movies, I don't think really have that excuse at all, right? Because you can literally write a movie script and have it completely ready to go with everything sort of in your head already planned out before even starting production. Then, of course, you still need to adapt, right? If you realize, oh, hey, while you're shooting it, this scene works better this way or that way, or maybe the actor comes in, has a really cool sort of improvised line that you can incorporate into the movie, of course, right? Go for it. But if the plan really isn't there, if you don't even really know where your story is going, then maybe you shouldn't start, you know, doing it. Technically, totally not this world's Tony Stark. Yeah. There's a bunch of really, really weird stuff. But then again, it's also... It's always easier to talk about it after the fact, right? And see what went wrong. It just really, really sucks when it's like a movie or a game that you were really looking forward to, and it turns out that it just... I don't know. That they didn't really focus on what truly mattered, I guess. Okay, might as well go up there first. How did this work again? So I want it to tilt. So I'm looking that way. Right, there we go. This whole manipulating their orientation bit is really awesome, by the way. And I just wish they would have done so much more with it. I don't know. These could have really been your proper Zelda dungeons. Hey, nature. I think that's the second one. So I need one more and I can upgrade my stasis. I don't even know if it matters where I go first. Oh, don't they also spew out, like, enemies? Oh yeah, they do. I also saw people discussing that maybe they had to, or at least tried to keep them shorter, mostly because of the whole weapon duration system, and because it would have been difficult to well, to have the player move through here without any means to get weapons back, but then again, that doesn't really count, right? Because they could have just added enemies in here that drop weapons. I feel like there would have been ways around that, where they still could have made them really, really big and intricate dungeons without necessarily having to make them smaller. Wait, that doesn't open up this one though, right? Or doesn't? Oh yeah, it does. I don't think that's enough to get up there though, right? I probably have to tilt it the other way again. Yeah. Should hopefully work. Oh, it might have already been enough to just tilt it, you know, normally. But this will definitely work. There we go. First one done.
There are 4 terminals remaining. Still a ways to go.
Oh, wait, it was 5. Right. Wait, does a bomb work for that? Oh, there's, I saw it. I need to tilt it back the other way, right? Because if the bomb gets blown over there, I can... lower up that door frame? And there we go. That's the thing that I need. And now we probably want to tilt it the other way again. Does the door, the ball automatically roll this way though? Or do I have to... Can I even from here? Oh, well now I can. These are really awesome puzzles too, aren't they? I don't know, I like the whole idea of this place like, tilting like that. Okay, and now we just go the other way. Ooh, don't move. Might as well just keep it here. There we go. It's such an incredible concept. Then again, maybe it's also a little bit of a problem that they decided to go with the exact same concept for all 4 divine beasts. So the whole... look, okay, so the movement's always different, right? There are 3
terminals remaining. Keep going.
Which, that keeps it fresh at least a certain amount, but it's definitely also not perfect. Okay, I think this side is pretty much done. There is one that's down there, but I'm pretty sure that I cannot access it from here, right? I think I have to go back... Oh, seriously? Okay, let's just tilt it back to the middle. Yeah, but in Salamander, they are... I feel like they're definitely too similar. So... Well, I mean, ideally, they would have needed... Well, they should have just been, you know, way bigger in terms of their design, like make them actual Zelda dungeons. But at the same time, I feel like yeah, let's go with this one. Oh, can I not? Am I missing something here? Shouldn't there be a moving platform here somewhere? Oh, no, never mind. I can just fly over, right? If I tilt it correctly? Yeah. I'm looking that way. So we need to go this way. It does feel pretty incredible, you know, seeing the open world below you while you're moving through this as well. There's a lot of really, really good stuff about these things.
Terminals remaining. You're almost there.
As with everything that is slightly, well, not as good as it could have been, it just needed more, I think. More clever concepts, maybe even like a second, right? Sort of a second part to it. Instead of it just being movement, maybe they could have had an additional component that would have been unique to every one of the divine beasts, right? So maybe here it would have been something with the cold, or with the height of the bird. I don't know. Or and then you could have... Well, I guess the elephant has like a slight water component to it, right? But I feel like that's not really utilized that well either. So... Ah, right. This one had the funny little gondola. And then also, you just don't get that many options, right? I mean, it's tilted left or right, and that's it. Bump. Okay, can I already hit that, or do I need to be closer for that? No, should be fine. Yeah. And the other way. Yeah, I think that was actually during an episode of Boundary Break or something on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that they showed off that there is like a fake low-res version of the outside world when you're in a Divine Beast. But I think it's still pretty impressive how they pulled it off, right? I mean, if you don't know, it really doesn't look like that at all. I guess you would know if you tried to just fly off, right? Because at some point it's just gonna... I don't even know what the game does if you do that.
Just one terminal remaining.
Yeah, it's also with the camel having the thunder stuff going on. They already had a bunch of really cool and interesting concepts in place there. But then they only really used it for... Where did you come from? Oh, up there. There we go. So they already had all of those elements in place, but unfortunately they only really used it for getting into the things, right? So, like here, the whole flying part or being in the air is mostly for... Where the hell... Oh, there he is. It's mostly for, well, getting into it, right? And that's kind of the same for all the other ones. Wasn't there, like, with the water elephant, you were surfing around it at first, and then with the camel, you have to avoid the thunder that's going on, trying to enter it. And I wish they would have continued those concepts inside of the dungeons and actually made them a big part of the experience themselves. Especially considering that, for example, some of the shrine dungeons also utilize that electrical concept, right? Where you have to like move metal objects on top of these electrical wires, essentially, to solve the puzzle. Imagine if that would have been a really, really big part of the puzzles inside of the camel, for example, right? And then you could have had other, like, water base, especially since you get the ice pillars, right? You could have done a bunch of that stuff inside of the, almost as a reimagining of the old Ocarina of Time water temple, right? Which was also pretty crazy, that you had to go back and forth between Child Link and Adult Link to solve different puzzles and how they combined. I mean, really thinking back on that and thinking about how, I mean, honestly, there were 5 temples for Adult Link, right? Or once you got him to be an adult, and those were kind of pretty extensive in terms of length and just amount of rooms and different things there was. So they'd done that here and then utilized the runes in really, really cool ways. And because that's sort of what's missing here, right? It's you do the getting into that stuff, interacting with the element first, and then that's completely gone or done with, dealt with, and then you're in here dealing with the whole movement part instead of combining those two into some really cool and extensive dungeon. So it feels like they really already had all the stuff in place and just, for whatever reason, didn't really use it. And I don't think it was because they didn't have time to do it. I think it's more so that for some reason they thought that it was, that it didn't really fit what they were going for. Obviously, we don't really know, right? I wonder if there are interviews that might have talked about that a bit more in depth. But it is certainly an odd decision. At least from sort of our perspective now, I guess. Yeah. The shrines introduce a couple of really, really cool concepts, but same thing, they don't really take it anywhere, right? They introduce those concepts, but then they never really come up again. Like, they come up again in other shrines, but never going anywhere. It's still sort of the same basic idea, right? And these big divine beasts could have been a way. But I feel like that's where they ran into an issue design-wise. It's that they probably wanted to keep the game as open as possible, make it so that you can do any shrine or any divine beast at any given point. Whereas I feel like it might have been actually smarter to maybe force the player to do at least a couple of specific shrines in any given area, for example, to be able to even access the divine beast, because that way you could have introduced those basic concepts and ideas. So the shrines could have been sort of small tutorials, right, for bigger stuff that would have come up inside of the divine beasts afterwards. But by allowing the player to do anything at any given point, they maybe felt like they had to water down the individual things just so that, in theory, if you came here first and never did anything else in the entire game, you could still solve it easily enough. I don't know. It's a bit odd as a decision. Right. Oh, that's already the last one. Huh. Let's see. So this opens up the wind again, right? And then it probably opens up the gates. So we just move it back, and the hammer will hit the thing. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. I need to. You need to stay. Because otherwise it would have turned off, right? Or it would have put down the gate again. There we go. I wonder if you could stand exactly below this when it comes down. Does that work? Can you be crushed by these? Or does the game not really account for that. Would it just slightly nudge you to the side?
That was the last terminal. Now you just need to start the main control unit.
Nice.
I want you to take a good look at your map. There should be a new glowing point on there. Well, flap to it.
Oh, I didn't remember that it also changed up the music. That's actually pretty awesome. Okay, can we close you again? Is this enough to fly to the chest, or...? Oh yeah. Easy. Another bow. Why a bow? Another weapon would have been great. Oh, I got 2 of these. Well, might as well drop this one then. And the issue is that it even extends to the bosses in these places, right? The bosses are designed in a way, or at least they feel like they're designed in a way where you can do them at any time too, but that pretty much means that they can never really be too strong, right? So it ends up being this awkward thing where the first one you do probably is by far the toughest you're ever gonna see, or you're ever gonna deal with, which is unfortunate, right? Because it's kind of backwards of how you typically want a game to be when it comes to difficulty, right? Actually, you want the game to get harder as it progresses and challenge the player more and more, but with this, it's sort of the opposite way around. So, oh, wait. Did I already open this? I think there's another eye back here, right? Yeah. And then these boxes too, I don't know. They're not really rewarding enough. So this is an optional one. Let's see what's in there, actually. Yeah. Okay, so you get a bunch of rubies. Cool. That's maybe what's missing, right? Imagine if collecting all the optional chests would have given you some sort of really, really rare material that would allow you to make one weapon permanent. Or something like that, right? And you only get 4 in the entire game. I don't know. Certainly not a perfect solution, but at least something that makes it more interesting. Okay. I don't actually remember. Does it trigger the boss fight immediately, or was there something else that was happening first? Oh yeah, this is the interesting part though that I'm looking forward to with Tears of the Kingdom is... Are they going to tell us how these furnace things work and where they draw their power from? In general, are they going to explain where the beasts got their power from? And what even happened to the beasts, right? Technically, they should still be around. Like, how are they going to do that? Do we even know? Or I guess I don't know when Tears of the Kingdom takes place. So is it like 3 years afterwards? Is it directly after Breath of the Wild? That's going to be really exciting to see. Windblight Ganon.
Good luck. That thing is one of Ganon's own, and it plays dirty. It defeated me 100 years ago, but only because I was winging it. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but you must avenge me, Link.
Okay. Unfortunately, my armor is Ooh, okay. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. So I can hit its eye, I guess. Wait, does that just follow me? Oh. Wait, does he turn into that? Nah. No? Oh, he does go away, though. Easy enough. Does he have... I don't remember if these things had, like, 2 phases or something. So far, it's not exactly difficult to deal with. I wonder if it would even be worth it running up to it to try to hit it with melee weapons. Sucks that I can only hit it twice, though. Before it disappears again. Pretty sure you were able to fly up to him as well. Ah, there we go. Phase 2! Yeah, it shouldn't be long after Breath of the Wild, right? But that's even more interesting then, because... well, I mean, that should, in theory, mean that most of the stuff kind of is still the same as it was here, right? So I wonder how much things could have even changed. Oh. Well, that was a bunch of... I ran out of stamina there. I forgot how much stamina your time slowdown movement actually takes. Wait, what are these things doing? So far, they haven't really done much. Oh, I can deal with it. Okay. Nice. It is pretty cool, though, that the fight definitely sort of takes the whole idea of using your bow for a bunch of stuff. And utilizes it a lot. Should I just go with an... Oh no, that's a defense boost. I thought I... Oh, there we go. I have an attack boost. Eh. Why are you so high up, buddy? Create Morgan. It's a bit weird though. Okay, there we go. Because the entire time his weird little orbs there didn't do much, right? They're always just seemingly following him. So he's really gonna be it? I thought it was tougher doing... Oh, well, I did another one first last time I was playing the game. I did the Zora one first. Oop. I think he's getting angry. Oh boy. Got stuck on the ground there for a second. That could have ended badly. There we go. That really wasn't too tough. I think I had a bunch more trouble with the first, like with the elephant water-based thing. When I went through the Divine Beast for the first time. I don't even remember when I did the bird. If that was the... Yeah, no idea. Definitely wasn't the first one last time. That, yeah, it really does feel a bit more like... If I were to compare this fight to other Zelda fights, right? It really feels a bit more like the sort of starting dungeon end boss fights. Maybe not the first one, but like the... I don't know. One of the middle ones, maybe. But that really is the problem, because I do remember that... Well, I didn't remember, by the way, that they also give you heart containers. Although it makes sense. Well, that's pretty cool, though. 5 hearts. It's fine. Nice, nice. But yeah, I mean, it's... in terms of difficulty, it definitely... It's okay. Like, it's actually fairly good for a first Zelda boss, I would say. But the problem is, at this point, you've already... It's not like what Zelda usually does, where they get you into the first dungeon pretty quickly, actually. So you're fighting your first boss fairly early on. But at this point in the game, I mean, I've already dealt with the Lionel. I've already dealt with the Guardian when I went to the tower that's surrounded by them, right? I didn't deal with all of them, but it feels like I already had to deal with much tougher enemies, simply because the game world is so large and it's just fairly, you know, it's just fairly likely that you would have already encountered a very, very strong enemy before this, right? And so putting a dungeon boss like this in here just feels a bit backwards. It really is a tough call when you're trying to design a world that's as open as this. And then you probably don't really want to do too much dynamic scaling either, because that can screw players over too, right? I mean, we talked about Bethesda earlier. They've pretty much shown how difficult and unbalanced dynamic difficulties can be. Although I still think personally that there's definitely a way to do it right. It's just that Bethesda is either too lazy or too incompetent to pull it off. I don't know. Yeah. Because then they could have potentially just given them more health. But then again, that sort of artificially extends the fight too. What this thing needed more than anything is maybe more attacks or movement things that would prevent you from just shooting arrows at it, right? Because that made the fight definitely fairly easy. We'll not be able to re-enter the interior of this fight. Oh yeah, that was a thing, right? I don't know. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure that I got all the chests. There might have been one that I didn't find, but it's fine. Really don't need to run through the entire thing again. Yeah, that's the problem, right? You kind of need some dynamic scaling. And, well, if you already... If you compare maybe Oblivion to Skyrim, they tried to address some issues in Skyrim, but it still didn't really work out that well. Hello, Ravali.
Well done. I suppose I should thank you now that my spirit is free. This returns Meadow back to its rightful owner.
Sounds good.
Don't preen yourself just for doing your job.
Hey, he was tough, okay?
I suppose you've proven your value as a warrior worthy of my unique ability, the sacred skill that I have dubbed Ravali's Gale.
Well, that's why I did this one first this time around, because that's probably the coolest of the 4 skills. At least it just makes the rest of the game, it's like it adds a huge quality of life thing to it, right? Being able to constantly just fly up whenever you want to.
Start making preparations for Meadow's strike on Ganon. But only if you think you'll still need my help while you're fighting inside Hyrule Castle. Feel free to thank me now.
Thank you, Ravali.
Or, never mind, just go. Your job is far from finished, you know. The princess has been waiting an awful long time.
One thing that I do love a lot, though, is the divine beasts shooting their like energy beam at the castle. Not only does that look incredibly awesome, but it's also just so cool. Like from an idea perspective, it's awesome that it sort of physically changes the world in a way that can be pretty much seen all over the place, right? Because now the bird's not in the sky anymore. Instead, it's sitting on the ground. It shoots the laser beam. It's really well done. More games need to do that, especially open world games. They just need to physically alter the world more based on your progress. I know that it's really difficult to do, right? And Breath of the Wild by no means does it perfectly. I think there could still be way more dynamic elements that are going on in the background that would make the world feel a lot more lived in and alive. But this is still, it's just awesome. Although it has that one downside, again, of weirdly enough making the last boss fight a lot easier, which is kind of counterproductive. But, yeah.
You'll have a precise speed on Ganon from this vantage point. And when the time is right, give him everything you've got.
Now we wait for that perfect moment.
Meadow, we've been artfully patient for the last 100 years. I doubt you'll suffer a feather over a few more moments. After all these years, I simply must admit the truth. Even without the power of flight, Link made his way to this divine beast and accomplished something that even I could not. Guess I was wrong about how lucky he would be. I hope that luck holds out, Link, for everyone's sake.
It's skill, not luck, alright? Pretty awesome, though. Love that. I just thought about, though, imagine the people in the village, right? Seeing this insane bird thing constantly fly over, and then suddenly, I mean, most of them probably didn't even realize that Link was doing anything against it, right? I mean, maybe the Elder did, but imagine everybody else seeing that thing suddenly just fly down and literally sit on top of their village. Oh, well. Hopefully now it's safe, though. Right. You defeated Windbite Ganon, which had infested the insides of Divine Beast Var Meadow. The Divine Beast has been enshrined at the highest point of Rito Village, and moreover, it looks like Teba was able to safely return to Rito Village. Go report to Canelli. Yes, definitely gonna do that. He calls it Rivali's Tornado in Japanese. Yeah, he does seem really, really full of himself, doesn't he? Dynamic changes. The thing is, so, you know, coming back to that Oblivion Skyrim thing, I thought that it was pretty interesting. Bethesda did try to address it to a certain degree, right? Because one of the, well, big problems and the thing that a lot of people didn't like about Oblivion was that, well, they had the dynamic scaling in place, but without any real idea or thought behind it, right? It just increased the levels of enemies, which meant that you could theoretically run into a rat that was level, I don't know, 25, right? And insanely strong, which was just dumb. And then there was also another issue that the whole level up system in and of itself was, well, it's based on, in the Elder Scrolls games, it's always based on what you use, right? But if you mostly used sort of defensive or peaceful skills, like talking to people, right, jumping around, you'd still level up without actually increasing your combat strength, which meant that you could run into situations where people were just getting one-shot by rats because they had leveled based on sort of more pacifist skills. And the rats still leveled with them. So it was really, really, yeah, they didn't really think it through at all. And then they tried to address it in Skyrim in that they had enemies. So most enemies, aside from the sort of strongest ones, had fixed levels, but they would dynamically adjust which enemies appeared based on your level, right? So there were certain enemies that would only appear if you were in a certain level of range, which did work to a degree up until the point where you'd over-level those enemies, and then suddenly you could run into, let's say, 2 thieves or something, and sure, they had a different name, but one of them would pretty much drop dead with 1 strike because you over-leveled them so much, and the other one was insanely strong in comparison, right? Which is not very immersive at all. So it didn't really solve the problem. Yeah, doing dynamic scaling is difficult. I would say that, at least in terms of Breath of the Wild, what I would have liked to see maybe is that add on like gameplay difficulty. So instead of making them more difficult through some weird level scaling or giving them more health or any of that stuff, make them more difficult by giving them more options, right? More power to deal with you. So in this particular case, I did this first. So maybe if you, let's say, do it last, it would add on like 3 really powerful skills onto the enemy that you'd have to deal with. But obviously that's also, well, it's not exactly difficult to do, but it also takes time. You need to test that, and it doesn't entirely solve the problem, but it requires a bunch more investment into designing the enemies. And then, 3/4 of the players might not even see at least one of the skills, right? Because they're doing it first or second or third. So it's also a difficult decision in terms of, do you really want to adjust budget to that? It is honestly a really, really big problem, which is why I'm always on the fence about open world games these days. It's the core idea is pretty cool, and being able to walk freely through the world, especially if it's as well designed as the one in Breath of the Wild, is awesome. But it comes with a whole lot of issues, and yeah, it might create some really big problems for how fun the game actually is at the end, right? And what's an entirely, like, what's a huge open world without fun gameplay in it, right? Thankfully, Breath of the Wild has a bunch of other options where it doesn't necessarily need to be super challenging to still be fun. So in that regard, I think it does succeed a lot more than maybe, the Elder Scrolls combat is, not really that great. Yeah, instead of bigger number, go with better AI, but that's equally difficult to pull off, right? And then, well, it still has the issue of, what do you base it on, right? In Breath of the Wild, sure, you could base the individual boss fights of the Divine Beasts on how many beasts you've done before that. But that wouldn't really account for other things that you do within the open world. So as I mentioned earlier, with me having engaged a Lionel and a Guardian, do you track that, right? Do you... Because that can get almost infinitely complex at a certain point, right? Do you track like every individual kill the player has made to sort of come up with some insanely complicated formula for how difficult a boss needs to be? I feel like that would be almost impossible to balance or test. If you only base it on the 4 Divine Beasts, it might come off as... Well, then you have to ask yourself the question is it really worth it to apply that budget to it? Because if the player has run around and killed 5 Lionels, even any adjustments that you're doing based on the Divine Beasts is probably not really going to challenge the player as much, right? And then it also still needs to make sense. If the boss fights are suddenly insanely difficult, what do you do then, right? And also, and I think they've also potentially developed themselves in a bit of a corner here with Ganondorf at the very end, because so the 4 divine beasts are supposed to help you. They're supposed to make the last fight easier because, well, that's why you go through the trouble of dealing with all of them. But at the same time, it simply means that the last fight is easier and maybe less rewarding. But at the same time, you do want to reward the player for doing the divine beasts. So it's a tough call. Maybe you'd even need to come up with other completely separate. So maybe it's not only combat challenge that would be adjusted, but also other things. But yeah, it gets more and more complex the more you try to add to it, or the more perfect you try to make it. So maybe at that point it would actually be a better choice to move away from the open world again and force you into a more structured... Well, not remove the open world, but maybe make the quests more structured, right? Where you don't allow the player to do it completely freely. So you can explore the world freely, but the main quest still has a very structured, or needs to have a very structured approach. I don't know. To think the beast has taken up roost at the top of the village, it looks simply divine. If the legends are true, the light from the divine beasts will ravage the calamity. For now, divine beast Varmedo will become the protector of this village and live on in legend, alongside you. Well, it kind of sucks that we got rid of its cannons then, right? They probably could have used those. Oh, yes, of course. I must reward you properly. Feel free to take what you find in that treasure chest. You will get more use out of it than I. What you did was miraculous, though I should expect nothing less of one from the bloodline of a champion. Why? You're almost the equal of the very Highland champion who fought with Master Rivali 100 years ago. Yeah, I wonder why that is. All you lack is the sword that seals the darkness. If you had the sword that seals the darkness in your possession, you would be the spitting image. It's pretty cool that, I mean, this adjusts dynamically, right? Based on whether or not you already got the sword. And as always, I probably don't have inventory space to pick up what he's trying to give me. Do I really want to keep carrying this around? Do I still need the torch? But then again, I'm already not using all of my weapons. You know what, let's throw the... Well, first of all, let's look at it. But I'm pretty sure it's a normal weapon. No, wait, they give you a bow. I forgot about that. Great Eagle Bow, 28 times 3. That's pretty insane damage. A bow without equal, wielded by the Rito champion Rivali. It said Rivali could loose arrows with the speed of a gale, making him supreme in aerial combat. Your inventory is full. Well, thanks, I guess. I really should have gotten one more bow slot, huh? I mean, this has pretty low durability, I think, compared to the other ones. The Lionel bow... I do want to keep this. I mean, technically, it's not even that strong, right? It's 30 in theory, but that's only if all 3 arrows hit. Do they also... I'm pretty sure they also just use up all those arrows, right? Whenever you shoot with them. It's kind of dumb to leave a Lionel bow behind, but, well... There we go. That being said, I used up a lot of arrows. And I think I should be able to buy a bunch more. Hey, buddy. So you've got the Great Eagle Bow from the Elder. That thing is way too heavy to use in aerial fighting. I'd end up sacrificing all of my speed just to take a shot. Now, if I had both the strength and speed of Master Rivali, that would be a different story. Seeing the way you handled your bow against Mado, I suggest we let you borrow the Great Eagle Bow. Yeah, I'm gonna use it 10 times and then it's destroyed. Sorry about that. Take it with you in your adventure, along with the respect of the Rito. Well then. My wounds are just about healed, so when Chulin wakes up, I think I'll take him to the flight range. I'm hoping Chulin grows up to be a distinguished warrior like Master Rivali. Yeah, now we can technically do the challenge, right? Although I don't remember what that gives you. As much as I would like to stick around with you guys, I need to move on to the next Divine Beast. Where the hell is the general goods store? Is it all the way down here? Do they even sell arrows? Okay, this is the clothes shop. Yeah, this is insanely expensive. I mean, I could have saved up for it. I also could have just sold a bunch of stuff. Probably would have worked too. Yeah, do they sell? So this is just food. We have clothes. Do they also sell normal stuff? Oh. What was that sound? Why is it making that sound sometimes? I didn't realize there were normal travelers here too. Flood this world with water and make it Wind Waker 2. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're doing that at some point. I almost wish they would keep iterating on that. I don't know how... Like, if people would be down for that. Making a third game based on this world. Guess it heavily depends what they're doing with Tears of the Kingdom, right? But... yeah, as I said earlier, I almost think that even 2 games don't really do justice to this insane world they created here. So maybe it would be a cool idea to, like, actually do that, right? Just change up the world a little bit and do another Wind Waker type game. Although then again, Wind Waker was heavily based on sort of the technical restrictions back then. So in order to be impressive today, it would definitely be very different. Yeah, expand the stamina wheel. I'm not entirely sure when I want to go for the Master Sword, right? So I have, what, 4 stamina upgrades now. If I do go back to the Temple of Time, I could adjust that to 9 hearts. And I need... wait, do I need 13 or do I need more than 13 for the Master Sword? Well, might as well just do it whenever I can, right? Okay. Well, that's that dealt with. Oh, how do you... is it just hold the... oh, yeah, there we go. Oop. Of course, I'm just flying into the ceiling. That's pretty awesome. The only thing that sucks about it is that you pretty much need to use it 3 times for it to enter its recharge period, right? So, that's the one thing I never liked about it. Is I really wish that it had like 3 separate timers for all 3 charges, but I do understand that they did it this way. The armors really do feel like, oh hey, we needed some place for the player to spend their money on, so all the armors are just insanely expensive. That's fine though. I mean, I do think the economy is, well, not perfect, but it's not bad either. Could have been way worse. Looking at Bethesda games. Yeah, that's another thing. That is... with all the mechanics and the Sheikah Slate, with everything, really. But you notice that in other games too, right? Whenever they're doing... Because sometimes that really sucks. Whether it be, you know, the new God of Wars, Horizon, other open world games. Whenever you have, like, sequels that so directly are based on their predecessor, it's very, very difficult to... Because they still need to design the game in a way where, well, both people that are completely new to it can pick it up, although it sometimes does feel... Well, it's one of those things that unfortunately just comes with it also having to make money, right? Because if you limit a game's audience really purely to the people who have already played the first one, but then again, it works with movies too, right? I mean, I wonder how many people watched The Empire Strikes Back in cinemas that did not watch the first Star Wars movie. Although, arguably, committing to a 2-hour movie is not that much to ask. Committing to a 100-hour plus playthrough of a huge RPG world, it's a bit more difficult, right? Well, there's ways to pull it off. Sadly, they never really invest too much into it. But if it also means that they have to, do some weird stuff with the mechanics, sometimes to pull it off where it kind of works in terms of, oh, hey, you've either lost your power or you've, like, exchanged it for a different one. But whenever you play the first part of a game series and then you go to the second one and you kind of have to regain a bunch of your skills, or they don't work the same anymore and you're kind of missing one that was available previously, it really... It's a difficult thing, difficult decision to make as well, from a developer's point of view. And actually, with Tears of the Kingdom, I am wondering what they're going to do with the currently available runes in Breath of the Wild, right? Because I want to say that it would suck if they took them away. And not iterate on them. But I also know that they're introducing a bunch of new ones, right? I mean, I'm not too sure. I only know of the... of one, I think. I just saw a screenshot of there being, like, more things on the, like, selection wheel type thing. I just don't know what they are, or if they're even runes, or, I mean, maybe they're also just another selfie option, because we do have that here too, right? It first, like, number 4 or number 1? What do you mean? It's just... Well... It's going to be really, really interesting to see what they're doing with that. Because then you also run into the issue of, from a developer's point of view, you probably want your players to play around with the new stuff, right? When you come up with a really cool new system for your game, instead of just using everything from the previous installment. It's really, really tough to decide that, I think. Oh, yeah. It's been 2 hours already. It kind of always lose track of time when I'm doing this stuff. Yeah, although I've pretty much just dealt with the Divine Beast here. Well, we had to do the sort of part that's leading up to it with dealing with its outer, like, cannons and stuff, and also talking to Teba, finding him in the first place. So as a... Oh, right. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to... put the quest on again. Because I was planning on doing the desert next, I think. Mostly because I'm already on this side of the map, so might as well go with that one next. Question being, from what side do I want to approach it? It's probably fastest to just go from here, right? Which one? Isn't this the highest? On the Great Plateau. Yeah, that's the shrine that's highest of all of them, right? So from this point, I should be able to at least roughly see where the where possibly the towers are that I need to activate to get the map. This explains it, yeah. Well, let's see how far we can get with the second one, too. Because, I mean, at this point, it really isn't much time left. There really isn't much time left until Tears of the Kingdom. Which I still need to buy. I think I'm just going to try to grab it after work on Friday. Oh, it's cold again. Put in the armor. I wonder, so, you know, stores here have a slight reputation for always putting that stuff out early. I don't know if they're gonna do it this time. Seeing as Tears of the Kingdom really is, well, quite important for Nintendo. They might do it, you know, on Thursday evening. But I don't think I would have time to pick it up there anyways, so might as well do it Friday after work. Okay, so I could do that shrine. Is it that tower? Let's just mark it. Where is that? Okay, that's the correct one. Nice. I don't actually think that I need to bother with uncovering that section. I mean, I can still go back and do it eventually if I really want to. But for being able to enter the desert, should mostly be fine. So I think I might as well grab that shrine on the way and from there just climb up. I don't remember what the proper path was to the tower though. I mean, it's really, really high up and it has a bunch of mountain ranges in between. I do remember there being this sort of canyon path that you can take towards the desert, but I don't remember if it had like a branching path towards the tower. What the hell is that? Oh, it's just a Bokoblin camp with the skull on top? Huh. Actually didn't remember that there were skulls like that too. Thought there were only the sort of flying on the ground ones. I guess not. Yeah, isn't this the... I think this is the canyon that you technically need to go through if you don't want to climb up the walls here. Although I can also just climb up, right? I think these had sort of ladders. At least in certain areas. Although there were also a bunch of enemies on those platforms. Definitely do remember that too. Alright, since we're entering a desert, we probably don't want to wear the worm doublet anymore. Let's go through the shrine first. I honestly also... well, maybe that was a difference just in how I approached the game back when I first played it, but I actually didn't remember that many shrines sort of just being on your way, because I've done, wait, 20 shrines now, right? It's kind of more than what I was expecting. Considering that I plan to kind of just make a beeline for the 4 divine beasts, but I guess there's a bunch of stuff just on the way. On the move. Get a nice little conveyor belt over here. Okay, do we just need to push that? Oh, I actually forgot that they don't allow you to use the divine powers in here. That's interesting. Well, I mean, that would kind of trivialize a bunch of them, a bunch of the shrines, I'd imagine. So can I just... Let's see, what makes the most sense here? I feel like with the bomb, they're probably just gonna... There we go. Oh. Wait, what? I thought it would just, like, go crazy and fly like a billion miles away. Oh, well, that works. Arrows for the win. Actually did not remember that arrows were this useful for a lot of stuff. Hey, buddies. Okay. Unfortunately, seems like we need to wait for the next one. Why exactly does this have the exact same solution, though? It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Also, I hear something moving around. Ooh, I should probably... well, it doesn't really matter. Those aren't that different in terms of strength. Are we getting another one? Why is this moving so slowly? I guess so that the enemies can actually shoot at you, maybe? Come on. Okay. There we go. Wait, how do you do this if you don't have arrows available, though? I mean, if I had a leaf, I could use that to just blow wind over. After a certain point, it feels like this might be, not that... Maybe you can combine stasis and bombs to solve this? Possibly. Maybe I just also detonated the initial bomb with bad time on my part. Alright, this looks pretty cool, though. So we need to get it over there. Oh, hey. Come here. I saw you. Yeah, well, technically, this should be solvable just by using the runes, right? On the Sheikah Slate? Because otherwise, what do you do? I mean, I guess you could come back. If you don't find a normal solution. Can we just... Okay. Just can't run through the laser, though. So just want to wait until... Is that just it? I guess so. Just wait until the lasers are covered. Ooh, is that going to be enough? It is. Oh, wait, the other one's... The other way around, though. Oh, no, this one is. Oops. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay, wait, can I grab... Because I can just stasis them, right? What if I do that? Oh! I can stasis the... I didn't realize I can stasis these things. Well, that makes things easier. I think. Wait, I can stasis the lasers too? Oh. Well, that solves it. That's also why they give you a platform there, I suspect. So that you can put your ball down. There you go. Okay. Stay. Good. Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, seriously? I need to wait for a very long time for the next stone. This would be pretty scary, right? Being on a conveyor belt between two lasers like that. There we go. Boop. Nice. And I also opened the chest. Unless there's another one? Doesn't really look like it. Okay, there we go. So I think I'm going to try to just... find a way to climb up to the tower. Trying to remember if there was... I think there was a bunch of cool stuff on the way, actually. Like in this ravine that's going through the mountains here. I feel like I remember some Gorons taking some challenge with essentially boiling themselves, and whoever can survive that the longest wins or something. Was that here? I think maybe. Also, was there a fairy fountain nearby? I don't actually think so. Wait, so I grabbed... Where was the other one? One was here. The other one's next to Kakariko. I don't really remember the other two locations. Oh, wait. One of them was down here, I think, right? In the more tropical region? Yeah. Fourth one I'm not entirely sure about. Okay, according to the map, I'm really, really close to the tower. I just need to find a way up. I do have a couple stamina recovery potions, though. So maybe I could already try climbing up here and then going onto that wooden... Because that looks like I'd be able to pretty much go up all the way, right? So I might as well do that. Other than that, some ladders are coming up over there. I guess that's my second option if this one doesn't work. But at least I've already gotten a few upgrades for my stamina wheel, so hopefully this should be fine. Oh, while we're doing this, might as well equip our trusty climber's bandana. Also maybe fits the desert aesthetic a little bit more. Well, that being said, in the desert, you see a lot of people actually having like more clothes around their head, right? Because to keep the sun away from your head. So I guess in that sense, the hood would work very well too. Oh, I see a Korok. Where's the cube though? Oh, it's up there. Yeah, I got it. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah. Found me. Oh, I already have 5 again. Oh, definitely need to remember to expand my bow inventory next time I find... what's his name? Hetsu? Hestu? Okay, there we go. Well, that was actually easier than I thought. Oh, okay. Come on, Link. You can stand on that. Let's just jump up a bit further then. Oh, seriously? Link! Come on. Korok is already laughing at you. What is he actually? It's a bit annoying because it, like, there's a sort of a second delay between you jumping. Yeah, see, I think it doesn't open my paraglider because I'm still too close to the wall or something, which is a bit annoying. Might as well just do this again. Come on, you can stand on that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Whew. Toughest boss for today, huh? The wall. Okay. Pretty sure there were enemies where the ladders are, though. Arguably, this is a very Dark Souls-like village, isn't it? What, doesn't even count as a village? I mean, armament? I don't know. Contraption? Does this actually belong to the Yiga clan? Oh, you can climb ladders. I forgot that it also increases your movement speed for ladders. Imagine moving up a ladder this fast. I would be exhausted after the first one. Oh, wait. Okay, around. Ah, I see you. Well, that's just a normal moblin, though. Hey, fire wizard. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Okay, seriously. Oh, he actually saw me. Bye-bye. Like, look at how high up this is. Are you telling me he would have actually been able to shoot an arrow at me walking through on that path down there? I don't think so, unless he has incredibly good eyesight. And even then, I mean, he'd still have to hit, right? Okay, do I have anything against the fire wizards? Might as well use the spear for a bit. Because I want his magic stick. Boink. Well, they really don't have that much health, do they? There we go. That was easy. Buy a rod. A magical rod that can cast fireballs crafted by an ancient magician. The rod will break if it strikes something directly, so use it wisely. Nice. Probably never gonna use it, but nice nonetheless. I love the magicians. I love that they exist. That's pretty cool. I wish they would have done a little bit more with them. I don't even know, because they don't even really seem to have an explanation as to why they exist in the first place. It's just, oh, there's a bunch of random magicians that utilize like magic wands that can conjure up elements, but why do they exist? How do they exist? I guess they're just your normal demons. Wait, why is there a hearty truffle in... Odd place for it, but sure. I think, well, the elemental weapons that you can get are definitely more fun, I want to say, than just the rods. The rods in and of themselves, yeah, they're kind of funny, but they're also not the greatest weapon of all time. I don't even remember if there were upgraded versions for those too. Use it right now. Honestly, it is a good point, though. Can it just... Oh, no. Wait, that's throwing it? Nice. Did not remember that that was what it could do. They are pretty handy to keep around. Well, it's the same with the flaming weapons, right? It's awesome that you can actually use them as a heat source when you're going into colder areas. Okay, do I just want to climb up directly? Is there... Can I just sort of walk around the mountain here? Oh, with the... Hey, it would be awesome to get their gear, now that you mention it. Like the robe they're wearing. But seriously, though, what are they? I mean, just some sort of weird magical beings? That being said, I do remember the... Well, they weren't really wizards, per se, I think, in Wind Waker. But it was really, really fun fighting them. Ooh. What? Stop it. Okay. What? Let's try it out a bit. So, if I just use a normal attack, okay, it creates like a fireball. But it's a fireball that's dancing around, which is really, really cool. And then it loses charge. But I think it also... It gets the charge back. But it definitely also loses durability, right? Oh, wait, can you not... Oh. Did not know that you cannot throw these. Because let's drop that one and take the one that's still unused. Okay, I thought I might be able to climb up from here, but it doesn't really look like it. So I think I'm gonna go back. But yeah, the wizards in Wind Waker, weren't they like birds? I think, like tropical birds, or at least they kind of looked like them. They were really, really fun to fight. They had a bunch of really awesome mechanics to them. And also, well, they were especially tough because there was this challenge that you needed to do for, I think it was a heart piece in Wind Waker, where you needed to... well, there was this hole in the ground that you could fall into. And it was essentially like a gauntlet of a bunch of enemies back to back. So, like, every single floor had a bunch of enemies spawn in, right? And then you would drop down into another hole. And it was, I think, like 50 floors down until you got the heart piece, which was really, really tough to do. At least for me back in the day. You're not alive still, aren't you? Yeah, you're not alive. Okay, and then it was essentially so that what was it? No, wait, I think it was 30 floors for the heart piece, and then an additional 20 for some chest that you could get? Not entirely sure. I just remember... Oh, great. Oh no! I wanted to catch the fairy. I should have been more quickly with that. Stop it. Is it the spin? No, I did hold the spin for longer. You only get one orb, but it essentially burns the area around you. Yeah, they definitely had beaks. I think they were... Well, they looked like tropical birds either way. But they were really, really fun to fight. And especially with that challenge, it was quite difficult getting through them because they were also... They were summoning in a bunch of other creatures too. I think that was their big deal, right? They could just summon in other monsters to fight for them. And then as the challenge went on, I think there was like one stronger version of them that could also... Was it throw fireballs at you? Something else. They had some sort of really, really strong attack at the same time. And... Yeah, like fighting 3 of them at the same time was... a pretty big clusterfuck. I can just... Oh, wait. Can you not? There we go. Thought for a second about using stasis, but just rolling it in is probably the easiest. There we go, Mr. Korok. Oh yeah, Wind Waker really was so good. Wind Waker is... Well, I think it's still my favorite Zelda to this day. I don't know, it just combined so many elements in so many cool ways, and it had so many cool ideas, and it also executed those ideas pretty much. Well, I don't want to say necessarily perfectly, but... What is that? That's making some disturbing sounds. Oh. For a second I thought I was getting a blood moon. Wasn't there like a sort of that melody coming in for just a moment? Oh, it's just a bunch of moblins. Okay, so they're protecting the path to the tower. Okay. You guys just keep sleeping. You know, I don't want to disturb you. We're fine here. Ah, they can see the Divine Beast. I mean, that looks so awesome, right? Seeing it from a distance. Just like with the bird flying through the sky and this thing moving about. That is also, with the sheer size of the world that they built here, they were able to create such a cool sense of scale, right? Really make these things feel ginormous and like some really, really powerful ancient machines. Which is, well, it definitely wouldn't be as easy to make that come across in a world that is either linear or, you know, not as open as this one, not as big as this one as well. So that's really a certain sense of scale that you're not really able to create very easily, I think. Wind Waker also has, yeah, in terms of audio design, well, it also has my probably favorite music. Not only the Dragon Roost Island theme, but also a bunch of other stuff. Okay, that's where we need to go first. Although I think the quest marker should be... Yeah, it's quite close to it anyways, but it's fine. Wasn't there also the... I think there was a bunch of really, really cool stuff down here. Isn't there one of the giant mazes somewhat close to this? Close to this location? I feel like Wind Waker... See, that's the thing. Wind Waker almost, I want to say, pulled off... Well, not almost. It did really pull off this idea of combining a big open world in Zelda with still having those same sort of tight-knit dungeons and other elements that made, you know, the previous ones so great. Swift Violet. Increase my movement speed. Nice. And I want to say that Breath of the Wild definitely vastly, obviously vastly improved on the whole open world aspect, seeing as Wind Waker really mostly is that ocean with sort of tiny islands in between. But yeah, as sort of a trade-off, definitely lost it a bit when it comes to that sort of tight-knit design of quests and NPCs and cool puzzles. I'm not able to create ice here, am I? Oh wait, I can? Doesn't that make it super easy though? Hey, there's a chest. Might as well grab the chest. I think there's another one over there too. Same for me actually. I played Ocarina of Time first as well. But then it was also, I think, well, for me, at least in terms of those two games, it definitely also had something to do with age. Because when I played Ocarina of Time, like at that point, I was still too young to really appreciate the sort of the game design that was behind it. And so it's... Yeah, I don't know. I think Wind Waker just also came at a perfect time for me personally, right? Where it was just this really crazy, awesome experience that for the... Well, at that point, I really, you know, was capable of fully understanding and also understanding how all the different quests interacted and that there even were proper quests and puzzles to deal with. You know, I think back when I played Ocarina of Time, it was still a bit more like you... Well, like you approach games when you're still a small kid, I think, where you... Not necessarily brute force some stuff, but you don't fully grasp what sort of NPCs want from you, for example, right? And you're just sort of going along. You can still figure stuff out, but it probably just includes a bunch more trial and error too, where it's, yeah, maybe not the more systematic approach that you take as an adult, for example. And also probably wouldn't be able to really keep everything in mind constantly either. The sailing part is something that sadly not that many games do, right? This idea of having a boat on the open water, that is so fun too. It's kind of crazy to think that it was... Well, they probably came up with a way, or they thought that it was a pretty good way to kind of hide the loading, right? To even create a big world like that on the GameCube back in the day. But to then also make it as fun as it was is certainly no small feat, I think. Because it is really fun. I mean, it's just insanely fun. Which, funnily enough, when they added the option to make the traversal faster in the HD remake, I saw a bunch of people say, oh, finally, you know, it was always really, really tedious getting around. And I just sort of went, wait, what? You didn't have fun sailing around on the oceans? I mean, sure, if you really want to 100% the game, I can understand that it does get a bit tedious eventually. But for the most part, it was just really fun. And there's still... You know, you can find those small little bomb towers on the way, right? There are these rubies that you can jump into, the barrels that appear from time to time. You can fight enemies, right? There's sharks. You can find the funny little map fish that draw the map for you. So at least I personally never felt bored, like sailing around in that world. It was always really fun to me. Yeah, and the musical elements. That is, yeah, one of the things I probably miss the most is being able to play music yourself. I think, well, also growing up with those Zelda games, right? Having it in Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker picking it up as well. It was still present in Twilight Princess too, right? Oh yeah, well, Twilight Princess I wasn't the biggest fan of the wolf howl being the music part, but that was always, because that is such a unique element as well. There are other games that are sometimes doing stuff with music. I mean, maybe Last of Us 2 comes to mind, right, with being able to play the guitar, but that's not really... you're not really playing it yourself either, right? It's just sort of the beginning of the song, although arguably it's somewhat similar in Zelda, where it's, you know, you're playing like the first 6 notes and then it continues on, but that already is the main melody, so it really feels like you're truly playing that music yourself. And that is an element that just doesn't really exist like that in most other games. I mean, there might be a couple indie games that do that, but not really any big releases, right? That was always such a fun and unique part for me. So kind of, well, let's see if Tears of the Kingdom brings it back, right? I don't necessarily think so, but it would be awesome to see either way. Well, it wasn't even necessarily that it was weird. I just thought that it also, I mean, sort of the having an actual instrument and it really being, because whistling I can do myself, right? But being able to play an instrument, that it just feels nicer when it comes to music, I guess. So well, it might have also been because I wasn't the biggest fan of the wolf parts in Twilight Princess, period. Not necessarily because they existed, but because you were kind of forced into them, right? That's what I didn't really like about them. If it had been sort of a free choice that you as the player can make, and I think later on it sort of turns into that, right? But I really wasn't a fan, especially in the beginning of Twilight Princess, that they kind of forced you into the wolf form, and then you had to stay in it for the entire sort of duration of that particular section before they let you out again. It opens up later on, but that particular beginning in Twilight Princess wasn't that great. Also, although I would say that in terms of atmosphere, it probably has the best one, because, well, it really does feel a lot darker than the other games, right? So I like that, but in terms of gameplay, the wolf sections weren't the greatest, I think. You learned how to sail as a kid. That's awesome. I really would have liked to do that too. Not really having many options here, though. It's ocean or, you know, bigger seas are a bit further away from here where I live. Well, a bear would have been pretty awesome too. Yeah, honestly, maybe, you know, maybe not necessarily a bear, but being able to have different forms that you choose, sort of like Majora's Mask does it actually, right? Where you have the different masks that pretty much transform you, similar to what the wolf does. And yeah, in comparison, the masks also do feel like you can more freely choose what you're doing. Even though technically the game obviously still requires you to do certain sections with certain masks, because that's the only way it works, right? Okay, what? Oh, it's this way? Eh, might as well grab that one, huh? We're already here. Wait, is it? Where is it, though? Oh, it's just down there. Okay. Might as well do that. Oh, flipping your boat? That's something you... Like, do they teach you that before? I guess so, right? Isn't that sort of... I just know that... Well, there is, like, a river here. And you can rent canoes, I think? And that's also something that you need to learn before they allow you to just go out on your own, right? Is like you need to be able to flip yourself back up in case you get turned around. I guess it would be a little bit different with the boat or with the sailboat. The only one who did that. Oh. I mean, sometimes that just happens, right? I remember when I was learning, like, skiing for the first time, that I was, like... At first, I was really, really bad at it. So I don't know, somehow just took way longer than everybody else to understand the basic concept. But once I had it down, it was actually... Well, I don't want to say quite good. Certainly not that good, but still fairly decent at it. Just kind of missing the snow now. Because it's, you know, sort of going away a bit with everything getting warmer. Which sucks. It was really, really fun doing that, but... Well, then again, also quite expensive to do. Considering, you know, if you're not exactly living close to a mountain where you can ski, you know, having to accommodate for all the costs that are associated with it. Not exactly something that you can do constantly. Do I just need to take it over? Probably, right? With this electricity specifically, they could have done so much more with that. Especially since it never gets really combined with anything. Oh, wait, this is a conveyor belt again. Huh. That works. Oh, small key. Another one of those concepts that only ever rarely appears in these shrines and never gets really taken anywhere. So funny though, right? Because keys were usually such a big aspect of Zelda dungeons in the past, and then here they're... I don't know. It's weird that they exist at all, honestly, because they could have just opened the door too. Ooh, boy. Should be a bit more careful with my... So I really don't have that many hearts. Okay, well, this is already broken, so I might as well take the sword. This is quite a lengthy one when it comes to shrines. Interesting. Yeah, not having done it in 20 years. When I think it's been like 10 years for me too, that I wasn't skiing. Yeah, with the lifts and slopes, you can really get yourself into some tricky situations, right? Because you can sometimes it's not super apparent. Like even though technically, you know, there's the like the colors that they're color coded, right, in terms of difficulty. But I feel like that doesn't always work. There are definitely some slopes that are way more dangerous than what the color says, and then there are other ones that are supposedly like black slopes that aren't really that difficult to deal with at all. And yeah, the lifts. I remember there was, when we did like a school trip, there was a lift that for the like last 10 meters or something, it pretty much went like 70% upwards. So you had to just kind of just hang on to it, and it was one of those, like the very, very small ones, not the ones where you can actually sit in them, but there's the weird one that look like an upside down T, right? That's just essentially one sort of plastic handle in the middle, and then sort of this like anchor looking thing at the bottom that you're supposed to sit on. And normally they're just built where they just sort of push you up the mountain, right? So you can sort of loosely sit on them. But that one was really, it was kind of tricky because it worked if you had two people on either side of it, right? Because then it sort of balanced itself out and it would take you up that slope. But it was so steep that when you were alone on it, you really had to cling to it for dear life and get on. It was, yeah. And then obviously, especially if you're not that used to it, or a weird section like that comes up, sometimes you had people fall out of the lift, and that was the whole thing. And that was always really, really annoying because you had to get your ski like off yeah. Sometimes it can really be a bit tricky. Oh, wait, there's a stable here too. I completely forgot about that. Huh, perfect. Let's grab a bunch of these things. I don't know if I still need them for, making my bandana stronger. I think that's kind of the way you're supposed to go, right? Oh, hey, the paint is here too. Well, I think in terms of the memories, I'm just gonna go around and grab most of them later if I don't happen to come across them, or one of them directly. Buddy, got any mushrooms? Oh, funny that you asked. I just picked up a bunch. Sport is mod, yeah. That is, it's definitely, well, it's definitely not untrue, right? It's... It can be really, really fun, but, yeah. Especially when it comes to skiing, I think a lot of people do underestimate how dangerous it can be at parts. I mean, I've definitely seen a lot of people, like, hurting their head or actually breaking bones. And so... And that's true for other stuff as well, right? I have a couple friends who play football, like the actual football, not the American one. And yeah, if you do that for a while, you can pretty much fuck over your knees entirely, right? And that's not that fun. And then it's also difficult if you do it, you know, like not all employees are kind of happy if you say, oh, hey, by the way, I broke my leg, you know, doing some sport in my free time, and now I can't come to work for like 6 weeks. Well, that's always fun. So yeah, it's... Guess you always, as always, need to find some sort of middle ground, right? Between being too risky, but also still fun. Anyways, what's the matter? See, I'm tired. Tired of going normal speed, I mean. I first tried mushrooms when I was 5 years old. Oh god, is he addicted to shrooms? And come to think of it, I ate them every day since, without fail. Back in the day, I'd win every race I ran thanks to those things. Cut to 55 years later, now I can barely drag these bones off the ground without those mushrooms. But no matter how many I eat to fortify myself, I'm just too old to get up the cliffs to pick up mushrooms where they grow. That's why I'm letting all able-bodied swords know that I'm in the market for them. I'll give a diamond for 55 mushrooms? Okay. Is that even really worth it? That's worth the effort? I'm not too sure. Isn't a diamond like only 300 rupees maybe? Or maybe it was 500. If you want to do business, just come talk to me. I'm always here. 50... Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I remember about some of these quests. I didn't remember 55, but I remembered that sometimes they needed, you know, quite a lot of stuff. Well, I'm not gonna go and grab 55 of them. Oh, hey, buddy. I'd like to travel the desert to sell my wares, but I haven't found a pack animal yet that won't get stuck in the sand. I sell bugs. What? It's a living. Yeah, sure. What bugs do you sell? Okay, well, that's not really... Ooh, wait. Cold Dana. I might actually need these, huh? Heat resistant? I don't remember when the desert gets too hot to walk through. Hey, it's been a while. Good to see you again. I trust you're keeping well. You've come quite some distance. Even I, blessed with the gift of flight, struggled a bit to make it here. My teacher was the court poet in the employ of the Hyrulean royal family. 100 years ago, he came face to face with the calamity at Hyrule Castle and was forced to flee. Yeah, didn't we already talk about that? It was a perilous journey, very different from my own travels, I imagine. Danger was his constant companion. Anyway, I should return to my task. I happen to know a song about the ancient hero. It was passed down to me by my teacher. Do you care to hear it? Wait, that's a... Is that a different song to what we've heard last time? Oh, have a great look. Let's hear it. It must be a different one, right? I think he... Wait, is it? Kingdom of Hyrule is a vast and storied land, oft grasped under the palm of a villainous hand. Dark force of destruction, many times undone, rises once again. Ganon, the calamitous one. No, I think it's... Yeah, it's the same one, right? I don't really want to skip it, but it's quite long. Yeah, I think he's always just singing the same tune. Beetle! Yeah. Hey, you're a great customer. And since today is Customer Appreciation Day... It's always Customer Appreciation Day. No, how did the... Shit, I forgot how the advertisement worked. Everything's great at your Junes. That's what I do remember. I think every day is Customer Appreciation Day at Junes. Come for yourself. No, come see for yourself and get in touch with our products. I think that's how the advertisement worked. Oh God! Nanako, you've brainwashed me. I want you to have this. Oh. What? An arrow created using ancient technology. To be struck with one is to be consigned to oblivion in an instant. It deals devastating damage even against the guardians. Wait, I don't remember these being a thing. It doesn't kill them immediately though. Pretty sure you'd need a bunch more, right? This even works on those guardian things. It's amazing. I hear it works best if you hit the guardians in the eye with it. This old guy named Robbie gave it to me. Oh, that's the guy at the other research lab, right? That I still need to get to? To find him, go way north past Zora's domain, all the way to Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Yeah, we already know about that. Old Robbie makes a bunch of other weird weapons and clothes and stuff. I guess he's what you'd call a mad scientist, which is kind of cool, but also terrifying. If you want strong weapons and stuff, you should go see him. Anyway, back to business. What are you looking for? Yeah, what you got? Woohoo! For a second there, I thought he was going to sell those ancient arrows. Okay, let's replenish our arrows. Wow! Yeah. Let's see. Heat resistance. Yeah, I probably want to have a bunch of these. Yeah. Yay! I love his stuff. Resist the cold. Temporarily increase maximum hearts. Oh, that's really expensive though. Oh. Well, even if I do sell some stuff, I don't think that I necessarily want to buy that. Let me see. What would be worth selling, actually? Probably these, right? Fetch a high price? Yeah. Wow! It's good that I found 2 more fairies. They definitely come in handy. Well, the problem is I don't really know what else I might still need for armor upgrades and stuff. I I mean, I'm kind of fine on rupees, right? I don't really need that much more. Bye! God, Wind Waker Beetle was the best too. What the hell are you doing? Hey, did you happen to see any of my friends? They're 4 travelers named Olive, Flaxel, Canolo, and Palm. I don't know. We were all walking together when some monster suddenly jumped us near the Kokot Plateau path. I took off running and didn't stop until I got here. I thought my friends were right behind me, but when I turned around, they were nowhere to be found. You don't think the monsters could have... Nah, they're fine. They'll be back any second now. Hey, if you happen to run into any of my friends on the road, please let them know Sesame is waiting for them here. Oh, I was gonna say, he didn't have the exclamation mark, but it might have just been because he was doing his weird animation there. Was there a flint just lying about? Okay, let's see. Would 3 heat-resistant elixirs be enough? Probably, right? Let's see. Didn't I buy... I bought the butterflies? What was the other thing that I bought? Oh, wait, I already had one of these, I guess. So let's do 2 of these and combine them. With these horns. Yeah, there we go. Could have maybe put in something else, but then again, I also don't want to use up my entire stock of stuff. 7 minutes 20 is also pretty good, honestly. So let's grab the other 2 horns and the other 2 danas. I'm not entirely sure. I guess we are going to find another armor set in the desert town that gives you heat protection. Kind of managed to do the flying beast without actually grabbing the armor though. So, could maybe try the same stuff here. Okay, let's grab 3 of the butterflies and combine them with... What do we have? Goblin guns. Technically, an icy Lizalfa's tail should be really good here, right? Because in theory, that would also make it colder. I don't think it works like that, but I guess for immersion, it's pretty good. Yeah, let's just grab that. I don't... do I want to throw in anything else? Might as well, right? I mean, you get that much stuff constantly, so... I really don't need to cheap out on the monster parts here. Yeah, 30 minutes 50, that sounds like a good idea. Oh, cute doggo. Do I want to grab my horse? Does that make sense for the desert? Does the horse actually survive the desert? I don't remember how that worked.
Hi.
Welcome, welcome. Let's grab Leo. Trusty horse.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Right? It's not the first time I'm grabbing the horse. No.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, he's not just gonna give you 1 diamond for 55 of those mushrooms, right? Really hope that's not how it works. Oh, I remember this section. That was really, really fun. Because you have to... Isn't there... Is it just a shrine or is it actually part of the main quest? I don't really remember. But you have to grab an ice cube. And you need to bring it to some particular destination through this sort of It's not really a maze, it's just a bunch of pillars. And you need to avoid some enemies too. And obviously you cannot really put down the ice cube because it's going to melt in the desert. Oh, yeah. It should be fine if we just follow the path to the first encampment. I mean, there's still like a small oasis on the way, right? And then we're not going to be let into the city. Because only women are allowed in, right? You look like your everyday traveler, but how can I be sure? Don't tell anyone, but I'm no merchant. I'm a Gerudo Town soldier in disguise. Lady? Don't you just... Doesn't she just look like they're... What? Like the Gerudo? Ever heard of the Yiga clan? They're a group of thieving bandits who have caused all sorts of trouble back in town. I got a tip that some of them go incognito as travelers to ambush the unwary. Yeah, that's already happened to us once or twice. That's why I'm dressed as a simple merchant. My mission is to blend in and stay on guard in case they strike. They were bold enough to strike at Gerudo Town, so I wouldn't be shocked if they struck at travelers too. Makes you suspicious too. Okay. Wait, does the horse not actually want to go down here? Is there like a barrier here? The horse just refuses to go into the desert? Okay. Well, I guess it's fine. I won't force you if you don't want to. Does make more sense now, though. I wasn't quite sure. At least I didn't really remember if... Hydromelon. Hydrating liquid inside provides a cooling effect that, when cooked, increases your heat resistance. Nice. Sounds kind of like a real melon, right? They're really, really tasty. Great snack during the summertime. But this is a proper path, though. I guess maybe they didn't really want to have to deal with... Or maybe it was just my horse. I don't know. Maybe they didn't really want to have to deal with coming up with a way to animate the horse going through sand or something. Hey.
Zavak.
Zavak. If you're searching for Kalisa, legendary treasure hunter, then your search is over. You're looking at her. I wasn't looking for you, but alright, sure. I've been in the game for over 20 years. When I set my sights on a treasure, you can be sure that I'll claim it. Okay. I mean, cool. The temperature is still fine, though. Oh, wait, that might be because it's, like 7 p.m., right? Oh, is it actually going to get very, very cold during the night? I don't really remember how that worked. As always, though, I really, really love how they've designed the world. Oh, that's the Divine Beast, right? Yeah. I really love how even here, it's such a... It's like the big ravine at the start that you need to travel through. And then you have to go through, well, at least half the desert to even get to the town, right? The camel, it looks a bit awkward in how it's moving, right? I mean, these things, as powerful as they might be, they really don't look super flexible. Kind of slow and awkward movement. All right. It's a pretty cool place. Also, another thing that I really, really appreciate is that the desert actually sort of creates a more natural, more immersive way to cut off the game world. Because I think, so you can kind of, there is an edge to the game world, right? That you cannot go past. But is it like a sandstorm that's coming up there? I don't really remember. It's just awesome that they came up with at least a couple different, because that's always one thing where sort of the edges of game worlds, it's tough to really make that immersive, right? Because you have the ocean on one side, that's fine. It kind of works, but it's also the exact same every single time. Then you have these big valleys that for some reason you just cannot get across, even though technically you should be able to do it with all the traversing and traveling you're doing otherwise. So I think it's neat that they came up with another way. I think the desert has a couple of really, really cool and unique features that are even more unique even in Breath of the Wild's game world. For example, it also has that fish below the sand, which is kind of a unique world boss, which I also hope Tears of the Kingdom will maybe have more of, right? More unique world bosses. Although I do find it funny that they decided to make the map like this. Like, why have this one sort of weird section sticking out here? Karakara Bazaar. Gerudo Town is still a fair distance southwest of here. If you're headed there, you should consider resting a bit. Though you are a Vo, even if you make it to town, you won't be able to get in. All the same, the Divine Beast is kicking up a storm right now, so I don't recommend going to Gerudo Town. Gerudo Town is to the southwest. It's the biggest town in the area. It's famous for trade and also for staying active and vibrant all night long. However, there is a law forbidding Vo males from entering the city. Did you know that desert nights get incredibly cold? Oh, so they do. That's really awesome. You'll be fine as long as you're in Karakara Bazaar, but it can get really chilly the farther away you wander. That is so awesome with the like temperature differences. Also, I definitely did not remember there being a memory just right here. Thought it was a bit further out, or like a different oasis, but never mind. Perfect for just grabbing it. Why is she constantly in trouble? Oh right, the Yiga clan was already attacking back then. I forgot about that somewhat. I want the music to go on. Don't always tease us like that. It's just a small bit of music that's coming in and then it's already over. Unfortunate. And as always, same with the Yiga clan too. I really like that clan, and I like that they even have headquarters. I mean, I think I mentioned that last week, that I'm a big fan of their headquarters and that whole sort of task of going through there too. It's just that they didn't really have much story attached to them beyond just, oh, we're here to kind of prevent the hero of time, or well, the champion and Zelda to do stuff against Ganon. I don't know. There was definitely more potential there too, I want to say. I heard the sandstorm sometimes dies down, but it's been going strong the entire time I've been watching it. I'm going to sleep. Okay, you do that, buddy. That's a great solution. Oh, there's a storm I don't know how to get through. Let's just go to sleep. It's really odd. I always love when they have the different races interact with each other too, right? Just makes the game world feel a lot more realistic. Instead of them all just sort of keeping to themselves. Hello there. Hi, Obi-Wan. Is he just called Guy? Before I say any more, have we met before? Came here from Rito Village. I've been there! Ah, it must have felt quite cold to you, didn't it? I had a great plan, you know. I left Rito Village to try to earn some money out in the world. But it's so incredibly hot here during the day. It's been tough to work up the will to go any farther. I would like to see what Gerudo Town looks like, even if I can't go inside. It's just so hot. I heard there's an elixir that can help beat the heat. It's made from insects with cooling effects and monster parts. But they don't seem to be selling the elixir anywhere. I've heard insects with these cooling effects live in the cold parts of the Gerudo Highlands, but, well, the monsters there are rough, to say the least, so I'm not having a lot of success getting myself motivated. An ice guy. Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Needs a cooling elixir. Can I not just give them one of mine? Oh, could it be? Here's an elixir. Kind of hate giving up one of mine, but sure. Thank you. Now I can get across the desert while it's still light out. Here, let me give you something in return. 50? Seriously? I think that's less than what I paid for the ingredients. Back at the stable. By the way, in Gerudo, thank you is Saxo. Is that based on a real-world language, by the way? Saxo. Cool. Well, that was an easy quest. I think I still have parts for at least one more elixir, right? So might as well craft up another one. Yeah, I still have 2 of these. 2 of those, and then let's add, I guess, these tails to it. Might as well throw in a wing too. I always just, well, I like to get rid of the stuff that I don't have that much of, so that I don't have to scroll through. Whoa! 17 minutes? Nice. Well, that is gonna come in handy. Oh, we can buy... Ooh, you're suspicious. Why are you selling bananas? Right there. A Zalfa's tail, seared steak, roasted bass. Okay. Isn't the music here... I want to say it's a start to a melody that's also from some very recognizable melody from Zelda, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Ooh, nice. Bunch of arrows. Should I get more arrows? 52. I feel like you can never have enough arrows. Oh, wait. You can only buy one? What? That's a really big store. If it even is a store. I want to buy. I only sell arrows. They're on the counter to your left. If you're looking for something else, try Gerudo Town. Oh, right. Foe aren't allowed in Gerudo Town. Well, too bad. I feel like that's a really, really heavy restriction. Right? Not allowing, like, half the population into your city? I guess it works for them. The Divine Beast, it feels like it gets a little bit closer every day. I wonder how long it will be before I can get back to Gerudo Town. I don't want to be stuck here, but I don't want to be zapped by an angry creature's lightning either. If only someone, perhaps a hero just passing through town, could take care of the Divine Beast. Oh, what an odd, very specific request. Milady, I think I can help with that. Do you sell anything? Bleh. Lost a lot of business ever since the divine beast started stomping out in the desert. Sound of the divine beast walking might be loud, but the beds are still comfy. You want to stay? Oh, we can stay here. Nah. Not now. Might as well use the cold night to travel to the town, right? I don't think there's much else that I need to do here. Well, the other tower actually isn't that far away, but... Yeah, I really don't need to grab it right away, huh? Let's just continue on to the town. I think. Ooh, it's chilly. Well, perfect that I still have that with me. What are you doing? Why are there constantly people running through the desert? Isn't that kind of dangerous? Okay, it's a vow. You can handle this. Deep breaths, Kira. Remember your training. First, you read the vow like anyone else. Okay.
Sava Sava.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kira from the Garuda. I'm wandering the world, learning what I can and seeking my dreams. And I could tell just from looking at you, you have a place in my dreams, don't you? Did we meet for a reason? What are these options, man? Okay, seriously, was there somebody on the development team of Zelda that, you know, has a certain kink with, like, shy women that don't know how to talk to men? It just seems like a running theme, right? Because, like, Paya in Kakariko Village is pretty much the same, too. You're my dream girl. No, I know this one. My Vaba want me about Vo, who throw words like dream girl around. Let's just forget we ever spoke. Okay. Shut down. Damn. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, the Divine Beast looks really close from here, though. Volt fruits. Resistance against electricity. Well, that's perfect. Wait, doesn't the cactus have, Wait, where's my... There we go. That's easier. Oh, there we go. I wanted to say, didn't I have a normal Guardian Sword too? I see that guy. Trying to hide in the sand. Oh. Oh, you guys are really annoying to deal with, though. Let's not. The Lizalfos are probably one of the more annoying enemies. Like, I don't think they're bad or anything. It's just there's a lot of them. Oh, what is this? Is there a Korok here somewhere? No. See Lizalfos? Let's see. Oh, there's a bunch of you guys here. I like how he turns the head, right? Let's just, you know, be kind of sneaky about this. Boop. Got your treasure. Clearly didn't expect this. Ooh, nice. Finally something useful. Where I don't have to throw anything else away to grab it. Okay, that's gonna be a bunch of annoying beeping until we get there. It's a pretty cool beat though. Whoa! What's going on here? The problem is the skeletal ones are also even more annoying than the normal ones because they always... Like, they usually don't have that much stuff. But obviously still, you know, drop you... what's it called? durability of stuff down. Can you, like, help me? Or do you just want to... Oh, God. Yeah, that's why I didn't really want to fight them. Holy shit, why do they always have to deal that much damage? Let's just do a quick full heal. Nope, we can, you know, you deal with them. There we go. Now they got scared. Right, the cool things that you can use to write on the sand dunes. It's so awesome. I don't really remember how you actually get into the town, though. Oh, I was so focused just now. Do you have business with me? Are you spying? What? No, I'm not a spy. I'm a merchant. I may not look like it, but I'm actually the leader of a caravan. I've traveled all the way here, but this town doesn't allow men to go in, so that's why I had to, Are you spying? It's research! Research! Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And think what you want, but I finally found some key info on how to sneak into Gerudo Town. Oh, wait, I am interested in that, though. Well, allow me to share with you my heroic tale. It's been close to a week now. The guards have kicked me out more times than I can count. I almost gave up hope. However, I've learned only recently of a man that slipped into this well-guarded town. I heard that man is frequently traveling between Karakara Bazaar and Gerudo Town. I've been waiting here trying to spot him as he travels. Ah, there we go. Oh, I could just do this shrine? I thought there was one shrine where you had to, like, fetch fresh water or something. Wasn't there somebody lying on the on the activation plate? And you have to get them water to move or something? That might have been an additional one out in the desert then. Yeah. They probably didn't want to lock this because it provides fast travel to the city. That makes sense. I know I mentioned this already, but it's quite, it's surprisingly useful that the Sheikah for some reason decided to build these shrines next to locations where we frequently need to travel between. So, that's great. Well, arguably there's so many shrines all over the place that, you know, maybe it's not that unlikely to have them constantly be near locations that we also need to get to. This looks like a lot of fun. Okay, so we need to open up the different parts here. I think... I might want to start with the other side to grab the big metal box that's here too. Wait, so this... Okay, that activates one of them. I'm pretty sure I need that one too, right? Yeah, we need to place the metal boxes to the left and right. Can I just grab this and... Does it work if I just put that here? Oh. Well, kinda. Wait, I only have these two, though. Oh, wait, the chests are metal, too. I forgot about that. So, I probably want to start over here, then? Oh yeah, That's already enough. I was gonna say, that still looks like I won't be able to get it with 2, but it's enough. Yeah, these puzzles are really awesome. I wish they would have done way more with them. There we go. I hadn't even realized that there was another metal thingy behind this one. Okay, now we can... now I just need to do the other one, right? So this goes here. Then this one goes here. And the big one goes here. Nice. Ooh, a Thunderblade! Nice! The first elemental weapon that I've got in this playthrough, I think. A magical sword forged and refined by lightning from the Hyrule hills. When the blade shines with a golden light, it will electrocute enemies struck by it. That sounds pretty brutal, but sure. As always, I need to throw something away. Honestly, you know what? I think it's time to get rid of the torch. E-Kales? Is that how you say it? Hi. What's going on? Ooh, nice. I'm great. How are you? I'm having an absolute blast replaying Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom releases. Okay, let's see. I think the big cube needs to go in the middle, right? Mr. Unbelievable. Where you got that name from? That sounds like an interesting backstory. Does that work? I don't think it needs to be fully connected, right? Because otherwise this probably wouldn't work. Let's grab the chest too. It is pretty awesome how they've made the chest sort of double up as a means to solve this mechanic too. I mean, it's a very, very obvious thing, I guess, since they're made out of metal, but still neat. Oh yeah, okay, it works. Doesn't need to be directly connected. Okay. And now this pretty much gives us the solution. And we can put this here. Boink. That's the first one. And wait, this is always active, right? So put this one here. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. It was actually easier than I thought. I thought I still had to do something with these over here. But this works too. Well, I guess it's fine, since you already had to do a bunch of stuff with the ones on the left. Yeah, with these shrines with electricity, every single time I do them, it's just really shows off the potential that they would have had if they'd done just more with them. Maybe it's also the coolest, just the coolest puzzle mechanic, right? In terms of the elements, I feel like with wind, you're kind of restricted with the directions you can take it in. The water as well, since you cannot really freely create shapes, it's always just the ice pillars. It doesn't really do that much, or you cannot really do that much with it. With the electricity, I feel like that has the most potential for interactions between objects. Specifically also because it combines... Because the magnetic rune isn't really electricity, right? So it's almost like combining magnetism with the electricity stuff on the ground. Although technically both would still count as electromagnetism, right? Oh, I can put on my normal clothes again for now. Do I want to... Let's go with this. I feel like this fits the desert theme more. Go back to this one. Oh, here to learn English. Well, that's cool. I did not pre-order. I never pre-order any games. I'm just gonna go out and buy it. Hopefully I'll be able to grab maybe a small sale or something. Sometimes stores do that, right? When they release new games, it's like $5 off or something. So just gonna see what I'll be able to get on Friday. Don't go... What? What are you talking about? Don't go where? Right, so, I guess we'll have to wait for that merchant to come by. Do I just want to wait? Might probably be easier to just go back to the Oasis and snag the clothing from there. Because as far as I remember, he kind of stays there. You're not him, right? Oh, wait. You're the same. You again? I'm on my personal journey of learning and discovery, so it would be great if you could not disrupt it. Unless, do you think you're part of my destiny, my dream life? Why can't we say you're my dream girl to every one of them? Nah, just a guy taking a walk. Oh, is that how it's going to be? Then I can stop wasting my time with you. It doesn't matter what I say anyways. They always just reject Link. Oh, the hardest boss in the game? Well, I mean, the bosses aren't exactly hard, right? Though I do remember having a bit of trouble with the... I don't know, are you talking about the fish below the sand? I do remember being slightly annoyed at that. Because it was, I think... I don't even fully remember what it was about. I think there was like a really annoying timing that you had to pull off with it. Or maybe it was just that it was dealing an insane amount of damage to me. Oh, okay, cool. So the temperature is actually rising after 9 AM. Yeah, that's a really awesome mechanic. That also means that I kind of have to dip into my heat-resistant elixirs, right? Okay. Yeah, that is somewhat... Let's see. I did get a quest for that, didn't I? 3-1. Forbidden... Oh, wait, it's already active. You heard of the man at the Karkar Bazaar who found a way to sneak into Gerudo Town, a place men are forbidden from entering. Try and locate some people who know his whereabouts. Well, that being said, I probably have the best chances of... I feel like I'm remembering that he's kind of always at that oasis, right? Oh, even though I don't really want to do it, might as well activate one of these, right? Because otherwise this is going to be hell of an annoying, or rather, very, very hot journey. Oh, thanks for the follow. I mean, it's my second playthrough. I know how it works, but yeah, usually I don't really want any help. Oh, wait a second. I'm dumb, though. Can I not just rent one of them? I think they just rent them out for... Or was there anything attached? I actually don't remember that. Hey, can I get one of your cool desert walruses? They look awesome.
Savak.
Oh, wow. Don't tell me you crossed the Gerudo Desert on foot. I mean, I kind of had to. My horse refused to come here, unfortunately. Must have been hard to walk through the desert, especially having your feet sink into the sand. It was fine. It's common sense to travel the desert with sand seals around here. My name is Freddy. I run a shop in Gerudo Town where I rent out sand seals. Most people can't take the time to train their own sand seals, so I rent out the ones I've trained. If you need to know anything about them, I should be your first stop. Yeah, well, I want to rent one. How do I ride one? Steering a sand seal is really easy. They'll go in whatever direction you want, but you need a shield to sand seal surf. That's such a cool name. What are you doing? I'm sand seal surfing. So don't forget about that. Yeah, I know. You know, the best way for you to learn how to do this is by just doing it. Yeah, can I... If you're having a hard time catching one, come by my shop in Gerudo Town. I rent out sand seals and... Oh, you're a Vo. My shop is inside the town wall, so you won't be able to get in. That sucks. I mean, I'm sure she's not going to appreciate me just grabbing one of these ones, right? Or are they... Hey, buddy. Yeah. I guess it wasn't as easy as I remembered it being. How do I catch one? They're especially sensitive to the sounds around them. The trick is to approach very, very slowly. It's a pain in the neck, though, so most Gerudo just end up renting one instead. Yeah, I know, but okay. Right, okay, so just stealthing isn't enough. You need to be really, really slow, too. No, I'm playing on the Wii U. Like the actual one. Because I was apparently one of the 3 people in the world who bought one. It's partially why I wanted to replay the game too. Just to have another reason to use it. It's kind of a Zelda console for me though. Because it's kind of the only games that I have for them. Crap, is that enough? Okay, perfect. Nice. Okay, so it wasn't really that difficult. It's insanely fun, though. Meow, just zooming through the desert. Hopefully my shield doesn't give up halfway through, though. There we go. Much easier time getting back here. Thanks, buddy. And he's gone. Hopefully he'll be able to get back. Okay, guys. Who of you is selling the stuff I need? Are you the one? Robston. Oh, boss, I get the feeling that he isn't coming back from Gerudo Town anytime soon. I hope he's okay. A man snuck in? Oh, right, we're asking him. What? There's a man who got into Gerudo Town? The boss says he comes here to the Car Bazaar? Oh, right, the guy I was talking to in front of the town is actually his boss. Okay, guess it must be true if the boss said so. But I've never seen anyone around here who strikes me as a super sneaky guy. Well, I mean, if he's pretending to be a girl, then that's probably why you haven't seen him. There was a pretty Hylian gal at the general store. It's unusual to see a Hylian girl dressed like a Gerudo. Her Gerudo clothes. I wonder where she bought them. Maybe if I wore those clothes. Nah, I'm so out of my element with all the sneaky stuff. Also, you need to be Link to just pull off a girl's cosplay. I think. It's not something everybody can just do. I have the, yeah, I have the physical Breath of the Wild version. Is there, they had some Wii remote stuff? I mean, my version didn't really come with anything special. It's just the normal physical copy. Wait, is this even the general store? It's not really general if they're only selling arrows. These are definitely all Gerudo. Was it on top of the store? Just don't know if I had to do something else first. Because otherwise I might have already been able to do this. Or maybe you need to grab the quest first. Ah, there we go. Hello, buddy.
Hi.
Oh my, what a lovely young lad you are. Do you need something from me? Yeah, give me your clothes. What's that? You've heard about a man who snuck into Gerudo Town. Oh, I don't know anything about him. Sorry, I couldn't be more help. Squint suspiciously. I don't believe you. Hehe, you're making my cheeks warm looking at me like that. You're very beautiful. Oh, such a nice thing to say. I'm sure you'd agree that these clothes only help my looks, right? Now that I think about it, this style would look quite fetching on you. I'd have to charge you, of course, but I bet people would see you completely differently if you wore them. Huh. It's kind of what we're looking for. 600? You serious? Ah, well. I guess we need to, huh? What do you think? Do you want to buy them for 600 rupees? Yeah, I'll take them. Honestly, comparing that to the set that, or to the price we would have paid, or would have had to pay for the cold resistant set in Rito Village, this is actually quite the deal. Because that was like over 2,000 rupees combined, I think. It's a deal then. I'll take your rupees now. That sounds wrong. Tee. I have the perfect outfit for you. Go ahead and change into it right now. Don't worry. I'll look away. Cheeky. Killer Whale, hi, what's up? We're getting into some cross-dressing adventures here. Eh? You look adorable. He does though, right? I mean, seriously. Wonder what Zelda would say if she saw Link like this. He's just all acting all shy. Just as I thought, you make for quite a good-looking gal. That's a traditional Gerudo outfit. It's such a striking look around here. I doubt anyone would even suspect that you're a man. Thankfully, their pants are a bit, wider, because otherwise that could have ended badly. On top of that, it breathes so well that it's sure to help you deal with the desert heat, at least a little. I'm so glad I was able to help you out. If you're free to grab something to eat sometime, keep me in mind. Yeah, come on, Link. Were you honestly surprised? Although the funny thing is, I think he has a beard under the... What's that even called? Veil? So, yeah. Bit unusual, maybe. Make sure you watch out for the wind. If you want to get more ladies' clothing, come back anytime. Oh, wait, you're son. Is he selling other ones too? I do like how you just get an entire set as well. Gerudo Veil, a mask worn by Gerudo women. It protects the skin from the harsh sun, so don't expect it to protect much in combat. Wait, are the pants saying the same thing? Allows for ease of movement, subtle design is quite fashion. No. Oh, it's a set bonus. I was gonna say, I don't see a heat resistance on any of the individual clothes. But if you wore all three combined... Wait, so does it completely disappear with... No, there's still... No, that's my elixir. Yeah, never mind. So you only get the set bonus of heat resistance if you wear all three. It's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. I mean, Link really just, you know, effortlessly pulls this look off. I mean, to be honest, the clothes aren't bad. Like, they just look really cool. It's a nice set. I don't remember if you could actually upgrade this one, though. There might be a special one that's not upgradable. Sadly, there's a few of them in the game. Oh, there we go. Did not expect there to be another seal just over here. Might as well, you know what? Since I think I'm probably not going to use this anytime soon. Oh, wait, I don't even... I thought I still had a silent elixir. And I guess I don't. Can I get the same effect by just eating a thing? Wait, thought I had something that just makes me silent. Probably don't want to eat raw insects, though. Glow-in-the-dark snail lives on fresh oil. When cooked, and it heightens your senses so you can move about silently. It doesn't work if I just eat it, right? Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate then. Come on, buddy. You don't see me. You are calm and collected. Stop it. Don't move. You're completely and utterly still. There we go. Got it!
Hey! Hey!
It is really awesome, though. I love that they included this.
Hey!
There's always so many awesome little details. Although, arguably, the quest to get the clothes really isn't that difficult, right? You can get, like, a very obvious hint, and then... Well, then again, if I hadn't remembered that it was on top of the roof, it might have been a little bit more difficult. Ooh, slow down. Watch out, a wall. Oh, wait, what are you doing here? Savak? So yeah, hey, the name's Bullseye. I'm 35. God. I'm 35, single, and I love jogging, especially on sand. Yeah, I could see that, buddy. 35, huh? I guess it works. I love how that's just the first line he says, right? It just comes across any women. Hey, by the way, I'm 35 and single. Yeah, everyone says I'm tenacious as a tick. I think some of them meant it in a nice way too. Oh boy. So, you out here on your own? Pretty rough and tumble place. Wanna hang out with me a while? Nice sand jogging. Ah, you notice these old things? Yeah, they're in my sand boots. Oh. So, if we go on a date, can I get your boots? Don't understand that the wrong way. They allow me to traverse the desert without being slowed down at all, so jogging is a breeze. If you'd like to check them out, we could grab a quiet corner and... Oh, okay. Yeah, he kind of had the same idea, huh? Give me those boots! Huh? Well, here's the thing. These sand boots are super rare, and I'd happily give them to you, but... Wait, this is a golden chance to woo. Oh, boy. I mean, sure, I'd love to give them to you, you hungry little boot monster. But first a favor. Ever heard the legend of the 8th heroine? I actually have not. Everyone's heard the legend in the Gerudo region about the 7 heroines, but some tell of an 8th heroine. Wiped clean from history, and no one knows why or how. Phantom heroine, known to all but seen by none. Been taken with the legend since I was a child. Wait, how long have you lived here? Find her. Show me the 8th heroine, and I'll give you these sand boots. What do you say? I'll go look. Yes. According to those who idolize the 8th heroine, she's enshrined somewhere in the Gerudo Highlands. Apparently, they even have a nickname for her, the Bronze Giant. Catchy. Beyond that, I don't really know much.
Aw.
Who knows, there might be someone in Gerudo Town who knows more about the legend of the 7 heroines. Maybe that info would help. I don't know. Anyway, draw a picture or something if you find her, and then show me. Oh, well, good thing we have an actual working tablet with us that can take pictures. Pretty neat, huh? Pretty picky about pictures too. If you get one, make sure at least the statue's upper half is visible, okay? Why do I get the feeling that this dude is after the upper half for a somewhat specific reason? Oh well. Oh, and here, if you'd like, you can use these. I'm sure they'll come in handy. Besides, you seem really into boots. Oh, nice! Wait, we get these too? I had no clue this is how you got the snow boots. Well, there might have been another option to get them too. I don't remember. Bullseye was kind enough to lend you these boots. They evenly distribute your body weight so you can maintain your normal walking speed over deep snow. Neat. The Gerudo Highlands are covered in deep snow, so it's hard to walk, right? Everyone knows that. But with these snow boots, you can walk through snow like it was flat ground. No, you can walk even faster than that. No one makes these anymore, so they're extremely valuable. As such, you can't keep them, okay? That's a pretty lengthy quest, though. Many have investigated the 8th heroine, but it's an inscrutable legend, an unsolved and possibly unsolvable puzzle. And as Miss Boots spins here, her wheels on it will grow closer and closer, and then... Oh, what was that? Oh, they were afraid by the... Yeah, they got scared by the seal. So these are the mountains, right? I don't fully remember where that statue possibly was. I do remember that there was like a giant sword, or like stone sword that sticks in the ground. I'm not sure if that's what he was talking about, or if the statue was close to that. I don't really need the boots though. Not really. I'm planning to do too much in the desert, honestly. I mainly want to get to the Divine Beast. Hey!
Sabak.
This is Gerudo Town, Hyrule's largest trade hub. How could it be the largest trade hub if men aren't allowed in? You'd think that at least they'd have like a, I don't know, small stable station or something outside where men can stay. And, you know, until the women have done their business. I guess maybe the Oasis is kind of that. So people who know about all this, they just stay there and wait. Only Vi are permitted entry within the walls, and we're constantly on alert for anyone who looks suspicious. Goodbye. I'm not suspicious. Since you're here, it might be worth it to learn some Gerudo words, right? Goodbye is Savok. Thanks. Nice. Complete. Wait, what's that guy do? Oh, it's... Are you like a female Gora? I guess so. Linde. Ooh, Savak. That V sound is really tricky to master. I feel like I got it there, though. It's a really cool town. Absolutely love this. Oh, right. It's the same set, but in different colors. Gerudo top. 180, 180. So it would have been slightly cheaper. So what? Is the other guy that sold us the clothes, is he just pretty much on the lookout for men that want to enter the city and can pull off the look, and he just sells the clothes with a bit of markup price? I don't know if that's a really feasible business model or a sustainable one. I don't know how, you know, often that really happens, but... Because, I mean, it's one thing to sell women's clothes to men that want to enter the city. It's another thing if those men can pull off the look and actually, you know, look like women in those clothes, so... Please see the front desk for all inquiries regarding the renting of seals. I want to grab the hammer. Oh, there's a chest here too. Ooh, what is that? Let's see. Let's drop this one. Pick up this one. I love how I'm constantly leaving behind like broken weapons. Whoever had this hammer, or whoever this belonged to, just comes back and finds one that's almost broken. What's in here though? Ooh, nice. A dagger is gonna be a little bit more complicated. I almost, as fun as these fire rods are, I almost don't really want to keep it. Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Gerudo Scimitar. Its common sword is often carried by Gerudo women for self-defense. Its short curved blade is easily recognized. You know what? Let's equip that. Let's complete our look. Was there anything else I really needed to do here though? I feel like I pretty much just want to walk right up to the, like, palace thingy. Oh. How does that work with the water up there? How does it keep running?
Sabak.
Savak. Great. You got the last of my free time with a greeting. What's the matter? I manage a shop that specializes in handmade accessories, but I've run out of flint. I needed to make my items. Ooh. Well, good thing we're talking then, because I happen to have some on me. Oh, not 10 though. What the hell? What is up with all these... Everybody wants to... Well, at least it's not 55. If only I had 10, just 10, if some kind Vai would give me 10 pieces of flint, I could offer a nice reward. I can dream all I want, though. Nothing goes that smoothly in the real world. Accessories. I use rubies, sapphires, and other gems to make accessories. Each gem type has its own power that it can transfer to whoever wears it. There's nothing I can do about not having any flint, though. Huh. Sorry that you came all the way to see me for nothing. I don't remember what kind of accessories she can craft. Can we not buy them? Oh, wait, was this her store? Might have been. Sak, I'm sorry, but the Gerudo Jewelers isn't open right now. With that beast causing a ruckus and the guards in an uproar over some kind of theft, things have been pretty crazy, and on top of it all, my shop... The village is facing quite a few problems lately. I think I only have, like, 3 flint, though. Pretty sure. Oh, no, never mind. I got 6. Trying to remember what you were able to get here. Might have been some tiara pieces that possibly also give you some sort of resistance. Well, these are pretty fancy clothes. Savak. Oh, are you interested in taking my class Vo and You? I'm a shy. During the day, I teach a class on the Vo of the world, and at night, I teach cooking classes. Why don't you join us? Oh yeah, not stereotypical at all. Oh, that's the inn. Ooh, what kind of steak is that? Seared gourmet steak. Holy shit. Imagine if you went to like a steak restaurant and they gave you this. Like 3 times the size of your head. Oh, another Rita. Evening. I really want to use the actual Gerudo greeting. You know, Sava. But I'm worried I'd mess it up and embarrass myself. You know, like, look at me. I can speak another language. It just feels like bragging. Don't overthink it. I think they would appreciate you at least trying, right? You really think I'm putting too much thought into it? Maybe you're right. Gerudo Town is so different from home. I live in Rito Village. We don't get many visitors there, so I'm not really familiar with non-Rito. I was gonna say, Well, we had those two people, like normal humans, in the inn in Rito Village, but it was definitely different from here, where it seems like a lot more different races are actually visiting the town, which makes sense, considering that it seems like it's some sort of trade hub. At least as far as they were talking about, right? But now that I'm here, I should enjoy myself. I wanted to start by trying out some of the meat here, but, well, they don't seem to have poultry. 63 arrows. Yeah. I'll take them all. Yes. Don't really need the other ones, I feel like. But normal arrows have already come in quite handy. Anything else here? That's some mushrooms. What are these? Razor shroom? Well, that's just an iron shroom. Razor shroom is for attack, right? Yes. Increase your strength. Sort of close. Man, the city design in Breath of the Wild is really, really awesome. I honestly hope that not only that Tears of the Kingdom will still have these cities, but that they probably even expand on them, right? But then again, it highly depends on how they're pulling that off, right? So are they gonna make it so that Ganon has been defeated? I mean, I know that he returns in Tears of the Kingdom, but when does that happen? Does it happen at the start of the game? Does it happen later on? And even if it happens at the start of the game, technically that would still mean that there was some time between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where possibly no Ganon was around to, like, terrorize anybody? Wouldn't that also mean that potentially they would have had time to, I don't know, re-establish old trade routes or build up cities a bit more? Oh, that's her again. Oh, she just went home. I was gonna say, wait, there's another one that has like the same colored clothes. And the music, it's so cool how the music, it slows down a tiny bit, right? And then transitions into the night music. Such a cool transition there. Hey, what are you doing? Tracy? What is it, ma'am? As you can see, I'm busy gathering information. But what? Ma'am, don't tell me you don't know who I am. No way. You've never heard of Rumor Mill either? I've heard of it. Have I? Phew, thank goodness. If you told me you'd never heard of Hyrule's most popular news publication, Rumor Mill. Oh, it's a... Okay. It's a paper? Well, I don't even know how I'd have taken that news. It would have hurt, that's for sure. Well, I guess it's not really a proper paper as much as it is some sort of rumor-loving, I don't know, the Sun equal thing. And Tracy herself, you know? You're the publisher, author. Hey now, get that wishy-washy garbage out of here once more with conviction. Wait. Truth is, I'm Tracy herself from Rumor Mill. Oh, she was waiting for a reaction. I was slightly confused what was happening there. She wanted Link to be taken aback by that revelation. Yo, what's up? I suppose that works. Anyway, I hope you enjoy reading Rumor Mill. Take pride in my work. I mean, you know, if you really want us to read it, you could have like given us a copy. Guess not. I'm definitely not going to buy it. Read that on your own time. Oh, these are awesome statues. Oh, it's... Never mind. We're going into the cutscene right away. Well, hello there. Riju. Don't really remember her at all, I have to admit.
Yet another traveler. How did you get in here?
And she's the only one that sees
Seems you have something
through
rather
Link.
interesting there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think you probably remember more about the actual champions rather than the people you engage with in the different villages, which kind of sucks. I wish that they would have had more character development too. I think it would have been cooler if they'd actually, I mean, with Teba, right, in case of Varmedo, you do a little bit with him. Like, we get to know that he tried to enter the Divine Beast beforehand, before Link coming there. We learn that he injured himself, and he's quite dedicated as well. Honestly, arguably a bit more sympathetic than Rivali, because Rivali's kind of full of himself, right? Yeah. It's one of those things where the whole 100 years ago thing, unfortunately, gets in the way a bit, I would say. When it comes to this, to storytelling, mainly because we already don't get that much time with the individual characters, right? So it sort of sucks that the short time span we do get to spend with different characters is then even further split up between the actual champion from 100 years ago and the sort of contact person, if you will, in the respective village. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But I also don't really... I don't think there's any proper solution to it beyond just making the story longer. Making just having way more interactions with these characters. Where'd the lady go, though? Wasn't she just in her throne like a second ago? You stand before Lady Riju, chief of the Gerudo. Declare your business, but come no closer. Oh, the one piece of music that I'm definitely missing here, though, is obviously Gerudo Valley. Probably one of the most recognizable and well-known songs from Zelda. Unfortunately, not really present here at all, I don't think. Yeah, she's not even behind you anymore. Hello? Has the game... Okay. That's interesting. Don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Wait, this... Is she, like... Did she accidentally... Is it because it's getting night? Like, did the game accidentally put her into a different location, but didn't consider that I was still talking to these people? Was it because I was stalling so much? Oh boy. I mean, in theory, the game might have autosaved when I entered the village. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. Do I just want to stand here for, like, waiting until it gets daytime again? I don't even know if that would solve the problem, though. Does time still continue? That's honestly difficult to... Thing is, there aren't really any buttons. Like, I'm pressing all the buttons. Okay, that's... I did not know this was... Honestly, this is probably one of the first major bugs that I've encountered in Breath of the Wild. I don't remember there being any bugs beyond maybe frame rate when I first played it. Well, this is awkward. I guess I'd have to close out of the software completely if I wanted to resolve this. Oh, this sucks. If I knew the time was still progressing, I would just wait until it gets daytime again. But I don't even know if it would load her back in. I thought she had just disappeared because she's, I don't know, sneaky. I thought that was, because I don't really remember the cutscene at all. I thought that it was some funny little trick she's doing where she's like disappearing and not coming back again. Yeah, honestly, I think... Let's see. If I just resume, it's not really... Let's see if the game like reloads or something. Or is it just... No, I think it doesn't really know what it's supposed to do here. Oh, okay. Back into the game. Yeah, no, didn't really help. Let's see. Let's close this real quick. I don't know if we're in the weird game menu here. Start the game back up. Let's see where it autosaved. I think it autosaves like after quests have been completed. So it might have autosaved after us entering the city. Which in this case, I wouldn't really lose too much time. Hopefully it doesn't mean that I lost way more time here. One second. Might as well. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, it autosaved. I think this is after I picked up the quest with the 10 flints, right? So hopefully this time it'll work. Wasn't it already like past 9 p.m. though? I mean, I that's why I mentioned the music. Maybe she disappears after 10 p.m. or something. Or maybe the game just didn't really like me standing around for that long. Okay, technically I did talk to a bunch of people, but I think I didn't really do anything beyond that, right? I picked up these arrows, I do remember that. That was really, really weird, though. I wonder why that happened. Because the cutscene had already started, right? You'd assume that the game prevents a character from being unloaded while you're already in a cutscene. Huh. I wonder if I could reproduce it. Possibly, although it might require me to stand around for a couple minutes again. That is so strange, though. Well, let's do one proper save just to be sure. And there we go. Hey, milady. We meet again. Even though you don't really remember it. I wonder... I cannot really imagine that...
Yet another
like,
traveler.
unloading a character. Also,
How did you get in?
shouldn't she be here the entire time? I'm pretty sure you can come here anytime you
Seems like
want, and
something
it's
rather
just gonna start the
interesting
cutscene, right? Or maybe, since I had already done this introductory cutscene, the game thought, like, maybe there's... It only starts her trigger. But wasn't she not present here? Maybe it was some weird overlap with during that actual cutscene that she was removed from her chair or something because it was night. Hold on, Bulihara. This one appears to be more than a common traveler. You there, what is your name? It's, what would the female version of Link be? Link. And what is it you've come all the way here to tell me, Link? I can calm Naboris. Oh, right, Naboris is the divine beast. I was going to say, wait, who's Naboris? Yeah, we came to calm the divine beast. You think you have what it takes to subdue something so powerful as a divine beast? The only ones who could ever control them were champions like Lady Urbosa. Well, we already dealt with the bird, so... And all of the champions died in the calamity 100 years ago. Liara, a memory just jumped into my head, something my mother spoke of. When the calamity happened, the Princess of Hyrule placed a fallen swordsman into a deep sleep. That swordsman, much like our new friend here, was named Link. That always seemed more legend than fact. In fact, it might be called the Legend of Zelda. But, Lady Riju, do those same stories not also say that the Hylian champion carried a legendary sword? I see no such weapon in this person's care. Oh, right. Was that a thing? If you already have the Master Sword, can you just convince them right away? Like, can you skip certain parts of the quest? I don't really remember that. They do indeed. If I recall correctly, it was called the Sword That Seals the Darkness. The Princess of Hyrule supposedly hid it away in the middle of a deep forest. What of the device on this one's hip? It appears to be a precious relic of the Sheikah. Can't imagine they would give something so valuable to a simple drifter, can you? I mean, once again, imagining somebody actually knowing about these legends and just randomly walking into that, like a treasure hunter of sorts, right? Walking into that resurrection chamber and just nicking the Sheikah slate from Link. You'd be pretty much allowed in anywhere. Although, well, that being said, if you're not really capable in combat, then I guess they see through your bullshit pretty much right away. I don't remember ever hearing of a Hylian vie amongst the champions. Wait a moment. You're a Vo! A Vo within our walls is a great crime, but a Vo who's a champion? Well, we'd never mistreat a friend of Lady Urbosa, and if you're here to help us with Naboris, then we are allies. You saw it on your way to our town. Divine beast Va Naboris, cloaked in a massive sandstorm, hurling lightning at any who dare approach. We have to do something to stop it, but we have yet to find any way to appease the divine beast on our own. If you truly are a champion, perhaps you will be able to enter Naboris and calm its anger. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the only thing that the Master Sword does is sort of make these conversations a little bit shorter. Because ultimately, they all kind of just let you go to the divine beast anyways, right? Lady Riju, I don't see how you can trust a complete stranger with something as important as this task. Perhaps if this person were first to prove his worth by recovering your stolen Thunder Helm. Ah, yes. An interesting suggestion. Because I'd imagine we'd need that anyways, right? To prevent us from being struck by lightning? You see, there's only one thing in all of Hyrule that can withstand the lightning from Naboris. The Thunder Helm, a family heirloom and relic of the Gerudo. But as Buliara says, it was stolen from us. You needn't worry, Lady Riju. If he truly is a champion, this should be an easy task for him. Our soldiers can tell you all you need to know about the thieves who stole Lady Riju's heirloom. Head through this arch. It will lead you to the barracks. Then seek out Captain Teak. Teak? Tika? Teake? Teak, probably. And ask for a full report. Without my heirloom, you'll never be able to approach Naboris. You know. You take heart in having such a rare visitor as yourself. Lady Urbosa must be looking out for us. Nice. There we go. Oh, it actually auto-switches to this quest too. What is this, by the way? Another family heirloom? Why is this here? I wish I could read what's on that stone. Is that actually readable? Is there some translation of Hylian scripts? But yeah, I wonder what they've what they've done with the water here. I mean, sure, it's an oasis, but it's actually... Like, it seems to be coming out of the ground with a lot of pressure, because otherwise it wouldn't be able to go all the way to the top of the stone structure here. I mean, it obviously could be magical, but... Actually, if we do consider kind of all magics that exist within this world to be some leftover pieces of ancient Sheikah technology, then maybe at a point very, very far back into the past, which might also explain why there's one of the shrines in front of this place, the Sheikah somehow built a technology that meant that the water was sort of being sucked out of the desert ground. And way much later on, these people came and just built their village on top of it, not because they discovered some ancient technology, but because the water was still running. So maybe they don't even know if it's built on some, like, they probably never checked, right? If there is another super important reason for why the water is coming up like that. And I also love all these random places. So cool that they were able to do all this without loading zones too. Oh, is that the weird, like, how to approach men class? They even have a picture of the love pond. Right. Let's maybe, you know, not go too deep into this. Oh. You were the one I'm looking for. What are you doing in here? This is the barracks for the chief's guards, not a place for tourists to gather. We're on high alert after the recent theft, so you should clear out. Oh, completely forgot about the theft. That's the family heirloom that was stolen then. What? Buliara sent you?
Oh.
My apologies. I'm the officer in charge of the soldiers, Captain Teak. The chief's heirloom was stolen by thieves belonging to the Yiga clan the other day, so everyone is on edge. We've determined that the Yiga's hideout is in Karusa Valley. Oh. Do I actually have to deal with the entire Yiga clan in order to get it back? The soldiers are all exhausted, so I was just thinking about requesting some extra help.
Oh.
Hey everyone, listen up. This Hylian Vi has agreed to help us, so offer her any information you can.
Oh.
Consider yourself a part of our unit. If you have any questions, my troops will be happy to help. Okay. Nice. And wait, what's the quest say though? After speaking with Captain Teague, you learned that the thieves are hiding out in Karusa Valley, but the hideout itself has not been scouted by any of the soldiers. Gather additional information from the soldiers. I don't really remember you having to go to the hideout to do this. Did I already have the Master Sword when I came here and it really does skip that part of the quest? That would be pretty insane though. Well then again, I definitely know that I dealt with the Yiga clan hideout in my first playthrough. Maybe I accidentally did that first or something before coming here? Huh. Hey, I haven't seen Bata. Where's she gone off to?
Oh.
She said she was going to scout the thieves' hideout, but then she left before we could say anything. Now that I think about it, she's been gone for 2 days. I wonder what happened to her. Are you serious? Why did you let her go by herself? And why did you wait 2 days to report this?
Oh.
I apologize. She said she just wanted to check it out and would be careful, so I thought... As if we aren't busy enough searching for the chief's heirloom, now we have to find Barta, too. If the captain hears about this fiasco, she'll punish us for sure. Isn't she just over there? Doesn't she hear what you guys are talking about? Probably 100 laps around Gerudo Desert again.
Oh.
Wait, around the entire desert? That sounds like not a fun time at all. Oh no, what should we do? I'm thinking about it. Okay, well that wasn't really information that would help us. As you can see, we're in the middle of spear training. Teague's permission or no, I would ask that you not interfere. great. We're really getting a bunch of really important information from these guys, right? Okay. That's why this part's on the map too, right? It's kind of the reason for it, I guess. That's fairly far away. I really didn't remember this being a thing at all, honestly. Huh. I guess I'll have to grab the tower after all. I think the Yiga hideout in and of itself might actually be, you know, not super easy to get through. Where was that other quest? This one, right? The 8th heroine? Existed. So he would give me the desert boots, which I don't really need, all things considered. Let's see. Oh. Vasa. That look. You must be the Hylian Frelly was talking about. My name is Combe. I'm Frelly's mother. We run a shop where we rent out sand seals. If you plan on crossing the desert, you'll need a sand seal. It may seem unlikely, but we're actually a thriving business, and it's so easy for a customer to get the hang of it. All you have to do is just stand on your shield and let the sand seal pull you along. Of course, our sand seals have all been trained. They're much easier to handle than a sand seal you'd find out in the wild. If you're in need, just let me know. What was up with the sand seals right in front of the city, though? Oh, you have a quest for us? That's a very particular looking statue. Yeah. Might as well grab that tower then, right? And cover the map. Oh, it's over there. For some reason I thought it was here. Well, then it's pretty much on the way anyways, right? Can just climb up to it. Yeah, should be fine. And then I pretty much immediately want to head to the Yiga hideout. That doesn't look great. So what's up? This is the northwest gate of Gerudo town. We caution all travelers to avoid the sandstorms. If you're caught in a sandstorm, you'll lose your way. Even us Gerudo have trouble navigating them. Oh, right, that is the sort of what they're doing with the edge of the map, right? So it's kind of putting you like the other way around again without you even really noticing. It's really clever. Danger of the sandstorms makes the desert the perfect hiding place for thieving bandits and priceless treasures. Where is Carusa Valley? Oh. So you are the Hylian that Captain Teague was talking about? The thieves' hideout is in Carusa Valley. You can't see Carusa Valley from here, but it's in that direction. Oh. Carusa Valley runs deep into the highlands and is longer than you'd expect. If you intend to go, you should take a sand seal. About that treasure. Having said that, I don't really know the details either. There are statues of swordswomen scattered across Gerudo Desert, the remnants of ages long past. Oh. People talk about the statues pointing to the hiding place of ancient treasure, but that's just superstition. Even if it was true, there are dangerous monsters in the sandstorms. I wouldn't risk it. Oh. Oh, right, there was one shrine, like, all the way out in the desert. Oh, he's back. Are you constantly just jogging around the village? That must be so weird for them, right? Seeing this men just constantly do the rounds, but I guess they cannot really do much against him. But yeah, I do remember the statues. And them pointing at a shrine. I think, yeah, it's that sandstorm over there, right? So the shrine's kind of in the middle of it, and you do need to follow the statues to get to it. Oh boy. Blood Moon coming in. God, that's such an ominous sound, isn't it? I think I mentioned it last time, but I really wish they would have done more with this mechanic. I'm not a big fan of monsters respawning in general. like, if you do that, there needs to be a really, really good reason for it. And I even think that in even in Dark Souls, I think it would have been cool if there would be some, I don't know, not necessarily variants to it. It's a difficult topic, right? It's almost more complicated than the discussion we had earlier about the what's it called? About balance and dynamically scaling enemies. But yeah, with the respawning enemies, well, I actually do wonder if the game would have had some sort of memory limitation. So the more, because it needs to keep track of all the enemies that you've dealt with already. So I wonder if maybe this way they're resetting that, so it doesn't need to keep track of everything. Could be, right? It could be that it's at least slightly connected to that. I mean, it's one of those weird cases where it might have also been strange if they had, like, if the world at some point would just be flat out empty if you've dealt with everything there is. And I do have to say, I appreciate the Blood Moon as a mechanic in and of itself, because one thing that I definitely dislike is enemies sort of randomly spawning back in, because that can, like, that never works really well. And so the Blood Moon having at least a predictable cycle to it, and a very specific point at which it resummons everything, at least that way it makes more sense. And it even has like an in-lore explanation as to why enemies are coming back. So I like it for that. I just wish that they would have done a bit more with it, right? So instead of it respawning enemies, what if it, you know, I don't know, changed all the locations where there were enemies that you already dealt with or something. You know, just make it a little bit more exciting, a little bit different. Stop it. There we go. In the desert, we need to put on warm clothes again. So what's the best way over there? I feel like it'd probably be easiest just to climb up. I know this is the place where you need to get an ice cube into the building. I don't remember what quest it was connected to, though. Oh, that's really high up, isn't it? Yeah, this might be somewhat difficult to climb, honestly. Or was it the other way around? Honestly, it might have been the other way around. Because isn't this the cellar where they keep the ice? Because it's, like, cool and everything? Okay, let's see. I should be able to climb this. Oh, calm down. Might take a little bit of time getting all the way up to the tower. But it hopefully should be fine. And thankfully, we actually did grab a new hammer. So that's going to be pretty perfect for this. There we go. Hammer, there we go. Hey, 1 flint. Maybe I'll actually be able to get the 10 the merchant was looking for. Again, I don't really remember what kind of accessories she was potentially able to craft. Oh, I always forget to to change back to my climbing equipment. Makes things at least a little bit faster. Oh, hi. Welcome back. Desert's treating me kind of fine. I do apparently need to head to the Yiga clan hideout, though, which I didn't really remember that was necessary for this whole quest. That being said, I'm very much looking forward to it. That was probably one of my favorite sort of gameplay elements, I want to say, the game has to offer. It also has one of the more unique boss fights at the very end, right? Because I want to say that's one of the only actual boss fights that's not like a monster out in the open world, or one of Ganon's blights. Guess I need to go further up for the tower. Was this a tower that just kind of continues all the way into the ground? I do remember there was one tower that looks like it pretty much just extends into infinity. Below the ground. It just has like a huge crater around it, essentially, that you cannot land in because it's so deep. Might have been this one. I do remember that being on the Boundary Break episode that was going into Breath of the Wild. Because I think that's one of the pretty much lowest placed objects in the game world. Was it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one, isn't it? Also, you know what? I mean, I guess it's easy to forget, but I went to deal with the Divine Bird first to grab Rivali's scale to make sections like this easier to deal with and easier to traverse. And of course, I'm not using it, but instead just keep climbing. And I guess, climbing is also pretty fun. Well, the boss I'm talking about, there is the Yiga clan, those are the guys that quite frequently just, you can meet at the side of the road, right? They always carry bananas with them, because the bananas increase attack power, I suppose. And they're often disguised as like normal travelers, and when you talk to them, they change into their Yiga clan outfit and attack you. And they have a secret base hideout up here in the mountains. And apparently are also responsible for stealing the heirloom of the princess of the Gerudos here. Which now we need to get back, because apparently that's a helmet that can help you withstand lightning attacks. Which is going to come in handy for the Divine Beast, for the camel that's doing all the lightning. Yeah, I think this is the tower that I was talking about. Yeah, it just extends all the way down. And obviously you can go down somewhat, but not all the way. There's actually no way to see the bottom of the tower. Unless you clip to it. Oh, whoops. Hi guys. Just passing through, don't mind me. What the hell was that? Oh! I forgot that they can, like, suck in air. Ooh, might as well do it. Stop it. I should probably... Goblin Spear? Yeah, I don't really need that, right? It's only got 9 attack power. I should definitely change back to my clothes. Is it still warm? No. Normal temperature, so definitely a good idea to... I can keep this on. Change back to this stuff. But yeah, so the Yiga clan actually has a proper, like, leader guy that you need to deal with in their hideout. And that's, like, it's an actual boss fight, and like a unique one in terms of its design, right? It's like custom animations and custom attacks and whatnot, which is pretty cool. But it also, as always, makes you wish there was more stuff like that. Because the only other real boss fight, I mean, there are the couple monsters out in the world, right? The big Hinox guys that you can fight, the big stone guys. But beyond that, the only other bosses are the blights in the Divine Beasts. And, well, this one's a very, very unique one for that. And just makes me wish there were a couple more instances like that where they actually went with a proper, boss fight. Right. Didn't remember there being this many monsters here. Oh, well, Death Stranding can definitely, I think all the walking around in that game, that probably makes everything else seem like an absolute breeze, right? Not that I would know. I mean, I've seen a bunch of Death Stranding playthroughs. I didn't really play it myself, because I wasn't quite sure if I would enjoy it. But I might go back to it once the, part 2 releases. And actually play it for myself. Grab the shield. Ooh, all of this stuff fell down, didn't it? Unfortunate. Ooh. Oh, could I use this to... Man, they're all kind of falling down too early, right? Wonder if those barrels hit the guys down there. Hello, Mr. Moblin. Oh, he isn't even that strong. Wait, I would like to steal his weapon. Oh, I can just throw mine, right? Oh, it's only 4? Are you kidding me? I love how he also tried to grab for it still. Just, nope, it was already gone. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to target him. What is he doing? Did he... Was he like running after my bomb because it was a shiny, cute object he wanted to look at? What was going on there? Oh, come on. Do they have to fall down so much? Such a long way, rather. Death Stranding is a pretty amazing game, I do agree. It's, well, a lot about its design is also just... It's very unique, right? I think it has a lot of problems. Its story probably being the biggest one. But, I mean, it's still... It's such a cool idea, and it's incredible that a game like that even got made, especially with the insane budget that it must have had, right? Like, with its design and everything. It's just super awesome, I think, that it was possible for that game to exist. Even though I don't agree with all the decisions they made for it, but... Wait, where is the guy? Where's the music coming from? He's not... Is he standing on the tower? Would we hear that from here? Or is he somewhere else? I think I need to be all the way up there, though, to actually be able to climb the tower. I have to say, though, in terms of traversal, right, traveling through this terrain, I was always a big fan of Breath of the Wild. I know that a couple people said that the world was too empty in parts, but I completely disagree with that. I think the fact that it is empty in certain areas just makes it a lot more fun to traverse in the first place. Because it feels like you're truly traveling through the world. You're truly on a huge... journey. And because in most open worlds, for some reason, things are always way too close together. So it feels unrealistic, and it's way too fast for you to get to places. Right? It never feels like you're in any danger or that you actually need many resources. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, I feel like they pulled it off a lot better compared to most other open world games. The Witcher 3 maybe being an exception because that's... Well, it's also different in terms of its approach, right? Of having multiple areas and not being one entirely connected world. Wait, what? The save files from Epic Games and Game Pass are not That's just dumb, right? Like, why is that something like that even possible? What's going on here? That looks weird. I guess somebody camped out here and ate a lot of stuff. Wait, is he standing on top there? Oh yeah, he is! He's playing music over there, okay. Well, maybe the wind is carrying it over, because otherwise I think that's a bit too far away for us to actually hear it, but, you know, with the canyon and the wind going on, maybe. Well, Death Stranding storytelling is also just, it's... Well, maybe that's it, right? It's sort of, it feels like an anime, but with, like, graphics that don't really fit that style. I don't know, it's just weird. And then the writing in certain places is just, God. Definitely not my humor, but yeah, I think I'd still very much enjoy it, because the gameplay seems a lot of fun, and it has that really, really cool and fairly unique online element, which I actually wish they would include in games more. I honestly think that that sort of online element with the world dynamically changing according to what players have done, I wish that's what FromSoft would have sort of turned their online systems into, right? Because I feel like FromSoft's online systems, they were really, really cool when Demon's Souls originally released, right? They were kind of a unique spin on that. But then they never went anywhere with it. And they're still pretty much the exact same thing as they were back then. And I really wish they would have done more with that. Maybe even changing the world on it. Because that's kind of what I feel like the... what's it called again? In Demon's Souls, the whole world tendency system was about, right? Dynamically changing the world based on server tendency. I mean, for the remake, it's just sort of personal tendency. It's not connected to online anymore, but it feels like that was the first attempt at that. And Death Stranding, I think, really showed off what kind of potential can be behind a game that is designed around that idea. And I really wish FromSoft kind of would have included that in their games instead of just Death Stranding. Although, thankfully, we do have that game to show off what that could look like. And I think it would be neat to at least maybe copy over certain parts of that for other games too. I mean, Skyward Sword, with this year, I don't know what I'm really... There's still so much stuff that's coming up that I don't really know if I could do it like this year. I really would like to. I mean, there's like, I feel like 20 games that I would want to play like right now. It's obviously can only do one at a time, but yeah, I definitely want to play Skyward Sword. Just don't know when. Because there's, well, I mean, there's Tears of the Kingdom obviously coming up. Then there's going to be a new Final Fantasy XIV patch. Final Fantasy XVI is coming up. I was thinking of maybe looking into Diablo 4, although I'm typically not that much into that. The beta was fun, though, so maybe I would have fun with it. I don't know if I want to buy it, though. And that would take way too much time away, so I'm probably not going to do that. And then I still want to get back into the other Pixel remasters as well. But yeah, maybe Skyward Sword would be a neat... Because I said that I wanted to, well, not play all the Final Fantasy parts back to back to back, to not really burn out on those. So maybe it would be fun to do Skyward Sword, I don't know, in between Final Fantasy 3 and 4 or something. Would certainly be neat. Also, Skyward Sword, I'd imagine, isn't actually that extensive. right? Because well, I mean, most of the other Zelda games, I guess, still take quite a bit of time. Like, they're not 10-hour games. They still are quite chunky in terms of content. But, well, they don't have the huge open world that you can get completely lost in, right? Which I'm probably gonna be when Tears of the Kingdom releases. What if? No, but then... Yeah, too many games. There's always too many games. Too much to play. Well, it's also really... It is arguably really, really difficult when you're into an MMO or something similar to that too, right? It could be 14, could be WoW, could be Genshin Impact or Destiny or whatever. If you have a game like that you quite frequently return to, that just takes so much time away. I mean, it's also insanely fun, and it's cool for, you know, the people you meet. I mean, that's why I do play online games. It's just a whole bunch of awesome people that you can meet there, but yeah, that whole thing with how much time it just takes away is really a big problem, unfortunately. But there's also no real way around that, though, right? Love seamless multiplayer too. Suddenly you have another playing session. Yeah, kind of like Invasions. That's why it really sucks that FromSoft are masters of just copy pasting almost entire games. And somehow people are still always super excited when they release. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am too. Like, their games are great and arguably don't change sort of a working system, right? If it works, if your gameplay is good, then probably just small steps, and don't change too much at once to not maybe alienate your audience too much. But it really, for me at least, especially with Elden Ring, at least in parts, it was almost a regression looking at how huge the changes were with Sekiro. So I really, really wish they would have also leaned into that more with way, way more changing systems. And Elden Ring's giant world, I feel like would have almost been a perfect way to do that too, with elements sort of dynamically changing and shifting, depending on what other players did in that particular area. But I also realized that with how big the game is, sort of like Breath of the Wild 2, right? Where the game's already that ginormous that it almost feels weird wishing for more stuff in it, but forgive me. I was lost in a song written by my late teacher. He wrote it for the hero who fell to the calamity 100 years ago. Yeah, you just played it to us. Well, not just, but a couple minutes ago at the stables. So much time has passed, and yet the hero has not yet returned. But my teacher always kept faith. I hope to play the song for the hero someday, so I practice it often. Oh, forgive me. It seems I've prattled on. I know a song about this place. Would you like to hear the ancient verse passed down in this region? Oh, this is specific to the... There might have been another quest attached to this. A lot of time on League of Legends. Oh yeah, Rocket League. Rocket League is also a really, really cool game. It's just... it's always... When you want to play other stuff too, right? You need to be able to sort of pull yourself away from that, which is hard. Because I'm always that... I mean, obviously they're sometimes also designed like that, where they want you to return, right? But... I don't know. It always seems... I always feel bad just not logging into 14 and not, tending to my houses and other stuff. Kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Let's hear the verse. Excellent. Without further ado... As light shines from the northwest skies, from the Tao's shadow, an arrow flies. Pierce heaven's light to reveal the prize. Well, that was a short song. I still don't quite understand the lyrics, but knowing my teacher, they're the key to revealing a secret. Best of luck, and may the light illuminate your path. Sign of the Shadow. I think this wasn't too complicated, right? I'm pretty sure you just have to wait until the... which apparently, looking at this, I just missed my opportunity. Oh, that sucks. Oh well. But I'm pretty sure you just had to wait for the shadow of the tower to pretty much be above this platform. And then you fly over and shoot it with an arrow. I think that's how it worked. And then the shrine appears. Well, I'm not too bothered with doing that right now. I still need to get to the Yiga clan. Okay, from here it shouldn't be too difficult. I can pretty much just go around this mountain and then enter the hideout. It should be fine. Pretty insane how high up this tower is too. You almost never really realize while you're still climbing up the mountainside just how high you're getting compared to a lot of other stuff. Well, either way, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. Like 20 minutes or something. I just want to grab a quick bite to eat, and then... Well, I don't know if I can still do the second Divine Beast today. That would actually be cool, but I don't know how much time I still have left. So I'm gonna go for a little bit more after my break. You know, maybe like 1.5 hours or something. That should be fine. And then I can, well, maybe get the second beast done, or at least get into a good position to do it tomorrow. If that's not going to be the case. So enjoy his beautiful music, and I'll be back in a bit, and hopefully a bit strengthened for the journey ahead. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's get back into this. Hopefully the music was alright. I mean, it's beautiful music, don't get me wrong. It's just that he never really changes his tune, right? Sort of stays the same the entire time. Oh, thank you, thank you. Had a very filling lunch, and now we are able to fight the Yiga clan. Let me just double check. Yeah, pretty much just want to go that way, right? Should be able to just climb up. I mean, the good thing is, honestly, 2 stamina wheels are, I want to say, quite a bit better than I remember them being. I don't know. Maybe I just... I wonder. On my first playthrough, it might have just been that I went with hearts first instead of stamina, and maybe that's why I remember it being a bit more tedious than it is now. But, yeah, when you kind of go for stamina first and increase your stamina to at least have almost a complete second wheel, you're already quite capable to pretty much climb anything you want, especially if you keep a bunch of stamina potions in, just in case, you know, you need a bit more even. Oh. No Korok here, huh? Yeah. It's the same 10-second loop. Yeah, it's, hopefully it didn't get too tedious. Yeah, he could really use a bunch more notes maybe in a song. Can I blow this up?
Yep.
No. I find it quite interesting that they chose to transition from the desert into sort of a snowy mountain range, but maybe that's not as unusual as you'd think at the start, right? Oh, hello, Mr. Dragon. Aren't you usually only there at night? Oh, wait a second. This way. Gosh. Oh, that's the one that I already took a picture of. Never mind then. I really wish the dragons had more lore to them. And more, like, quests and similar things. Oh, that's so cool. I thought that was wind at first. It's the sand flowing down. That looks pretty awesome. But yeah, all things considered, for the most part, I mean, deserts can be both, or not both. Deserts can be a lot of things, honestly. Oh, that's, I think, it's already their hideout, right? Well, might as well just jump down. I don't know if we are at risk of being attacked right away. Oh yeah, I already hear. There you go. Oh, I hit one of them, I think. There we go. Their sounds, what's wrong with their sounds? Okay, there we go. Kind of looks like a training ground for them too, right? But I think it's more their base. Oh, 14 times 2 duplex bow. A bow favored by the skilled archers of the Yiga clan. It's been engineered to fire 2 arrows at once to ensure your target comes to a swift and none too pleasant halt. I don't think it's really worth taking this with me. Yeah, I could maybe drop this. Nah, it's fine. We're gonna find more than enough bows eventually anyways. Yeah, I remember this place. This was awesome. Especially since it also incorporates more sneaking elements, which, while obviously being a valid approach for quite a few situations, the game never really pushes you to sneak most of the time, except for this. It really wants you to do that. Also just looks really cool. So I wonder how they actually got to their symbol. I mean, they're kind of opposing the Sheikah, right? But I don't think we ever quite learn why they're doing that. I don't think there's much information in that regard in Breath of the Wild. At least as far as I remember. It's just so interesting. I never quite thought about why they had the Sheikah symbol upside down. It's an interesting choice. Mostly because I wonder why you would take a symbol from your enemies, right? If that's what you can describe them as. I mean, turning it upside down, yeah, that's certainly a statement. Still quite curious, though. Thankfully, just get rid of them with my axe. Power fruit, nice. Increase your heart recovery. Maybe, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should have cooked myself a couple more actual health recovery dishes. So I'm kind of low on those. But I don't think we'll get a cooking pot here in the vicinity. Ah, well, it'll be fine. Oh. Wait, do we need the torch to get through here? I don't actually remember how this worked. Well, that would suck if that's the case. Or maybe, you know what? No. That doesn't work. I'm out of fire arrows. I could use some bomb arrows, maybe? Oh, wait, Link. Why'd you shoot the arrow? I mean... let's see. Let's just drop this again. Take the torch. There we go. Do I need to burn these? Is that a thing that I can do? Ah, yeah, I can. They're probably not gonna like this. Oh, oops. That's not what I wanted to do. The game does have a bit of a washed out look, yeah. I don't know if that's like weirdly specific to the Wii U. Because I don't really... I mean, I could maybe crank up the contrast. I don't even know if that's an option in the Wii U menu, honestly. I do remember it being like this, pretty much. I think it's slightly different when you look at it on Switch or on an emulator. It definitely has higher contrast then. Will it specifically here too, because I think it's supposed to simulate the sort of desert winds and sand coming in here, and it's like it's supposed to be foggy as well. Sometimes I wonder if they've also done it to maybe hide some, you know, graphical stuff that didn't look that good, to just sort of bring it more in line. Okay, that's where I need to go. And of course it turns off my torch. What happens if I burn the other stuff too? Yeah, it's a lot of dust here, so this will be even more washed out than maybe other places would be. Well, it's a bit... Yeah, if you look at it like... Now it looks less washed out, I would say, right? Kinda? More clearer colors. Oh, also I think now the time of day is actually changed. Might have been partially due to the desert wind. I can just hit them with the torch. Don't actually have to change my weapon. One is still missing. Okay. How have these bats been there the entire time behind these paper or cloth fabric things? Yeah, I think that was the last one. Well, that's actually a good thing. Let's get rid of this and pick up the... Where was it? Where did I drop it? There we go. The sickle. And we also get another treasure chest. Kind of neat from them, right? To just keep a couple treasures in the room you enter first. But I guess maybe they already planned to take me out before I even get in here, so... Yeah, I want to say that, well, partially it might be that they try to... I think it's a bit of a technique that was used definitely in PlayStation 2 and GameCube era games, where they, by choosing, you know, similar colors for a lot of surfaces, it just blended together better, right? It looks a bit more... Because, like, back then, now we have all kinds of sort of shadow techniques and other ways to hide the... What's it called? Whenever, you know, two different textures or two different objects sort of clash into each other at the seam between them. That was way harder to hide back in the day. So sometimes they would just use very similar colors or textures to... I guess make everything seem a little bit more fitting. But it also meant that a lot of the time, sadly, you know, a bunch of stuff sort of mushed and blended together. And if you combine that with a lower resolution too, you know, creates a similar problem. Yeah, well, Twilight Princess, to be fair though, on the GameCube, I do remember Twilight Princess looking pretty, well, not washed out, but it definitely had very, very similar colors and looked very sort of muddy all the time. It wasn't exactly the most pleasant look either. Thankfully, the HD remaster helps a lot with that. Hey, what are you doing here? This is the hideout of those Yiga thieves who stole the Thunder Helm. They spot you, they'll call their friends for sure. There's no way you can take them all on. If only you had some way of distracting them, but I don't know how. All I ever see them do is patrol and eat bananas. I haven't seen anything else that you could exploit as a weakness. Whoa. It's a good thing then that we just found 2 bananas, right? What's up with these guys? Okay, so we're some sort of evil force that tries to, you know, keep the Sheikah from using their technology and stuff, but all we ever do is eat bananas. Sure. Listen, this place is dangerous. You should get out of here while you can. I can take care of myself. You can? I mean, I don't know. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle there. Okay, but this is what I loved about it. So I think you're actually required to sneak by them, or at least it gets really, really difficult to deal with them if they spot you. That being said, these are really cool enemies. Later on, I think it might be connected to... Oh god, is he coming this way? No. Oh boy. It might be connected to a certain progression point in the game. I'm not quite sure, but... well, at the start, all the Yiga clan members you run into are sort of the smaller dudes that I fought on the outside, right? But later on, you can even find these big dudes out in the open, trying to cross your path and killing you. What? What? Wait, did he turn around? Well, I guess we're gonna find out what happens when they spot you. Oh boy. Probably want to get rid of the smaller ones first before I deal with the big one. Okay, so they do also close the doors, I guess. So what now? Is he just aggroed onto me? Can I... Oh, yeah, I think he is. Let's see, any tricks that I can pull off? Wait, maybe I can still... Oh boy, that's not good. Yeah, that's... Beware, fool, the eye of the Yiga. I thought I had a fairy. Actually, I was pretty sure that I still had a fairy in my inventory. Maybe I didn't. Okay, well, at least it autosaves you at the entrance. Maybe that was a thing? That the game just resets your progress to the start of it? I do remember there was something going on with this place where they... Yeah, I did definitely have fairies. I think that's kind of... It must count as some sort of special environment where you're kind of required to go through all of it in sort of a stealthy manner. Pretty sure that I could have also tried to deal with them, or rather, if I hadn't been hit, eventually it would have still worked out, but... Let's just try this again. I'm not entirely sure why he even saw me in the first place. Oh yeah, they did do an HD remaster for Twilight Princess. It's for Wii U as well. It's still exclusive for Wii U, just like the Wind Waker HD remaster for some awkward reason. They just don't want to make money, I guess. I mean, that is mostly why I bought the Wii U. Well, originally for the Wind Waker HD remaster, but I think at the time where I bought it, they had already announced that they were going to do Twilight Princess 2, so that was mostly why I wanted to get into it. Or rather, why I wanted to buy the Wii U. And then, thankfully, they released Breath of the Wild on it too, which meant that I could play it without having to buy a Switch at the time. Okay, seriously, how did that dude see me? Is he just... I guess maybe because he turned and he still looked to the right, maybe? Really wish I would have done a stealth potion. Okay. Well, this is going to be a bit more difficult. So for this dude, I probably do need the bananas? I would guess? Kinda want to go to the chest, too. I could also try to just throw something, right? These small stones, you mean? I mean, they could be... There were a lot of them outside, too. There could be some sort of training dummy. I suspect that maybe they're supposed to... Well, not exactly be threatening, but maybe they're supposed to make you feel seen. Right? So, sort of as a warning sign when you approach the place. Hey, by the way, we're going to see you. We're going to spot you if you try to enter. Okay, can I throw the bananas, though? That's not a thing, right? I can hold them. Oh, right, you can do this. I completely forgot about that. But if you sneak, they're gonna be put away again. Okay, let's try. Hold, far. Boop. Okay, that's brilliant. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh god. He turned around pretty quickly, though. Is he coming after me? Probably, right? Ooh. Stop it, dude. You have a banana to eat. Oh no, he just returned to his... No, did he, though? Oh, Link. There we go. Yeah, I think he returned to his post, right? That was really awesome. I didn't remember that they were going to do that. But it's still, I mean, Link is quite slow when you are, oh god, that's a whole banana stash over there. What the hell? I don't think they're gonna like me taking all their bananas, huh? Can I save it in here, by the way, or is that not allowed? Ah, yeah, it definitely counts as sort of a special arena type deal. Which is really awesome. I wish the game would have done this more. It's probably one of the most unique places in the game gameplay-wise. That's like hitting the jackpot in here, right? Well, hopefully nobody comes to check where all their bananas have gone. There we go. Okay, well, that's gonna be very, very helpful in terms of distracting them. Banana heist! There's a whole lot of them down here, though. I don't even know... Oh, maybe we're able to... Maybe you don't even have to go down, huh? Because it looks like there might be a way just over the roof. Are they even rooftops? Or something like that. Oh, okay, so there is a ladder over there. But I think that just leads in here too, right? I don't know if they would be able to hear me if I wasn't sneaking around up in here. Oh. I think that's where I want to go then, right? If I can make it up there, I can throw down another banana to distract that guy. That should work. Which means I need to find a way to get over to that ladder first. Love the design of this place too. Honestly, it has a pretty cozy feeling, you know, if the dudes weren't here. Okay. What kind of round are you making? The only issue is that actually holding the bananas in your menu and then throwing them somewhere is quite finicky. And it also means that you're going to stand up every time and go out of sneaking mode. So it's really not the easiest thing to pull off, I suppose. And another problem is that I don't really have any spot to retreat if they do see me. But there's a bunch of valuables down here too, though. The problem is the other guy is also just doing a circle, isn't he? I wonder if I would also be at risk of being spotted if I jump down. Like, would they hear the impact? Actually, it does look a lot trickier than I remember it. I could maybe throw a banana over here, though. Right? If I'm throwing it over there somewhere? What? Okay, that's good. At least there is this in-between section here. Means that that dude isn't going to spot me as easily. I guess I could leave a banana behind over here, right? And as soon as he, like, is distracted by it, I can get to the ladder. And once I'm up there, I should be fine, hopefully. Just want to double check. That dude over there at the wall. Could he see me potentially? I'm not too sure how far they can actually see. Let's see here. Hold. Is he coming back? No, he's just making his rounds over there. Whoa! God, these are... Well, that worked. Actually, a lot better than I had expected. Okay. He seemed a bit... He seemed distracted for longer than the other dude. Honestly. Okay. Hopefully, these actually hold my weight. I think they should. Let's grab another mighty banana. Let's see what's in here, actually. kind of wish this would help you with stealthing through here, but I guess rupees are fine too. Okay, now for the most difficult part. I need to distract him somehow without any of the other guys seeing me. I wonder if there's something special in there too, considering that he's just guarding it, but I think he's just sort of standing there. Okay, so I need to be careful. That dude is... I think he's mainly just walking back and forth, it looks like. Actually, since I'm up here, I don't know if I want to risk that, though. I wonder if you can make the wooden walkways drop down. I mean, I could shoot an arrow at where the red cross is conveniently placed on its beam. I wonder if that's there to... Well, I mean, the banana would drop down, but it also would be making quite a ruckus, wouldn't it? Huh. True, Link isn't really, you know, it's not really the biggest person in the world. Yeah, his equipment's usually making a lot of noise, though. I mean, you even have a noise meter, funnily enough, in the game. Okay, I don't like that he is, like, walking back and forth so quickly. I wonder if you could make, like, a banana trail. Considering how many bananas we've picked up, wouldn't that be funny? You could try it with the dude over here, right? So if I... Let's see. I mean, I have enough bananas for now. Hopefully the other dude doesn't see it, though. Wait, how would that even work? It's a bit finicky. I don't really... Let's see. Ooh. Of course he... Okay. Oh boy! Whew. Really thought they would hear me. Okay, this looks suspiciously empty. I don't like that. It's actually not bad in terms of stealth sections, I have to say. I mean, as I mentioned a couple of times already, that's why I remember this section so fondly, is because it's actually... Oh, how clever. Oh, that's so cool. So they make you grab the metal chest out of the ground, and that makes you realize, oh wait, that's a metal wall that I can manipulate. That's awesome. Ouch. Nice. I want to say this feels like a trap. I don't know if I should actually open that. Let's maybe only grab the ones around it. At least when it comes to Zelda games, I want to say this is probably my favorite stealth section in any of them. Because the other ones, a lot of them do contain stealth sections. They're probably not really my favorite, though. I'm always slightly annoyed when I had to go through the beginning of Wind Waker. You know, I mean, as cool as it is that you get shot at the, what was it called? Forbidden Fortress or something? Well, the first place you visit with the pirates, right? And you get shot at the place and hit a wall and lose your equipment, or lose your sword rather. And you have to stealth your way through it. It's kind of fun because you get a bunch of barrels to utilize for that. But it takes a bit too long, I want to say. And there's a couple of annoying enemies in there that they can throw you in prison, and then you have to go through it again. And yeah, it's a bit too lengthy for my taste. And this one also feels more high stakes for some reason. I don't know. I feel like this works just a lot better. Oh. I think I grabbed it at the wrong. Oh, there we go. Is that already the end arena? Huh. Maybe I do want to grab the chest. Ah, well, maybe I can even go back. I don't really know. Ah, there we go. Wind Waker had pretty cool stealth, yeah. I just felt that that first section was a bit too long. But it's also because you don't really have any other option, right? It never really feels that great when a game sort of forces you into a certain playstyle. Although it works quite well here. But then again, you have an option. It's not... I guess it's mostly that it's also completely over when you get spotted. When Link gets spotted in Wind Waker in that first section, it's just done, right? You're done. And you have to start over from the prison section. Whereas here, you still kind of have a chance, right? Even if they do discover you, you can technically fight your way through. It's just going to be really, really difficult to do. So I always like it when there's like a fallback option. I guess in that regard, in terms of gameplay, The Last of Us 2 was pretty good because they, like how enemies dynamically react to you going in and out of stealth was really, really well done, I thought. And even if you did get spotted, you always had the chance to kind of just outrun them and be really, really tricky and, you know, hide in a very clever spot that would utilize or would make use of how the enemies walk towards you as well. And then combine that with some items that would allow you to, well, place them on the ground, right, to trigger when somebody walks by and stuff. That was pretty fun, honestly. And the level design is well, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily great in The Last of Us 2, but it's pretty good. It's definitely quite open and allows for a bunch of different tactics, which is neat. It just has a bunch of technical limitations that are quite easy to spot, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, fishing. Honestly, well, Breath of the Wild doesn't really have fishing either, right? I mean, you can get fish, but you have a much easier time just throwing a bomb into the water and just collecting all the dead fish after it exploded. Actually, well, so I'm pretty sure Majora's Mask had a fishing minigame, didn't it? Twilight Princess, I'm not so sure about. Which is weird, considering that most Japanese games typically come with fishing, right? Oh well. Who the heck are you? And what are you doing in my napping spot? That's your napping spot? I thought you were training here. Wait a minute. That thing on your hip. Is that... Could it be a Sheikah slate? Oh, Twilight Princess did, yeah. If it's a Sheikah slate, then that means... It's you! You're that Link guy I've been looking for. God, I love their sound design so much. At least it's very creative with not having voice acting, right? What luck! My scouts are out in the field looking high and low, but you just wander into my hideout. Oh, excuse me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the leader of the Yiga clan. The strong, the burly, the one, the only. Well, he's very theatrical, isn't he? Master Koga. Now prepare yourself. Wait, aren't you the 5th gym leader in, like, Pokemon? I think he had the same name. There we go. Oh, I forgot that he had stuff like that. Ooh. Well, that's not neat. Love the music, though. Ooh, well, that doesn't work. Maybe this does, though? No? Okay. Really thought I could maybe stasis those. I guess I'm just gonna hit him while he's summoning it. Yeah, there we go. Boing. He's almost kind of cute. Oh, normal weapons don't really do that much damage. Ooh, hello. I should probably heal, by the way. I don't want to be one-shot by this guy. I don't really know how much damage he deals. I might also want to, while we're on it... Well, I can do that after I take some damage, I suppose. I could activate my attack enhancing stuff. First face done. Right, as I mentioned, I love this boss fight. I love this entire section. It's so unique for Breath of the Wild 2. I almost wish it was longer. And maybe potentially, well, kind of going back to that same idea of having actual dungeons, right? I really wish that it would just be a bit more, I guess, intricate. Oh, shit. Yeah, I should have done that before, right? Yeah, now. Oh, almost. Pretty sure that I have to hit him while it's directly above him. Music. It is very anime, isn't it? Does that work? Yeah, there we go. Oh, oops. Yeah, Link desperately looking for a weapon. Might as well hit him with some big stuff, right? Although he's got a lot of health. I mean, I guess you're really meant to hit him while he's doing his stuff, right? Well, thankfully, it still worked. Okay, phase 3. Oh wait, you had to fish to advance the story in Twilight Princess? Really? I really didn't remember that. Huh. Typically, I'm really into fishing minigames. Oh boy. Okay, that's... There we go. Wait, how the hell... Okay, I just realized that, though. So for some reason, he's able to utilize the same runes that Link is able to utilize, right? So... Like, what's going on with these people? I feel like that's also why they have the Sheikah symbol, but upside down. They must be... Huh. So, are these like former Sheikah that for some reason maybe disagreed with their ancestors or something, and that's why they turned against him? So maybe they're not even really allied with Ganon so much as that they are... I mean, maybe they are? I don't think Breath of the Wild really goes in depth when it comes to these guys, right? There isn't really that much beyond, well, fighting them that you can discover, I want to say. I wonder if they make an appearance again in Tears of the Kingdom then. As that feels incredibly important, doesn't it? Now that I'm really thinking about it. The kind of... It kind of brushes over them here a little bit, but... I feel like they're really, really important for some reason. Who would have thought I'd be done in like this by this guy of all people? You think I'm just going to let this stand, do you? I almost lost my temper there. Ugh, what a pain. Can't go out this way. What to do? What to do? He's just thinking. Ha! I got it. Evil laughter. Always a good sign. He's turning into a Dark Souls character. I need to bust out my serious moves. What the hell is going on with this guy? Need to bust my moves. A secret technique taught by my father's mother's father. Wait, what? By my father's mother? So that would be his grandmother, and then the father, so his great-grandfather. It will destroy you. This is the end. Okay, bring it on. I love how the music is still not serious at all. It's not even taking him seriously. Huh? Maybe it's just a tad too big. Are you still over there? Also, what if you turned the ball around? Wouldn't it just suddenly show the Sheikah symbol? That can't be right. Did you really think this all the way through? Well, no matter. Pretty soon you'll be gone. Not just from my line of sight. Oh god, now he's even doing that jokes. Only the leader of the Yiga clan can use the secret technique in his own... Coward, I shall be remembered. Yiga clan will track you to the ends of Hyrule. Oh. That sounded kind of painful. That's a long way down. Yeah, I think he's gone. Although I'm pretty sure that if Tears of the Kingdom brings these guys back, for some reason I feel like he's going to be there as well. The Thunder Helm, a precious Gerudo heirloom reclaimed from the Yiga. It has the power to withstand Nabori's lightning. Guard it with your life until you can return it to Riju. You know what? Maybe this guy should have brought in a couple of the other ones, right? The ones that are just kind of patrolling back there. I feel like he could have actually used their strengths. Because he wasn't really, I don't know, exactly the toughest of them, I want to say. Although, at least he wasn't... He wasn't distracted by the bananas, I wanted to say. I wonder what happens... I don't think I've ever tried that. I actually wonder what happens if you throw a banana at him. Of course. Yes, makes sense. Of course, the mighty banana would be placed in the treasure chest all the way on the pedestal. Do we want to try to go back? Are they even still here? Oh, wait, are they just gone? That's weird. They just nope out of existence? Actually? I mean, another thing that I've definitely wondered about is the people that, like the Yiga clan members that approach you out in the world, right? Just sort of talk to you and are in disguise. I mean, it's not like they're wearing just specific armor or even maybe a mask, right? They kind of physically completely transform into Yiga once they spot you or once they think they can like defeat you. Huh. Makes me think that there's maybe some other magic going on here as well. Or maybe they're not even entirely real? Yeah, it really is a bit of a shame. This is such a cool and unique section, and it's a lot of fun to go through. It's a fairly funny and unique boss fight in the end. But it doesn't really go any further than this, right? We just don't get to know. We don't get to know where they came from, why they exist, like what exactly is going on here, why is this their camp, and I don't know. God, I love the look of these boots. Oh, okay. It's actually much colder here. That's unfortunate. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I might as well just... teleport back, right? This is where I wanted to go. I don't know if it'd be worth it to look for a shrine in the surrounding area. But then again, I have the tower. If I do want to get back here, that shouldn't be too difficult. Nah, let's just fast travel back to the village. I know there's still the other quest as well, with having to take a picture of that statue or whatever it is, but I don't really remember where it was. I think it was pretty high up in the mountains, though. So it would take a bunch more time to get to. And it's not really... I don't really need the boots to traverse the sand more easily, honestly. Because I'm also not really planning on looking for too many more shrines in the desert itself. Transformation ninjutsu. Yeah, I mean, it is very interesting, right? That everybody just leaves as soon as the master's gone. I mean, maybe it's not super important, but it feels like one weird thing that they've definitely done with Zelda is that on the surface it always looks like, oh, you know, it's just gameplay, you know, you deal with the boss, everybody else is gone. But somehow I always think that there's like more meaning behind it. That it's not only that. Well, either way, we got the helm. So that should hopefully allow me to get to the Divine Beast now. Also, just to double check. Was there anything else that I needed to do? No. I do, however, want to save. In case that, for some reason, this Gerudo Princess decides to just vanish again in the cutscene and softlock my game. Oh. What's wrong with you? I finally found the beau of my dreams, and I just recently married him. Thought I'd finally found happiness. Oh, yeah, right. I didn't even... consider that. How does that work? Like, what if any of them... do they have to leave the village? Can they still live here? I mean, surely their husband wouldn't be allowed in, right? How does that work? Or are the husbands allowed in once married? Because they know they're not gonna hit on other girls? I don't... But then, my husband fell ill with a rare disease, one difficult to cure. The only thing that can save him is the innards of a Molduga. But I would never be able to take down such a creature myself. How do you even know about that? Did somebody take down a Molduga in the past? I asked the soldiers for help, but I'm pretty sure that's the giant sandfish. They said they have serious issues to deal with. They said they had no time for my plight. They turned me away. But then... why wouldn't they? The Molduga is a menacing beast. None who face one escape unscathed. So perhaps it's foolish to expect anyone to stick their neck out for a stranger. I thought I'd finally gotten out of this town. Never thought I'd have to come crawling back. Yeah, so I guess they do leave their town if they find somebody to marry then? The Molduga is a monster. The terror is so savage that even other monsters won't approach it. It's often been spotted west of here, in the Turuma Dunes and in the south. It's very sensitive to vibrations, and it tends to attack anything that draws near. Reminds me a lot of the weird worms, you know, didn't the trailer for the next Dune movie just release? Reminds me a lot of those. I wonder if they... Actually, maybe there's like an animal that acts like that in real life, and that's what they're based on. Because that's a very curious similarity otherwise, right? You can't approach it or even move near it, and you can't use someone as bait. So what am I to do? Medicinal Molduga. Yeah, I don't fully remember how you could deal with it. Because you had to run around on the ground, and then you pretty much wanted to... I don't know if you could just jump past it, or if there was some other way to do it. Oh, no, never mind. I think Maybe you were supposed to do it with one of the seals? So you would be fast enough to escape? And then, because I'm pretty sure you can shoot arrows off the back of the seals or something like that. Or maybe do it with bombs. I'm pretty sure there are multiple approaches to that, but... Okay, please don't tell me that the princess... Is she just gone at night? I think she probably leaves to her chambers or something at night, right? And I'm also pretty sure that we wouldn't be allowed in there. Or maybe we are? You've got permission to enter the chief's bedroom? Who are you? Oh god. Imagine she knew that we weren't even female. Oh, hi, there you are. I was looking for you downstairs. Holy shit, this is a really cool place though, isn't it? Aw, she's got plushies. Plushy seals. I mean, I could live here. That looks honestly really awesome. Probably pretty cool here during the day, but also somewhat warm during the night. It's awesome. I mean, this entire town is really incredible, right? Not that the others aren't, but this, with the water flowing out of the stone there, and them utilizing, because it's so clever as well. It's essentially a permanent cooling for all their homes, right? Having the water run on the rooftops. And at the same time, I'm pretty sure that at night, the water still retains some heat from the day. So it's not going to be super cold. Awesome place. Also from this point, you can see that they kind of carved it out of the stone, it looks like. Right? It doesn't even really look like that from the outside. I just thought that they pretty much just built up walls and stuff, but... Pretty sure this was some sort of bigger rock at some point, and they kind of built the city into it. I guess this is what remains of the original rock. Well, anyways, I got what we need. Is she coming with us? I don't really remember that, huh? I've been waiting for you. Ah, you needn't say a word. As the chief of the Gerudo, I can sense the power of the heirloom flowing from you. I know that you've succeeded. Okay. I am, as you have no doubt noticed, still but a child. The people look on me with nothing but warmth in their eyes, but even this brings me some pain, I must admit. I've tried so hard to be worthy of their love, to be a worthy chief, and to prove to myself that I was worthy too. When my family heirloom was stolen, I felt as though a shadow had fallen over me. Yes, your arrival in the midst of all of this must be the work of Lady Urbosa. Now, please give me the helm. There you go. It does look a bit goofy, doesn't it? How do I look? But the important bit is that it helps. Oh, right, this gives us another memory. I'd already forgotten that I really thought that the memories that were connected to the divine beasts appeared after you dealt with them. Well, technically there are two, right? Because you get like an additional cutscene with the, let's just not consider the memory, I guess. With the divine keepers.
Ah, well, you certainly got here fast. I should have expected as much. From the princess's own appointed knight.
That's Sai
She was
from
out
Persona.
on a survey all day today. Still as the sands now. So, spill it, boy. Have the two of you been getting along all right? It's okay, I know. Your silence speaks volumes.
Does it though? Isn't Link always silent?
She gets frustrated every time she looks up and sees you carrying that sword on your back. It makes her feel like a failure when it comes to her own destiny. Don't worry, it's not like you carry blame in any of this. It's unfortunate. She's put in more than enough time. Ever since she was a young girl, She's gone through rigorous daily routines to show her dedication. She once passed out in the freezing waters trying to access this sealing power. And she has nothing to show for it. That's the motivation driving her research. I'd be doing the same thing. She really is quite special. You be sure to protect her with your life. It's quite the honor. The night brings a chill. It's probably time we take her in. Or...
Okay, that's kind of a brutal way to be woken up.
Did you feel that? Wait, what? How did you... What are you doing here? What's so funny?
I could have at least given her a cool accent. Yeah. I don't know. That is sadly something that just very rarely exists in video games, right? Is that they, I don't know, cast voice actors that actually fit the characters with the accent too. I probably... Which is why I like one of the voice actors more recently that I like the most, you know, when it comes to that, is the... Oh god, what was the character's name? One of the alchemists from Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV. There's like this alchemist village almost, and there's like this Akasudara elephant tribe that's going on there, and like the head researcher of that place. So the whole sort of region is modeled after India, right? And they actually cast somebody with an Indian accent to play her, which was awesome. And it worked really well. And I really wish they would do that more often. I really don't know why they don't. And it doesn't exactly help when you recognize the same voice from another game and they're doing the exact same voice without any sort of variations to it, right? It's a bit of a shame. Yeah, it's just very... I wouldn't even necessarily say bad, it's just very bland, right? It's not really... It's neither good nor bad, it just sort of exists. It's like, okay, yeah, we had to voice act certain lines. Here you go. Just say the line. Okay. Thank you. It's like, it's not offensively bad. It's just not really interesting or unique or well done in any sort of way. Just kind of there. And that's it. I can imagine the German ones not being really good. The problem is that they always just... They don't even really get... I still remember when they were showing like an anime being dubbed in German at one time, and they pretty much just get one... So they need to do it so quickly, right? Because it just otherwise would cost way too much money to localize, that they pretty much just get one chance at every line. Right, and they just speak the line and that's it. Unless there is like some really, really obvious mistake and they have to repeat it. So there is no way to ever really act the lines, right? It's just, okay, say them and that's fine. We go with it, right? And even with English voice lines, for the most part, it's fairly rare that they're actually properly acted. Unless it's a game like, you know, the Naughty Dog games where they do shoot them, like... More and more nowadays games obviously like actually act those scenes while they're being motion captured. In that case, obviously it's entirely different. But yeah, especially in comparison to something like Persona 5, it just feels incredibly bland. Which is weird. And you know, since it's the same voices too, it's insane. It's not even the voice actors, right? It's just the direction and the voice director, I guess, that really influenced that by a lot. What's wrong? You're just staring. Anyway, what matters now is... How is it? Do I look alright? It's a tad big. It's actually not that big. I mean, it's supposed to be ornamental, right? It just kind of a weird helmet. It looks like you're having like what are they called? Scarabs? The bugs sort of sitting on your face. Yeah, if you compare it directly to other games. Well, that's the thing, right? The voice actress is definitely really good. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've heard her in at least like 3-4 different roles in other games, and it was like really good voice acting. So it's not the voice actor so much as just, well, they probably, it's also difficult. I mean, they're talking like, how many lines do they get in this entire game? Like 5, right? And I don't even know if they bothered to hire like a voice director for that. I don't really know how that works, honestly. For very, very small roles, maybe they're just like talking through a bunch of lines for like 5 different games at the same time or something. It's just, it's so incredibly, well, bland in comparison to something like Persona 5. Kind of insane. Hey, I see. The threat Divine Beast Varnaboris poses has only grown since we began searching for the heirloom. I believe that Gerudo town itself may be in danger before too long. As chief, and as Gerudo, I must find some way to stop that thing before it threatens my people. Will you help me? Not right now. Of course I'm gonna help. That's why I'm here. Who would have thought that, just before such a momentous battle, hearing a simple, confident pledge of support from you would be what puts me at ease. I'll head out now. Let's meet up at the lookout post south of town. There's only one way to get close to Naboris, and that's with the help of a sand seal. The lookout post isn't too far from town, but you should take a sand seal there. You can get some practice in that way. I'll be there waiting for you with my favorite sand seal, Patricia. Okay, cool. I wish we would have gotten a seal. Considering we're on a mission for them, why don't we get, like, our own personal seal? That would have been fun. Still, it really is a little big. It's just a weird helmet. How do you even... Now that I'm thinking about it, how do you even see through it? I mean... Do those weird 6 jewels in the front have some opportunity for you to look through them? Or how does that work exactly? I don't know if I want to say there was something on the big pillar here in the middle of town. I definitely climbed up there the first time I came here. Oh, there's another shrine over there. That just popped into existence because of loading, I guess. Oh, I didn't even see. That looks awesome. Why is that on the backside over here? I guess that's technically the front entrance to the Sandseal renting place. This would look way cooler if it actually faced the inside of town, though. Oh. Let's just grab one. Thankfully, they hang around the outside of town, so we'll just grab one from here. Oh, I probably have to... Nope. Shit. Already got too close. I'll probably have to change my clothes here in a second once I get further away from the city, since it's getting cold at night again. So to seal evil, isn't that enough seal? No, actually not. I'd much rather have one of these guys than... Oh, seriously? Well, that didn't really work. Than the Master Sword. Master Sword's kind of bland in comparison, isn't it? I mean, it's definitely not as fun as this. Okay, I need to... Is that enough? It is, okay. Might as well swap the rest around too. Because now we don't need to run around as a girl anymore. And then I can switch back to the Champions Tunic once we enter Naboris. I don't actually know the name of the actress, though. Definitely just recognized her voice immediately from Sai from Persona 5. I think this should be fine. Or. Actually, that seal sound. I mean, it's a seal, alright, but... doesn't that appear in one of the other Zeldas, too? Where have I heard that before? This... or. Is she up there? Or is she inside? Oh, hello. I'm just gonna grab that, right? You don't really care? Oh. Ooh, right, one of my bows broke. Perfect.
Ooh.
I'm shocked. Despite what the chief said, I wasn't expecting someone as short as you. Hey, who are you calling short? But the chief must have her reasons for believing you can fight the divine beast. She's waiting for you at the top of the lookout post. Hurry up. Okay. I love how every video game, for some reason, has doors with hinges that open into, you know, in both directions. Feels like that would be really beneficial to have on real doors, but I guess it's just a bit too complicated to build. Or not too complicated, but it's just an expense that isn't really necessary if you can also just put a sign on the door that says push or pull instead of building double hinges. It's just so funny that every video game door works that way. Hi there. Ooh, perfect spot, right? It's just morning, sun's coming up. And that does look really awesome. Really cool lighting. I feel like not enough games actually do that. Where they, you know, do more with the sort of morning or evening hours. It's such a beautiful thing usually, but it's very rarely gets this level of recognition from how it really interacts with all the way the game world looks. Even though this game is a little bit washed out. I feel like well, that's sort of your typical, what you had back in the day on PlayStation 2 games. It's probably, like, they're putting up a lot of sort of atmospheric fog into the world to hide sort of pop-ins and loading from objects, I would guess. And also the lower resolution of objects in the distance. Gorons sound a bit like big slow seals, that's true. Maybe it's the Gorons that make that sound? I'm pretty sure that it's the exact same sound of what the seal made. Yeah, it might be the Gorons. Is it the Gorons from Ocarina of Time? Isn't that also like the sort of background music that's playing? Isn't this these I don't remember how it goes exactly. Yeah, might be that's where I recognize the sound from. Well then, that's what you really look like, huh? Oh, right, she still hasn't... With foe banned from town, it's not very common for me to see someone like you. What a sight. Divine Beast Vana Boris is pretty intimidating. If you want to get close enough to that thing, we'll need to use sand seals. Are you ready? Of course I am.
Oh.
Feeling confident? Good. Let's get going then. First, we'll use the sand seals to get in really close to that thing. I'll take the lead. I'm counting on you to shoot at its feet with bomb arrows. Bomb arrows again? Really? The Boris draws energy from the ground to keep moving. If you damage the feet, I think you can stop it. Oh, right. So it just... Well, how does the flying bird work then? Did it have some, like, solar panels on it? Does that sound exactly what it looked like, right? I don't know. It had to get power from somewhere too. Those lightning strikes, though. Getting hit even once could prove fatal. The Thunder Helm can repel the lightning strikes, protecting me from harm, but it can also shield the limited area around me. You'll have to stay close if you don't want to be shocked. And listen, if you're too injured to keep fighting, promise me you'll retreat here to the lookout post. Don't do anything reckless under any circumstances. Here are some Garuda bomb arrows. There aren't many, so be sure to put them to good use. I mean, we still have like 20 left over from the other one. Oh, we get another 20. Well, that's a lot. Okay. This is the last time I'll ask. Are you ready? Well, of course I'm ready. Let's do this.
Sav.
Could you give me a bit of room just for a moment? I do remember this being somewhat finicky because you need to stay close to her with the seal while at the same time targeting stuff. So that was a bit annoying, but... well, let's see how annoying it really was. My name is Riju, descendant of the royal line and leader of the Gerudo people. With the power of the heirloom passed down in my family, I shall calm the divine beast Vana Boris. Ancestors of the Gerudo, answer my call, aid me in this task. She's summoning in some ghosts? Oh, it's just the helm doing its thing. Okay. Kind of crazy to have that as a headpiece, right? Oh, wow. I can feel their power coursing through me. It's still a little bit too big for her, I guess. Let's move. I really would like to have a sand seal. I mean, I'm not living in the desert though, so... Lady Urbosa, please grant Link and me your protection. That being said, these aren't even seals, right? They would be like walruses or sea lions, because they were slightly different than seals. I think they're not exactly friendly all the time. I think even seals can get somewhat unfriendly sometimes. Is she gonna, like... does she accelerate if I do? Yeah, kinda. See, this is, I think, what was awkward about it. It's just... matching her velocity sometimes is a bit weird. Sounds a bit like Tussie. Maybe they also used a seal sound for that, honestly. I can see them doing that. Although I want to say that on the, like some DVD special or something, I'm pretty sure it shows them creating the Tusken Raider sound. I'm not entirely... I don't really remember what they used though. I think it's when they show off that they also just play the same thing back again, right? So the first Tusken Raider that shows up in A New Hope is okay, where are my bomb arrows? There we go. Why would you run into... yeah, I remember this being a little bit finicky. Thankfully, it's not really too difficult to do. Because the feet are pretty big.
Stay close to me.
Why is that voice acted? What? Okay. Sure, I guess.
Aim for its feet. That's it.
Pressing that one now. It is a little bit like attacking an AT-AT, isn't it? Talking about Star Wars. Okay, there we go. I think that should be it. Oh. Also, there's a shrine nearby, apparently. Don't know if I'll be able to get to it, because once I deal with it, I think it's just gonna put me back into the city. Oh.
Unfortunately, I cannot appease Naboris on my own. I have no choice but to entrust the rest to you.
She had a pretty cool accent there for a second, and then she kind of lost it in the next line. Oh, is it like re-energizing right away? I guess it's getting back its powers. Oh, there we go. Second divine beast on the way. I don't really remember what you get from it. Does it have like a big shield or something? Similar to what she just used with the helm? Oh, I don't think so. Isn't that the Goron one that gives you 3 shields? Well, I mean, guess I'll see in a bit.
Well, well, well. You sure do know how to keep a woman waiting. I can't wait to see you take Naboris back from Ganon.
Oh, they all pronounce the name like Naboris with like a rolling R for some reason. Interesting.
One thing at a time. You'll need a map to find your way around.
Yeah, we know. It's not my first divine beast, okay? Okay, now that's another detail that I had forgotten
Head
about.
over to that guidance stone.
So it's like a barrel that you can
Sounds
rotate all the way,
easy,
right? The sort of center part of it. Okay, perfect. It does look a bit weird in terms of how it's moving around. I mean, it would look either way, right? If you were on something like this that like moved with its feet in a sort of awkward way. Oop. I feel like in terms of the outside movement, I mean, then again, the flying beast also just looks more impressive simply because it's, well, flying in the air, right? Can't really see that much from here. Besides the very hazy and low resolution desert on the outside. Alright, there we go. Oh god, the frame rate. Oh, they did have some of the electrical stuff in here. Yeah, I definitely forgot about that too. Oh, that's neat. Oh. Can I just... well, that's not really gonna work. Can I stasis it too? I can. This would be kind of difficult to get though. Is there a way to extend this? I could shoot it down, but it would just fall immediately and probably be pretty difficult to grab. Or can I... wait, if I stasis it and then shoot the thing... Oh, I got it! I really didn't think that would work. I thought it was gonna be too late. Oh, nice! Ooh, I need to remember to return to Athena next time. So now I can upgrade the stasis to include enemies as well. Okay, let's see. Where the hell do I want to get to first? I mean, we're supposed to grab the map. Oh, wait. Before I have the map, I cannot even turn it, right? Forgot about that. So... this is where I came from? I guess I can just climb? Is that a thing? Oh, well, that works too. Oh, it's in the middle column thingy. Yeah, okay. Can you climb this? Oh, no. You cannot. But I can just take this. That is way easier. There we go. I can't roll the R? Well, it also... it's one thing to just roll it. It's another thing entirely to actually make it sound good. Oh, wait. What did it say? Oh, yeah. Fine. Authenticated. Unable to activate main control unit. Unactivated terminals remain. Oh, wait. This is the main thing. Not the map thing. Oh, where the hell is the map then? That one, maybe? Might be? Yeah. Okay. Nice. Oh, it also displays the circuit. That's neat. Divine Beast controls have been enabled. It's only just one circuit, though? So you can either activate it or not?
Good work getting the map of the Divine Beast. The terminals that control Naboris are noted by a series of glowing points on your map. Take Naboris back by activating all of the terminals. You're ready for this.
Guess so. Yeah, that's... what a weird decision. Why make the tutorial voice acted? Is that some weird backwards thinking of, oh, the players aren't really going to read it if we don't voice act it, or something like that? Maybe. Right. Oh, right. I forgot there's also an outside to this place. Also, I just noticed I forgot to equip my other gear. Yeah, let's get rid of the torch again. Honestly, most places that actually do require a torch or strongly recommend one mostly have one lying around anyways, so not a big deal getting rid of it. Okay, so we have a chest here. And this thing definitely needs to be turned in such a way that one of the outside holes kind of connects back to it, right? Ooh, there's another chest. Oh, can I blow these things up? Wait, does that work? It does look a bit broken, doesn't it?
Yep.
Oh, Well, there we go. Perfect. Means I can blow that up too. Okay, so this is still closed. I guess let's open up everything first. So that way I should be able to access most other places then. Ooh, nice. Good. Not that way. Come here. Cool. Well, that was kind of worthless. Also, why do I still see an enemy there? Hey, buddy. Bong, bong, bong. Oh. Well. Oh, wait, what? They respawn if they fall off? I don't think I've ever seen that. Huh. Weird, but okay. Does the game not know what to do when... Because it's not the actual outside world, it's... You know, the, kind of a low-res version of it, so they just fall into nothingness and then get respawned? That's weird, but okay. You'd think that it would be a legitimate tactic to throw them off this thing entirely, but apparently not. Okay, the good thing is now I can pretty much turn it without having to stand there myself, which... can I already activate the first one? Oh, these can be turned individually, no? Right? Forgot about that. See, that's already quite a bit more interesting, right? If you can do 3 things individually like this. What does that sound? What the hell? Wait, which way does it need to turn? So it's... I'm gonna turn it back up top, right? Yeah. Oh, they can only ever rotate in the same direction, though. So... Oh, is the camel just doing that every time you rotate it? That's weird.
There are 4 terminals remaining.
Yeah, I can count. Thank you. Okay, that's the first one done. Can we get outside on the other side, though? No, this is closed off. Would be fun if you could fall out on the... Like when it's pointing down. Okay, there we go. What a weird sound. Every time it turns too. Okay, let's see. What else can we do? So I want to get up there eventually. Oh, might as well shoot that eye first. Makes the middle section a bit more accessible. And in order to open up the gates, I'm pretty sure I have to connect the circuits. Right. Oh, that was just the map. Okay. There's nothing else that I can do here directly? Oh, wait. That place, though. If I turn this one twice... never mind. I mean, might as well just turn this once. And... oh, I pressed the button twice. God, the performance of this game, man. Sometimes it really doesn't want you to do some stuff. Okay, turn it back then. What are those things? There we go. Where was I just standing? I think here, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's chugging like crazy in that instant, and so it doesn't really want to let you get the paraglider out. Cool. Which way does it turn? This way. Okay, I won't really be able to... oh, never mind. I might be. Let's see. There we go. My inventory is full, as always. It's engineered to strike distant targets. But it's not really that strong, so I just will leave it here. I don't think we need to hit, you know, those distant targets anymore. Also, it never really feels like distance is much of an issue with bows. Honestly, they do drop off slightly, but it's really not too difficult to deal with. Wait, does that thing turn with it if I turn it? No. Okay, so that top portion always stays the same. Let's see. Can I make that? Ooh, okay, that was quite close, but it worked. Oh wait, it needs to turn a little bit more, right? Let's see. Twice? That should, in theory, activate the electricity. Which, if my hunch is correct, should open up the skate, maybe? Yes. Oh. Oh, wait. Everything starts... no. Oh, that turns the outside bits then. Interesting. Ooh, that's a couple lasers. Oops. That's not... okay, Link. Come on. Really? Bit of awkward move. Oh, wait. Oh, it closes itself. What? Oh, well, there we go. Okay, seriously, that's... should be a bit easier jumping across those. Ooh, nice. But that's just a chest, though. How do I get to the, There should be one of the terminals quite close by, actually. Well, this turns really slowly, though. Not really too difficult to get through. Okay. Does it activate something else? Huh. Doesn't seem to be the case. I am quite surprised that I remember so much less about this than I thought. Not that it's super complicated or anything, but, I mean, it's not bad as a puzzle. Not bad at all, actually. Okay, so... that was the weird chest that I wasn't entirely sure how to get to. Is there another access point over there? So the door section, if it turns, will it eventually reveal another part you can go into? The weird thing is that it looks like the terminal is actually below that middle part. Oh yeah, there is that upper section there. I guess I could go stand in the door frame? Does that work? Oh, the frame rate in here is quite a bit worse than in the other one, though. Yeah, that should theoretically work, right? Just wait here to rotate all the way around. Let's see. What do we see here? Oh. Huh. There was even more going on here. Interesting. So, does that move the outside bits? Just need to turn it all the way up. Why is only that one moving? Okay. How do I move you? Dude. Oh, the other way around, maybe? Ah, there we go. Okay, I think it needs quite a few rotations to work, though. One more. There we go. Perfect. This I do remember, though, that you were able to turn its head. Actually, compared to the Flying Beast, this is quite a bit more intricate, isn't it? I don't know, it just does a lot more with its movement. It even combines it with some of the other stuff that we've seen.
There are 3 terminals remaining. Hang in there.
Oh, can I remove that slime? I don't see an eye. Huh. Is that meant to be done afterwards? Don't die. I don't really think that I can do that from here. Although, I mean, this stays active, right? So I could just keep this around. Ah, it sucks that this is rotating, though. Let's see. What do I have? Do you want to eat a mighty banana? Might as well keep those for the boss fight, huh? Let's just eat a bunch of apples. I do need to remember to keep at least 1 apple around, though. Okay, there we go. That's this section done. So now I somehow need to get into there, probably, right? Does this actually turn with it? Because if it doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, perfect. That means I want to turn this... I'm going to turn it that way and... just keep standing here until it rotates back around. Boing. There we go. It is quite satisfying, though, to turn the stuff all the time and sort of see in real time how it moves. Sort of see the label of your work, if you will. Okay. So this needs to be... Where's the... Oh, the top section is active. So that needs to go there. And you need to be... Why are they not combined? I mean, it works either way. And you go there. There we go. Boink. Can we climb up here? Wait, that's on the other side of the elevator, isn't there? Wasn't there a, Shouldn't there be an eye to shoot here somewhere? Okay, maybe not. I don't think I can... Oh. I was gonna say, I don't think I can stand on the platform while it's moving, but I can. I just need to move the entire thing again. Because now the What are you? Okay. Let's turn it back. Don't remember what this was for, though. Maybe when it turns up, I can use it for something else? I thought I could just look at it or could just, you know, hit it, but that's fine. Nice eye that it just opens up right when you're close to it. Oh, this thing just activates when it turns up. Okay. Makes sense. Right. Now we have an elevator here too. We can get rid of you. That Guardian just taking a casual elevator ride too. I mean, this is all moving right now, so... I heard another eye. They can make quite nasty sounds, honestly. Okay, that's a bunch of the slimy stuff gone. Okay, this was the door that was previously inaccessible. Perfect. And now... I guess I just have to go back up. There we go. There we go. How do I activate you, though? Can this move somehow, too? Oh, well, first of all, I completely forgot. I looked at this earlier and then completely forgot about being able to climb up here. Ah, there we go. Can move something here. Where is the... I feel like there should be a corresponding eye here, too. Maybe not. Okay, what are you doing, though? Okay. Ah. Perfect. That activates the slide. Yeah, honestly, this feels just a lot more intricate. I don't know, maybe it's the, like, the whole electrical stuff that is, like, adding something to it. Oh, hey, hi. And there he goes again. I feel like he hasn't really mastered the technique of elevator rides. And we have another eye over there. Okay, that gets rid of that stuff. And there is another thing there that we can activate. First, obviously want to grab this one.
There are 2 terminals remaining. Stay focused.
There are 2 terminals remaining. Okay, that was the upper one here. Anything else that I need to do up here? Not really. Is that something that can be arrow activated? No. Let's wait for it to go up one more time. I think there was still something else up there. we get one of the electro balls. Okay, perfect. So... Oh, yeah. Can just utilize this platform. Standing on top of the... Well, it's not really an elevator, but something similar. Usually not recommended, but works quite well in this case. Nice. Okay. What are we doing with this then? He definitely sees me, he just doesn't really know what to do with me. Do I need to turn off electricity again? Does that do anything? No. I don't even really recognize that the thing. What happens if I turn this? Didn't realize that it would turn right below me. It doesn't open up though. Isn't this always closed? Is there a way that it needs to be turned that can activate something? Huh. Oh yeah, now it has some activation stuff in here, but I think that's just a normal one, right? Yeah. Should, in theory... Okay. Turns on everything there. Huh. Does this need to be taken somewhere else? Maybe to that headpiece? But that turns on either way, right? That's essentially this entire thing. Oh boy. Hopefully I haven't brought this to a place now where I cannot really get it where it needs to go. I feel like I overlooked some sort of fairly obvious connection here. Who knows? that's already done. This is obviously already done. Oh, right, there wasn't really anything else here. Oopsie. Wonder what happens if you just throw this off. Is it going to respawn in the same location that I picked it up the first time? Because I'm pretty sure you need it to solve everything, right? Can I even... Not really? Is it just kind of stuck here now? Oh, wait, it's not. It's metal. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Oopsie. Oh, come here then. Wait, did it just need to be placed like next to the other thing? Oops. Oh, there it goes. Maybe I just needed to place it next to the... Oh, I probably want to pick it up again, right? Would it have been enough if I had just held it next to the switch on the wall? That kind of sucks if that's the solution. I was looking for a place to properly place it down instead of just holding it up. That being said, I definitely did overlook that it was metal and movable. Come here. Although, you know what? Might as well take the elevator right back up. Wait, how do I get back into that room now, though? Oops. Be careful not to move it to a place where it doesn't need to be or shouldn't be. Wait, what was the actual path? Oh god, that is one thing that is definitely annoying, that it constantly turns. I guess I could take the elevator up there. It's just a whole bunch of waiting around here. Yeah, if I can get it up there again, it should be fine. I swear if that's the actual solution. Spin to win, yeah. I mean, the spinning part is fun. It's just a bit annoying that it cuts off access to that completely. Oh. Did it roll off at the top? Uh-oh. Did I lose it? Does it respawn? Oh no! It fell all the way back down! Oh. Oh well. Let's just pick it up again. I don't even know... Well, I should be able if I pick it up here. Come on. Let me just try to place it... No! Back in there. Did I do it? Oh, yeah. I think I did it. It's just... I need to get back there too. Okay. I made this way more complicated than it needed to be. But since the elevator works through here, let's see. Is that really it? Do you just need to hold it up to the switch? Oh yeah, I think it is. Well, that's boring. Yeah. That is boring indeed. Oh, wait, does it... I guess it just stays turned on? That's weird, but okay. I guess that's what kind of my mistake was here, is I assumed that it wouldn't make sense to hold anything up to it because it needed to be permanently active, but I guess not. Well, otherwise you could, I guess, trap yourself in here, right? Okay. Zoop. There we go. Oh, we need another one. Well, where do I get that one? Oh, I was gonna say, are we missing an elevator here? But no. Is it just lying up here as well? Yeah. Okay, there's one. We also get a chest. And... I was already in this place. Not gonna lie, that's slightly annoying to do. Might as well just jump off. I think that's easier. There we go. Push it down. Boink. Can I get you from here? I can. Perfect. Okay. Although, if you are actually stuck a little bit on one of these puzzles, you really feel that there isn't that much enemy variety in these places either. It's, yeah. Definitely not perfect.
Just one terminal remaining. You're almost there.
Alright. So where's that last ambiguous terminal then? It's below me from here? Or back here again? It's not moving. That looks like it's on the inside of the whole structure. So kind of where it originally went. Ah. Don't miss this. Oh, there it is. Oh. Well, that shouldn't be difficult to get to. I just need to turn this pretty much all the way around. Oh, you cannot? That's unfortunate. I just need to make sure. This is the wrong way around. Okay, so it turns this way. Where did I turn it to? So now it's the right side up again. It's just... Oh, maybe I can utilize those platforms to get up. Oh, that's perfect. That is actually neat in terms of its design. So they make it once everything's kind of active. You don't even really need to do much anymore. It's kind of like it's doing all the work for you. It's pretty neat. Ooh, is that still... okay? Finally! There we go. This definitely took longer than I thought.
Well done. That was the last of the terminals. Now, you'll need to start up the main control unit.
I think I might need to turn it back around for that though, right?
Head for the glowing mark you see there. You're doing well, but overconfidence can be a deadly foe.
Yeah. Thanks for the encouraging words and all. Yeah. The middle part needs to be rotated twice. There we go. Don't entirely remember where you fight the boss in here, though. It feels like there isn't really any cool platform or plate that we could fight on. I mean, the Flying Beast had like a huge platform on top of its surface, I guess. Or are we fighting in here? Thunderblight. That's a big shield.
Stay on your edge, Link. This formidable adversary was made by Ganon, and brought me to a warrior's demise 100 years ago. Do not allow this to be your end. Fight for your life. And its death.
There we go.
This thing is fast. Watch yourself.
Oh, shit. It really is. And it actually deals some damage, too. What the hell was that? Might as well eat these. Can I eat the mighty bananas, too? Does that actually work? Oh. What? I really should have cooked some food, huh? I mean, I might as well utilize some of these, right? Come here, buddy. Okay, that works. Maybe not. Come on. Ah, I thought I... Yeah. Oh, damn it. I wanted to do a flurry rush. Although maybe I should... let's see. Yeah, that didn't really work. So... Ooh, I know. Seriously? That was a bit much in terms of damage. Maybe it's because it's metal?
You okay?
Okay, I feel like I'm missing how this is supposed to work. Does that immediately when you try to shoot an arrow at him. Damn it! Frame rate really doesn't help. Holy shit. Eat some bananas. Always blocking that. So either I reflect those. Nope. Whenever you draw your bow, he immediately goes into the attack thingy. What? Definitely cannot stasis him. He cannot even really do anything because he's constantly just teleporting back to you. Come on, do that again. That's cheap. So dumb. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so that's not the solution then. What is though?
Well done.
Oh, there we go. So, why didn't it trigger the Flurry Rush earlier then? Strange, but okay. Oh yeah, it's really, really cool when it doesn't target and... The targeting system in this game is crap. What the hell? How did that not count? God damn it. Well, I don't even think you can trigger Flurry Rush if you're not targeted onto the... God. Well, at least now I know how it works, huh? Holy shit, that's a bad fight. Yeah, when you over-rely on a system that it's kind of badly designed in the first place. Well, the main issue really is the frame rate. The problem is that it constantly loses its target, even though I'm, like, it's displaying the... Wait, where am I? Oh, okay. That's a weird safe spot, but alright. Let's just start with the big sword right away. It doesn't really matter what shield I use. Yeah, the Flurry Rush system in and of itself is already kind of not that great. Oh,
this thing is fast.
Okay.
Watch yourself.
But yeah, the frame rate is a big issue here. Holy shit. Because it constantly loses the target, that's the main issue. Or is it supposed to? Wait, can I... Oh, it can't... Okay. Maybe I don't have to target him.
Good time.
Yeah. You don't have to. Oh, well, that's good to know. I thought you maybe had to target him to get the Flurry Rush working. Oh. Wait, I got rid of its shield? That's a thing? Oh, nice. That's gonna make things easier then. Oh, it gets deactivated after a while. Interesting.
Watch that lightning.
Yeah, try parrying his Sword Slash. Flurry Rush is easier though, I think. Oh. Well. I mean, it's not the... It would be fine. It's actually quite cool that they designed it this way. Because it feels like it actually requires some precise timing, right? Whereas most of the other enemies, you can sort of get away with never using Flurry Rush. Okay, you are very high up. The problem really just is that the frame rate completely screws with your timing, right? That's the big issue. Okay, do we need to do anything with these? Let's move up a bit. Kinda don't like being stuck down here. So now what? It's also not exactly great that it's so annoying to find him. Okay, he still blocks everything though. Which means that I do what exactly? time. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Guess he sort of needs to hit himself then? Oh, wait, what? Who was that? There we go. Bit of an awkward solution. But okay. Oh! Right. God, this timing is annoying. Let's see. I mean, that definitely calls for a full here for now. I definitely should have prepared myself better with, like, thunder things. How did that not trigger Flurry Rush? It's also not exactly cool that he constantly makes you lose your stuff. That's not annoying at all.
Link!
Yeah, I know. I cannot even pick up my stuff without being hit again. Why did I even... Wait a second. Let me... grab this one. Okay. I don't think I deserve that, but I guess it works. Well, that sucked. Okay. At least they make it so that you don't have to get the Flurry Rush too many times. Honestly, it's a really, really cool idea. In terms of a boss fight's design, it's just the performance really doesn't help the fight at all. It feels so awkward to even turn your camera around to him again and just press L2 to block. Something about it just feels really, really off. It feels like you're constantly, well, pretty much delayed by like half a second in everything that you try to do. It's just so slow in reacting. And his attack is quite fast. Which usually, I mean, I like it. The basic idea of it is really, really cool. It's just... Well, I think it would have worked better if they maybe hadn't forced the boss fight to be in the round place, because that makes it even more awkward in terms of walking around, I want to say. Yeah, I guess you can also just wear down his shield. That might work too if you just hit him enough times. Well, either way, it's a really cool fight in terms of its idea. I like it a lot because it does require fairly precise timing, and it definitely forces you to think a little bit outside of the box. But sadly, at the same time, this is probably the very first time where I really, really felt the performance being a big reason for why it didn't feel great to execute on everything. Yeah. Because otherwise I think it would have been quite enjoyable if, well, it doesn't really help that the targeting is so awkward, because you never quite know if you're truly aligned to him. I mean, yeah, the Flurry Rush does without him being targeted, but yeah, it just makes an already awkward fight even more awkward.
Thanks to your valor and skill, my soul is free, and Noboros is ours once again. Which means that finally, we can complete what we started years ago.
Well, I was also fairly underprepared for the fight there. I think you probably want to go in with a lot more sort of thunder-resistant stuff. They even give you a lot of it, and I just completely ignored it, so...
As well as for the moment when I incinerate Ganon into a pile of ash. Which reminds me, I wanted to give you a little something.
So yeah, with better
Please
preparation, I
accept this
feel like it
gift, which
wouldn't have
has
been
come
as
to be known
annoying.
as Urbosa's Fury. It will no doubt be of use to you.
Okay, what was this exactly? Was it like an attack buff? Or like a paralyzed thunder kind of deal?
Both you and the princess, I know you have suffered much regarding what happened to us champions. But this is how things had to happen. No one need carry blame. So please, make it clear so she understands that. Tell her to shed any worries. And let her know I couldn't be more proud of her. You take good care of the princess. Oh, and also, take good care of Hyrule.
Guess we will. Hopefully, even as of Friday. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if we can actually, or what's going wrong there. Yeah, now I really wish I would have prepared a little bit more. Without the awkward thunder thing constantly taking away your weapons, I feel like it would have been a lot more enjoyable. Well, then again, I would have liked to see the boss also vary its attacks a bit more. It's kind of weird that it rushes you down so quickly, like again and again, when you've already kind of lost your weapons, right? And you need to grab them and it's still doing the zigzag move at you. But it's hard to tell. I think with good performance, maybe this would have really been a super enjoyable fight. It was definitely better than the first one, arguably, because it actually had some skill involved. And the first one was just kind of, okay, shoot arrows at it and run around a little bit, right? Whereas this one actually was, okay, you need to think a bit about how you do it. Although, arguably, the whole, you know, picking up one of the metal spears that he drops part was also a bit weird. Seriously, how did it get up there so quickly? I guess I skipped a bunch of time. But yeah, that part was also kind of awkward, right? Because you're sort of just hovering the nail like slightly next to it, and that's it apparently, and that solves it. So that was equally somewhat weird. In terms of the actual solution. I like the fight. It's just... I would have preferred less constant rushing down, and instead maybe that it wouldn't have been over so quickly.
Legend of the Gerudo.
I mean, the sword wasn't even that strong, right? I mean, it was 40, okay, that's fine, but it's still...
You are a legend as well.
Considering that you have to deal with him, or not have to, but most likely will deal with him through the Flurry Rush, you're just dealing a whole bunch of damage with one of them, right?
Upon my tongue. But that is now in the past. It was written that Calamity Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo.
He did indeed.
And that will make this victory all the more satisfying. I like that. Now I can take this personally. Once we've established a lock on that thing, it will be up to Link to keep Ganon occupied until the moment we unleash our strike. That moment is going to be so delicious.
Well, and there we go. Second Divine Beast dealt with. I'm suddenly feeling way more confident to be able to do this before Tears of the Kingdom, but then again, there's still some stuff left over, especially if I also want to get the memories. I really wish that it would have kept us in the vicinity around where it was, though, because I'm pretty sure there was still another shrine there. Urbosa's Fury, a destructive power born from the unbridled anger of the champion Urbosa, summons powerful lightning to the surrounding area, trigger with a charged attack by holding Y. Okay. Interesting. And you're also able to do it 3 times. I thought it was a one-time thing. Which one was the one that was only 1 time? Oh, do I still need to put on different clothes? I guess the others don't really know about us. Right. To Gerudo Town, report to the chief of the Gerudo region. I like how we change clothes right in front of the like guardians of the city, and they just don't really care. Maybe Link's just really, really fast and really sneaky about changing clothes. Although, you know, even though during the fight I wasn't really enjoying it that much, looking back now, I definitely appreciate how much more of a challenge these fights are when you do them with like less hearts and less gear available in general. Because they really feel like a pushover when you're doing them later on, when you already have, you know, a billion different weapons, especially with more, you know, defenses and things like that. Yeah. Oh, you're back. I am indeed. I'm glad you're okay. Truly I am. Naboris is no longer a threat to the town. I'm still worried about the larger threat to Hyrule, but at least my people won't be troubled by Naboris anymore. Ooh, we get something. I want to offer you these as thanks for your help. I trust you'll accept them. These pieces of equipment are priceless treasures of the Gerudo people. They were once worn by Lady Urbosa. Since you and Lady Urbosa were friends, it's only right that you have them. I don't really remember what we get here. Oh, that's why this was here. That's where the mask belongs. Okay. With the helm. That makes more sense now. Daybreaker. This shield was cherished by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. The gold used to make it was hand-picked to ensure a design that is both lightweight and very durable. Your inventory is full. Of course it is. Shit. Well, this is almost broken anyways, so... Boink. I'm just gonna use these though. In my first playthrough, I actually saved up all of these things and put them down in your house. Scimitar of the Seven, a famous sword once beloved by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. It's said that when Urbosa swung the sword in battle, her movement resembled a beautiful dance. Your inventory is full. Yeah, I know. God, this sucks. Right. What do I want to drop, though? I kind of don't want to get rid of the Guardian Sword. I could get rid of one of the axes. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the two-handed stuff. This is pretty strong, but they're also fairly slow. Which is not that great when you don't have that many hearts and want to be sort of swift and quick and nimble. Savota, what's wrong? Are you still worried about the safety of this town? I love how we're just leaving our trash behind our throne. Well, I mean, it's not trash per se, right? They can just use it with good gear. Or have you grown so comfortable here that you can't imagine leaving? Whatever the case may be, you're needed elsewhere. You must eventually leave, you know this. That being said, when it's all over, if you were to drop back by here, I think we'd all be pleased to see you. Okay. For now, though, let's equip one of these shields. The normal Guardian Sword. I didn't pick up any more flints though, right? I definitely need to craft more stuff. I think I need to be more prepared in general, because I have a lot of things, I just didn't really craft that much. That being said, you also need to be a bit more, like, honestly, I quite like that the boss fight wasn't just a pushover, right? I actually needed to figure something out. I needed to not exactly come up with a strategy, but still kind of understand what the game wanted me to do. I just wish that it would have been a bit more tighter in its design. Honestly, I think ignoring the performance issues, because that's just a given with this game, unfortunately, if you're playing it on original hardware, the main issue might have really just been the boss's arena. It's a bit awkward fighting that thing down in the belly of that camel, instead of having a purpose-built platform for the fight. I think that's probably the weirdest aspect of that. If it had just been a plain boss arena, I feel like it would have already been much, much better, right? Because then you'd also not really lose, like, sight of where the enemy was, and it just would have felt more purpose-built. Now it just feels kind of weird, right? As if they were just not, for some reason, a bit too lazy to design an actual boss arena. It's a bit weird. I think it, like, had they actually utilized that arena for some reason, like if he had done something that would, where he would have used the fact that it's rounded or like a barrel, right? Or if I could have sort of used the electricity of the beast against him. Well, I didn't try, but I highly doubt that you can, like, by rotating anything that really does anything to him, honestly. So it's just sort of strange that they didn't purpose-build an arena for it. Anyways, we're through that now. So I guess that leaves 2 beasts remaining, which I'm not going to do today. I already went an hour longer than I originally wanted to. But I also wanted to deal with this. I wonder if I can do the other 2 tomorrow? I don't know. I had the first one kind of prepped today, right? So the Rito beast, flying beast, I was already at the Rito village, so I don't really think I'd be able to do 2 tomorrow. Which is no big deal. Should still be fine either way. And, yeah. I think that's a good basis. I'm not really going to do too much more in the desert here. I know I have a bunch of side quests, but honestly, I'm not too bothered about them. This was actually a lot easier to get to than I originally thought. I guess the desert just has a lot more optional stuff directly around it, whereas this kind of hasn't, right? The whole sort of upper part here isn't directly connected to the Rito, I guess. Yeah. Oh, might as well turn on the quest again. Where is it? Okay. So I think, I mean, technically the Zora are pretty close to Kakariko, so it might be worth going here next. And then from there, I think we have a good basis to go to the volcano and deal with the salamander. Actually, they're both not too far away from each other. The one thing that I don't remember is what you had to do. So I think for the Zora, was it just deal with that one Lionel on top of the place? And in order to get back the... I think that was what you needed to do. With the Gordons, I don't really remember what they want you to do. But that shouldn't be too difficult. And then all that's left is the memories. And then I can pretty much go to the castle. It almost feels like a little bit of a shame to leave so much sort of just on the plate. But then again, I mean, we have a whole new game coming up, right? So I really just wanted to get back in here, like look at the world again and enjoy going through it. And it really is quite enjoyable. Although all the different issues are definitely still present, so either way, really pumped for Tears of the Kingdom, and I think I'm gonna leave it here for today. So we hopefully have a... Oh god, that's bright. Maybe I shouldn't stand out here. Let me go back in. Yeah, that works. yeah, I feel like that's a very, very good basic outlook for the week. I have, well, pretty much tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday still to play through Breath of the Wild, and I feel like this has given me the opportunity to do that now, with me dealing with 2 Divine Beasts a day, so that was good. And I still love going back through it. The detail in the villages and stuff is amazing. And man, I can't wait for Tears of the Kingdom. I just want to know how it continues from this game. What's the position we're in? Does it take place like immediately after, a couple months or years, maybe 1-2 years after this? Or does it just pick up where we left off? Or is there some other really important event that maybe happened in between that's going to be important? Either way, we're going to find out. That's it for today, though. It really was a lot of fun, as always. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the follows that have come in earlier. And I'm going to be back tomorrow, same starting time. Probably not going as long as I did today. And hopefully we'll be able to get a 3rd Divine Beast done tomorrow. That would be very neat. Which will probably be the Zora one. And yeah, already looking forward to it. That was the one that I did first, the first time I played through Breath of the Wild. So it's going to be interesting how that will feel different when you do it as the 3rd Divine Beast. Either way, have a great rest of your morning, day, or evening, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you in around about 2 hours for some Final Fantasy XIV Ultimate Prog, because that's also coming up today. But otherwise, maybe for some more Breath of the Wild tomorrow, same starting time. Until then, bye-bye!